Good morning. Good morning. I tell you. Okay, so y'all know it's Amazon Prime Day. And I started at like 12 o'clock last night. I didn't get no sleep at all. Hope everybody doing well. What's up, Jason? Hey, Maddie. Of course, I took 8 minutes and beyond. Could you imagine if I had to get up every day and do makeup? What that would look like? We would never get started. Like I would just fall out on the floor and we would just get started the next day. That's what we would do. Good morning, Victorious. Virtuous. Uh-oh, got it. I correct myself before I even had to go. See, I want to read it. I want to make you victorious, but it's virtuous. Got it. I don't even have to listen to my video. Not at all. Hey, Hellcat. Good morning, Rachel. Good morning. So today we are going to be able to see our case, right? We are going to start with the opening statements. I'm not sure. They're on the 30-minute delay in Ohio. I can't imagine. Well, I don't know how they courtroom. Well, I don't know how their court proceedings are going to go. So even with that being said, I wanted to kind of get us a little TiVo time. So there's that, just so you guys know. It has not even started. Like they had the I think it says 6. Hey, Donna. Let me see if they even started for today. I'm curious to see. Nope. They haven't started for today in court, which I kind of figured would happen. So I'm not that mad about being late. And it look like whatever we gonna probably be watching through Court TV, gonna probably have all these commercials and you don't know how that go. I don't know. Court TV is like making it very uncomfortable to watch trials. I don't think Law and Crime is showing it. Let me see here. I would have loved to watch it on the local news station. Now, I'm not sure why. The whole entire time, the local news station, Channel 3, had been covering it, which was awesome. They covered everything, all the hearings and everything. And for some reason now, it's like they then lost the stream. Like they're not streaming it. And I don't know if it's one camera feed, one camera source in there, and they kicked the local people out. And Court TV said, hey, we got the bigger audience, so we're gonna put our cameraman in there and y'all get your feed from us. But the local, they have been covering all the hearings, everything, all the way up until this point. So kind of sad about that. But I don't know how that stuff works. So I don't know. That's all. Let's see here. So I just want to put on the record, I had gym night number 2. Yes. I went to the gym last night, even though I was sore. I went. I might didn't do much. I couldn't even have a real photo shoot because it was at a time where everybody else decided that they wanted to have a photo shoot. Because of course the gym was busy. It wasn't like a Sunday where I can go in there and just and take up all the mirrors. Nope, it wasn't that type of party. Like, it was Monday, people were back at work and they were back working out their bodies, and then they did not have time for me to be playing games in the mirrors at all. That's what I do now. Let me see. YouTube. Yes. So, guys, once I see those ones and those SweetPGangs in the chat room, we will go ahead and get into opening statements. Opening statements. Let's see here. Let's see, we have okay, so let me get started here. Yeah, I don't even like the way they have these opening statements, but it is what it is. Of course, they did them on Court TV. That's how I kind of figured we were doing them on there, but we'll hear from witnesses from Giant. They're probably gonna have tons of people from the shopping center and things like that in regards to that. Hey, Jason. Rachel doing a roll call. Roll call, roll call. So let's start with the prosecution team. Their opening statement. Let's see what evidence they have to bring. Now, remember, this is not really like a who did it case, I don't think. She is pleading not guilty by the reason of insanity. So not so much a who did it case. This is probably going to be more or less, was she in her right mind to do it? And don't forget that we have our lunchtime special at some point in time. You know, my lunchtime, your dinner time, somebody else's breakfast time. It's going to be sometime during this stream. Our very own Dr. Rachel B. She's here, not gone, maybe unintelligible. Depends on where you may call it. She's going to come up here and talk to us about all this great stuff that we're talking about so we can kind of understand it, guys. Hey, film. All right, let's go ahead and get in the courtroom. Hey, Irish, good morning.
That day, Bianca Ellis also was having an ordinary day. And you will see through the video that we will show you, ladies and gentlemen, and there are going to be witnesses. Witnesses from Volunteers of America. You will hear from witnesses from Giant Eagle. You will hear witnesses from the police department. For Bianca Ellis, you will see that she went to the police department on that day. She went to the North Olmsted Police Department. She had a conversation with a police officer at the window. And that police officer will come in and testify to their conversation. Bianca Ellis did not like what she heard at the police department. So she leaves. And the evidence is going to show, ladies and gentlemen, that she went directly to Volunteers of America. You will hear the testimony from Diane Spihar, who is one of the managers of Volunteers of America. And on that particular day of June 3rd, 2024, she was working in the back, sifting through stuff to put out for sale. And Bianca Ellis comes back. Well, the evidence is going to show through video that prior to going back to the Volunteers production area, Bianca Ellis had spent several minutes sifting through a bin of knives. And she chose 2 knives. You will see that, ladies and gentlemen. You will see her in Volunteers of America walking up and down the aisle. She had a conversation with Diane Spihar, looking for a bathroom. The evidence is going to show, ladies and gentlemen, that she left Volunteers of America and that she went to Things Outlet. And you will have the opportunity to look at that video. Bianca continued to go into the store. She looked around, and you will see the video of that. She didn't chat with anybody, but she leaves. The evidence is going to show, ladies and gentlemen, that as she leaves, there is a cement pillar. And I want you to pay attention, because she takes those 2 knives and she hits them against the cement pillar to see their pliability. One knife that she had stolen drops to the ground, but she keeps the 12-inch butcher blade knife in her hand. The evidence is going to show, and the video corroborates, that she walks in to Giant Eagle. And you will see through the videos, from the customer service angle, you will see inside the store where Margot Woods and Julian are shopping. You will notice, ladies and gentlemen, in the video, Bianca Ellis coming in to Giant Eagle, and she's got the 12-inch butcher knife. And she has it right by her side. And she's walking. And she's walking. And you will see in the video, ladies and gentlemen, that Margot had paid for her groceries. She had her hanging basket on her cart. Your child in the seat of the cart, walking out, going to load her groceries and go home. I want you to pay attention to the video. As Mrs. Wood is walking out with Julian, and they're actually having a conversation, Miss Ellis passes them going this way. For lack of a better word to describe, she would be going west, and they are coming east. And so therefore, she sees them walking, and she turns immediately around. And she follows them all the way out of the store. And you will see that she is walking in tandem with them. There'll come a point in the video where you will see that she is walking faster, so she passes them. She stops, waits for them to catch up, and follows them completely out of the store. The cameras outside, ladies and gentlemen, pick up that Margot goes down one aisle. Mrs. Wood is going down the aisle where her minivan is parked, and the evidence will show that this defendant is right on her heels, walking right behind her. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence is going to show the witnesses are going to testify that they observed Bianca Ellis approach Mrs. Wood and Julian, and she goes and takes the knife and stabs Julian in the face. Miss Woods tries to fight her off. She stabs Mrs. Woods. And there are independent witnesses that were in the parking lot that sees her stand over Julian on the ground and plunge a knife into his back. And those are common, ordinary citizens that were there grocery shopping or going to grocery shop. Of course, screams were heard throughout the parking lot. People are screaming to call 911, and you will hear from Travis Bush, who sees the stabbing. You will hear from Matthew Stroud, who sees the stabbing and tells his wife to call 911. They all run over. You will hear from Cheryl Molaski. She's a nurse. She runs over. She's one of the first people that runs over, and she says that Miss Woods has that baby so tight that there is blood pouring out of his back. She tells them, you've got to put it down, and they start compressions. You will hear from Miss McClaskey. You will hear from Miss Craven. They are both nurses. One is a pediatric ICU nurse. She relieves her. They take turns. The police arrive. Meanwhile, the other witnesses are going to testify that after stabbing that child, Miss Ellis, taking her knife that is now clad in red blood, and she walks away. Just walks away very nonchalantly. The police now have surrounded the parking lot, and they tell her to stop. She immediately takes the knife and throws the knife. The same weapon that she used to kill Julian. She's arrested. She is taken into custody. Police officers will come in and they'll testify to their life-saving measures that they tried to use on the child. You will hear from officers that took crime scene photographs. You will hear from officers, drone footage was taken of the area. You will hear from Shayna Gray from the medical examiner's office that'll talk about the trace evidence that was found and DNA. The DNA that matches Bianca Ellis. You will hear from Dr. Elizabeth Mooney, who's the medical examiner, an assistant medical examiner here in Cuyahoga County, who will tell you what the cause and the manner of death is.
All right, we'll pause it there and quickly turn to Florida for the Spencer hearing for convicted killer Jose Soto Escalera.
So as y'all can see, like we watching this on Court TV, and of course they want to bless us with their commercials and their commentary and things of that nature. So I don't. Okay, and they moved to the Jose trial, then they moved to something else.
And lastly, ladies and gentlemen, you will hear from Dr. Stephen Nausinger, who is the state's witness, rebuttal witness for this not guilty by reason of insanity. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Pateo and I have the burden of proof. We accept the burden of proof. The charges for you to consider in this case are those of aggravated murder, murder, felonious assault, child endangering, attempted murder of Margot Wood, felonious assault of Margot Wood, tampering with evidence, and theft. Ladies and gentlemen, the state is confident that when you hear all the evidence in this case, and again, I ask you, pay attention to actions and to words. They're very, very important in this case. And when you do that, you will find Bianca Ellis guilty beyond a reasonable doubt for each and every count of this indictment. She knew what she did. She appreciated the wrongfulness of her actions. You be the judge of her actions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's go to
So there's the opening statements that we have. So, you know, the prosecution team is saying, hey, she knew exactly what she was doing. She knew everything that she was doing was wrong. And yeah, so this is going to be, you know, a little different, you know, for us, because I can see where we can, you know, in most situations, we are kind of like, that person guilty, throw them up under the jail. We are done. Why are we here at trial today? This is going to be a little different because I can see where people sympathize on all sides because of the way our society and our mental health system is set up. So I just want to be respectful in regards to, you know, even though she has done something so horrific, right? I can imagine where people sympathize with her and also the family at the same time. So we are, once again, having our lunchtime special. So make sure you get your questions and everything ready for our Rachel. She be here today. She can't change her name, but every 2 weeks, whatever the requirement is on YouTube. But Rachel be in the house today. And she is going to talk to us about all of this great stuff during one of our breaks. It might be my lunchtime. It might be your dinner time. It might be somebody else's breakfast time, depending on where you at. But either way, she going to be here today and talking to us about it. So make sure y'all got to get your questions and everything together as we're going through. And I mean, you know, she here, right? So we can always pull her up. All right, I am going to get us into our closing, not our closing. Look, I'm about to say our closing arguments. Get us into our the defense's opening statement, and let's see what he knows.
You'll hear from her mother.
I mean, I just
Bianca Ellis is 34.
Kind of like with the whole entire case. I feel some type of way about all of it. So, okay, so let's listen to our defense opening statement and see what are they claiming. You know, and just think about this once before we get into this defense opening statement. Remember, we went into that case yesterday with Darian, the one out of Texas, you know, where they say he was diagnosed with schizophrenia. Schizophrenia. And y'all seen how he was in the courtroom. I mean, this happened when he was 18. I don't know if they really even had a good insanity plea deal or not, insanity, plea for him. It seemed like he was doing a lot of illegal stuff before he did the unaliving of young little Cash. But I mean, whatever they got him medicated on, if y'all seen that court hearing yesterday, like he looked like he was out here. And he wasn't even out here on the planet that I be on sometimes. He was out here on a whole nother planet. Like, y'all know sometimes I be out here on the planet, but he was on another planet. I don't know which planet he was on, but it just looking at him, he looked like his mind was like he just looked like out here. And he was on the planet of his own, but he didn't even come over to my planet. Because if he would have came over to my planet, I probably could have helped him a little bit, but he didn't. And whatever medication, it was just like he was stoned. I was like, I don't know what drug he taking, but I don't want no parts of it. yeah, that's right. Sometimes we go to these planets that, you be out here in space by yourself on your own little planet, like way, way out there with your thoughts and stuff. Yeah. But let's see. Let's see what we have here.
Years old. She has no felony convictions. She has suffered from mental illness since the age of 22. Diagnosed with schizophrenia. And Bianca has been treated on an outpatient basis at a place called Murders Taylor for almost 10 years. There's been a lot of ups and downs as it relates to her treatment. You'll hear from her mother, Yolanda Eggleton, and she'll come in and she'll testify the struggles of trying to get Murders Taylor to medicate Bianca. Because Bianca, when she's on her medication versus when she's off her medication, she's two different people. And she pushed hard for Murders Taylor to try to do something about Bianca being on medication. And Murders Taylor's response was, she doesn't represent a danger to herself or others, so there's nothing that we could do. She'll tell you how she lost contact with Bianca over the course of 6 to 8 months prior to this incident. And I'll tell you that no one's going to dispute, the evidence will show that she's a mentally ill person. Between January of 2024 up until the date of this incident, June 3rd, 2024, Bianca was off of her medication. The medication, the evidence will show, stabilizes her. Bianca received a Social Security check. And what she did with that check was she traveled from the state of Ohio to the state of California. She traveled from the state of California back to Ohio, and then down to Florida, and eventually back to Ohio. During that time frame, there were many occasions where Bianca exhibited mental illness. There were occasions where she would go to a particular location and try to get herself arrested because she's living in a homeless shelter, because she's living on the streets. She's trying to find structure. I think the evidence will show that during her mental illness, she tried to find places of refuge, unsuccessfully. On June 3rd of 2024, this unfortunate tragedy occurs. Just a few days before, Bianca was in the North Homestead Jail.
All right, we'll hear more from the defense in just a minute. Let me bring in our guest for this hour, attorney and former prosecutor Randolph Rice. Randolph, great to see you as always. Who has struggled with it over the years, has a diagnosis, some Now, he was stabbed in the face and back while his mother was pushing him in a...
That act, in broad daylight, never trying to conceal the knife, and she doesn't run away. She walks away. Knife in hand. Still carrying the knife after this act is done. The evidence will show that there was no rational motive for her to have committed this offense. There's evidence will show that there's no relationship between she and the victims in this case. She still has a knife in hand at the time that the police confronts her. And she does drop it. Bianca's brought back to the police station. And eventually, she's interviewed. There's evidence of mental illness that occurred as a result of her responses in that interview. There's evidence that would show that she was irrational at all points of time. During that interview, while in the jail, even when she arrived in the county jail, sitting naked on the floor. Bianca displayed mental illness from the beginning of this incident, for the months prior to this incident, while in the jail. And if by chance you saw her at her arraignment, the evidence will show that even during her arraignment, she was still mentally ill because she was smiling at the arraignment. The evidence will show that she answered the judge in Spanish when being asked questions. The evidence will also show that we had a difficult time communicating with Bianca. So much so that Dr. Sarah West became involved in the case. And she had to make an evaluation of whether or not she was competent to aid in her defense. And because her mental illness was still going on, Dr. West referred her to North Coast Behavioral. North Coast is a place where mentally ill people, they're there to get restored and for other reasons, but for Bianca's purposes, it was for restoration, to get her competent so she can understand this process. So after the competency evaluation, Dr. West was requested to evaluate her for sanity. And the evidence will show that Dr. West did evaluate her for sanity. She looked at all of her prior psychiatric treatment over the many years since she was age 22, her behavior on the day of the incident, and all the other information that she took into consideration after. And Dr. West made a determination that she was insane at the time of the offense. You'll hear that evidence. But the state has a right to have their own doctor become involved. And Dr. Knopfsinger also made his evaluation. and he made the opposite determination. You'll have to make that determination based on the evidence that's presented in this case. You'll hear from some other doctors that dealt with her while she was at North Coast. And at the end of the day, you will have to make the determination. And I told you in the beginning during jury selection that she acknowledges through her lawyers, whether she testifies or not, that she's responsible for the murder of Julian. She acknowledges through her lawyers that she's responsible for the attempted murder of Margot. There's no running away from that. That's not what this trial is about. The evidence will show, though, that it is obvious that she was insane at the time of the offense. And no matter what your experiences have been, you have to evaluate that information. That's all we're asking you to do. Lastly, I believe that at the conclusion of this case, you will find that Mr. Johnson and I have met our burden of a preponderance by the evidence, okay? A preponderance of the evidence, and that burden is far less than what the state has to prove. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that we have it, the defense opening statement, right? Yeah. I think that we're definitely gonna have to battle all the experts. I mean, we all seen the videos of when she was down there in Florida, and it's just so troubling all the way around with this. At least for me. Everybody entitled to the way they want to feel about it, but it's just so troubling because even when she was out, I've never seen a person like, please take me to jail because I don't have nowhere to go. I don't want to go to church. I don't want to go down here. I don't want to go to any of these places. Just please take me to jail. That right there, like, who does that? Well, she did it. So, and they took her to jail for 30 days. But that's definitely what we have to look forward to in regards to this case, because I'm just thoroughly confused. Me personally. So a lot of these videos we did see, because when we did our recap of the case, and I sent the information out. So any of this stuff we can, relook at. But yeah, I just got a whole problem with this. Like, I want to blame all the police officers. Like, I want to blame the people in Florida that let her go. I want to blame the officer in North Olmsted that 4 days prior to this incident happening, seeing something so weird, so out of the way, that she pulled over and asked this lady if she was okay. Remember, she did get arrested 4 days prior to this incident happening on theft. How she got out, I have no clue. Because I promise you, if it was me and I had stole something out of anywhere, they would have me locked, signed, sealed, and delivered behind the thing, and I probably couldn't get out. But in this case, they let her right out. And then 4 days later, it did 4 days later, they kind of like do this again. It's up to you, Rachel, if you want to come on now in order to address any questions or anything that we have. We do have some TiVo time, but it seemed like, so it's totally up to you, but totally up to you. We love TiVo time, so we always can have TiVo time. Here. Good morning, OnlyFans. Hey, Zach. Guess who's back? Back again. Can you get the link from there? Or I need to text it to you. You should be able to get the link from there. Yeah, so I guess while we wait for Rachel to come up to answer any questions that we currently have in regards to what we were looking at in regards to this case, like it's just really like, that's what I'm saying. Like it's just sad to me overall, because when you have to be in a position, you know, and they said she was receiving Social Security disability, right? Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and add you to the stage. Do you have on yellow? Are we matching? I knew it was a sunny day.
Isn't that so cute? I saw you with your yellow and I was like, oh my gosh, we match. It's so cute.
Awesome.
Hold on, I'm gonna try to join this chat real quick. Hold up.
Okay. I think you should be able to share, or anything that you want to do, just let me know. I think you should be able to do it from your end.
Oh, I have nothing to share except myself. I do not do presentations. Like I don't do PowerPoint. I don't share screens. Like I don't get into all that. When I present, listen, wait, I quick advertisement. Look what I got in the mail.
Oh, I wonder if mine is here. I ordered my stuff around the same time as you.
Spiral notebook.
Awesome.
It's very soft. It's a cool, nice, sturdy, soft cover. And I did also order the mug, but it was broken. So I got to figure out how to exchange that. It was broken in shipment. So yeah. So instead of drinking out of my Los Pollos Hermanos mug from Breaking Bad.
Oh, wait a minute. You know, just a quick backstory on that.
Uh-huh.
I went there.
Me too.
You did, in Mexico?
Yes, that's where I bought it.
Oh my gosh, you went through the car washing thing? Like I'm such a Breaking Bad fan that I went there.
So my brother lives in Albuquerque. So I went out this past spring for my niece's graduation, and my brother took us on a tour. Like they have those tours, but on his lunch break at work for like the past year, he's been going to the different locations. So he set up a tour. So we went to Hank's house. We went to Walter White's house. We went to Jesse's house. We went to the restaurant. We went to, I have to send you some pictures. We went to the Shack. It's a restaurant, but it's like a little shack, you know, where
the hot dog one. You talking about where Jesse was getting the gun from?
Yeah. Where they're all like the fans are going and it's all hot and they're all like sitting around, and it's the guy with the bell. He owns it. It's that one. It's really shady. Like we didn't even park. He was like, "That's it over there." I was like, "Yeah, we're not stopping to take pictures there." So we were like out the window. And we have a picture of me and my sister. You know, when he's waiting for that guy who's going to help him change his identity or whatever. On that bus stop area, or it's like in front of that thing. We took a picture in front of that. Oh, I'll send you all my pictures. It was so fun.
Oh,
yeah.
I thought we were only cray people that was just breaking.
Did you go to the museum? Did you go to that museum thing?
I went on a tour where, you know, we even met the little boy that was in there.
Cool.
He's older now, you know, of course he's grown now. And he was actually on the bus tour, and we got to get in the little trailer, the Breaking Bad trailer. Okay, we got in that, and we went to the site where they did some of the, you know, settings down there. And I think at the time they were kind of like filming Better Call Saul. So
Oh my gosh.
we were kind of like, they had to kind of like pick different times so they didn't have the actual
Uh-huh.
mobile home that we were in out there.
Right,
So
right,
it
right.
wouldn't be caught. But
That's
oh,
so
see?
cool. Okay, if you go back, you have to go to the Breaking Bad museum because they have like stuff from the actual shows, and they have like Saul's desk you can sit behind, and like they have and that's where I got the mug. So
Oh,
yeah,
I'm
you
gonna
got
have
to
to
go.
tell him, yeah, because we went to the car wash.
We did
We
too.
went to the
That's so
chicken
funny.
place.
Yep.
I was
That's
surprised. I'm like,
awesome.
they don't sell chicken here. I was kind of
They
mad about
don't,
that.
and also we got fries and they were disgusting. Like clearly that place is only open because of Breaking Bad at this
Oh,
point.
look,
It
we
is
having our own
gross.
conversation. Wait.
I know, sorry. Okay, we can get
Okay,
on
yeah.
topic. We can
Okay,
talk
sorry.
about
I'll talk to her later about that. Oh,
okay. Hi everyone. Hi Ada. I saw you say hi. Hey everybody that I didn't say hi to. Okay, so let's talk about Bianca. So I want to give sort of just a quick overview of what the Ohio statute is. Like, what is it that the defense and prosecution are trying to get the jury to see? Because different states approach the insanity defense differently. So in Ohio, they go what's called the Monotone rule. And the Monotone rule says that the person, in order for them to be not guilty by reason of insanity, they have to have been at the time of the crime unable to distinguish right from wrong and unable to understand the nature of what they're doing. So not realizing that they're committing a crime, not knowing what they're doing is wrong. And this is a really, really hard standard to meet because just because you may be psychotic does not necessarily mean that you are insane. So insanity is a legal term, not a psychology term. We don't go around saying that people are insane. That is strictly a legal definition. So somebody can be hallucinating, paranoid, all the things we think of when we think of psychosis, but still understand that what they're doing is wrong. It's a really hard thing to evaluate, and to like, this battle of the experts will be very interesting because I can already see where it can go one way or the other. So that is what, in their openings, that's what, I don't think either of them did an amazing job of specifically pointing that out in terms of what the statute is, but I guess they'll probably just save that for closings or whatever. I mean, not that I'm an attorney, but if it were me, I would be going on there saying like, this is what the statute says, and this is what we're going to show, so that from the get-go they know what to be listening for. And I thought it was really, yeah, you guys caught it when he said that in the past Bianca had done things to try to get arrested. I was like, oh, that was not smart to bring that up right now. Like, I get what he's saying, but like now in my head, I'm like, well, then was she trying to do this to get arrested? And which would know that it would put together that if I commit this crime, that's wrong and I will be arrested, right? So what's going to be really important is the evaluation of what her thought process was at the time of the crime. Not now, not before the crime when she used to do those other things, but at that moment when she committed that crime, what was she thinking? So that's what the psychologists will evaluate when they meet with her. So that'll be, I'm also interested in the time frame of when the person was when she was evaluated. So like if the defense psychologist evaluated Bianca 2 weeks after for an insanity defense, it would be much easier to get information about her state of time at the time of the crime, as opposed to like 6 months later evaluating her and trying to get her to talk about what her thought process was at the time of the crime, right? So it'll be interesting to see like how long in between those evaluations were and what her state of mind was, because we know that she was found incompetent, which I can talk about. It's a totally separate thing from insanity. Competency has nothing to do with the crime. All it has to do with is, so a person can become incompetent at any point during a case. So competence refers to the ability of the person to participate in their own defense. So like being able to communicate logically with their attorney, understanding the proceedings in court, being able to to control their behavior to be court appropriate. It all has to do with them being able to participate in their defense and know what's going on. Because an attorney can't just, oh, this person has no idea what's going on, I'm just gonna defend them. However, like, the person has to agree with what the defense wants to do. So that's competency. And I don't know, were there 2 times she was found incompetent? It wavered. So, and the reason it would wax and wane like that is dependent upon her symptoms. So if she was very psychotic and couldn't participate, like they mentioned, she was answering in Spanish, she didn't really know what was going on. Yeah, they said the defense just said, like, when at the first hearing, the preliminary hearing or something, the judge was asking questions and she was responding in Spanish. So, right. So clearly that's, she can't participate in her own defense if she isn't able to control, respond appropriately, right? But then if she's on medication, she clears up, she's able to understand sort of that I'm on trial for this crime and these are the potential consequences if I'm found guilty. And when we do competency evaluations, we ask them things about, how they evaluate the evidence in their case and what evidence they think might help them versus not help them. They have to be able to understand all of that kind of stuff. And then they also have to understand the risks and benefits of testifying in their own defense. So if they can't make a rational, well thought out decision about that, then that would be incompetent. So one other thing I wanted to point out, and then I'll take whatever questions. These cases are really difficult because for a lot of reasons. The clash of the legal system and psychology, they don't mesh very well. As clinicians, we view people with mental illness in a very different way than we do as forensic evaluators, because we're answering a very specific legal question, not a question that has anything to do with treatment or necessarily helping the person to improve. It's a very different mindset evaluation in a forensic setting. That also, I think it's very difficult for juries to understand what these symptoms are really like when they haven't either seen it or experienced it themselves. In many of these cases that I've seen, it becomes an issue of, well, that behavior within the crime seemed very planned. It seemed very logical. It seemed like they really thought this out. But everything else is bizarro, right? So, but she wasn't bizarre all the time. I think it's hard for people to understand that psychosis and being insane at the time of the crime isn't going to always look completely bizarre. A person can plan out a behavior that is rooted in psychotic thought process, right? So if I think that my neighbor is trying to kill me, I might be planning ahead, watching for when they come out, waiting to see if they come to the sidewalk. I'm sitting with my weapon. I mean, this all feels very planned out, right? Like I'm getting ready to do something, but it's based in the thought that my neighbor is going to kill me, which is completely false, right? But it's a very strongly held paranoid belief that I have. And so people will say, well, and then I may view that as self-defense because I think that person's about to kill me. I know it's wrong to kill someone, but not if they're going to kill me first, right? And so it gets just really tricky with regard to like how planned and logical are these things, and can we say that because of their thought process, the behavior was fits with not guilty by reason of insanity. It's a lot to pick through. It's a lot to think about, and especially in this case, we have a child who was unalived. And I think it's very difficult in these cases because it's so senseless and it's so tragic. And it's when you almost can't let yourself put yourself in the shoes of that mom, and that experience. So you can see where like justice to most people is probably going to look like she got to go, So, all right, listen, Jason is popping off. So are we keeping track of his questions?
I went back and I went to only his question. I think because I caught myself trying to scroll back to see where the first question was at. Jason had some before. Oh yeah, he probably do. Let me see. Let me go back.
No, I love the questions. I glance and they look really good. So
let me see. Jason.
I see a question about sort of like how many,
Okay.
while you're looking back, I'll do this one. So, okay, this is such a good, okay. How many people does it take to evaluate to determine something, right? Why is it the battle of the experts? So the defense, both sides are allowed to have their expert testify, right? They don't always give the same assessments. I mean, psychology is not a perfect science. It's not like, it's not black and white like some other physical sciences are. So, you are going to have different opinions depending on the professional. I think that there are some cases where they don't give all of the same assessments. So that's one thing that they kind of have to, when you get like the background and the voir dire of the expert and their experience and all of that, you can compare those. And then what tests did they give? There was a case, let me think of her name, Sydney. Oh my gosh, it's slipping my mind now. A colleague of mine, it was an Ohio case, Sydney. Shoot, somebody's gonna know. What's her name? Oh, it's slipping my mind. Anyway, she was she unalived her mom. She had not an insanity defense. Sydney Powell, thank you, OnlyFan. Yes. I'm really attached to that case because for a lot of reasons, but she actually won her appeal for a new trial, actually, because what happened is the defense presented 3 experts who said she was insane at the time of the crime. They were very thorough assessments that were done. And the state presented 1 expert who spent like hardly any time with this person, didn't do any testing, just did an interview and said that she was sane at the time of the crime. Well, when that happens in Ohio, the defense is allowed a rebuttal to that, right? And so once the state presents their expert, the defense was supposed to be allowed to have one of their experts come back up and say why that's wrong. And the judge said, no, whatever, you guys had 3 experts come up. They've already said their piece. There's no rebuttal. You don't get a rebuttal. Well, on appeal, the higher court said, no, they were allowed a rebuttal. And because they never got to challenge any of the things with another expert. And so they get a new trial, which is very cool. But so there is something I will say in my experience, and this is part of why I don't do criminal forensics anymore. There is some, how do I want to say this? I don't want this to sound like anything fraudulent or unethical is going on across the country, but I will say that when an expert has a contract with the defense, with the public defender's office, their approach to assessments can be very different in the way that they phrase things, in the way that they work toward mitigation. Mitigating factors are more pronounced. I mean, you're working for the defense, right? And so you're trying to present a case that helps this client get the treatment that they need and everything. And, there is, I'm not going to die, there is pressure to phrase things in a way and sort of minimize the things that might not help the client. And so juries should take that into account. I think it does matter which side that you're evaluating. I don't think that in cases like this where these are really severe, like M charges, I think that it's a little bit different. But I hate to say run of the mill robbery or burglary case but that's like, when you do for criminal forensics, your cases are not all like this, where they're exciting and interesting and high profile and all that. But there is definitely something to say for which side that you're testifying for. So yeah, I mean, it's one of the interesting things, the battle of the experts. I mean, one expert might pick up on one set of details that the other one didn't, and give more weight to that than the other, depending on their training and the way that they're looking at the case. So yeah, it is. It's going to be really interesting. I think it's somewhat uncommon for there to be very strong evaluations on both sides that are in opposition to one another, if that makes sense. Like, I think there's usually a very strong evaluation, and then there's one that's like, yeah, I can kind of see it. You know what I mean?
Let's see.
Yeah.
Can you see any other questions?
I saw OnlyFans, the court have to present a neutral expert to balance always. Not always. It depends on the state. And some psychologists are hired by the court, not by either side. In different states, it just depends. I don't really know what. Sorry, my dog's barking and it's distracting me now. Hold on, I'm going to mute myself.
Oh, Drunky the Bear out of timeout. Oh, yay. Welcome back. Look, welcome back, Drunky. We so missed you. That was such a mistake yesterday.
Drunky, yes, let's talk about the psychological damage. If you need a session, Drunky, just hit me up. I'm so sorry.
I was like, oh my gosh, she's in timeout. OnlyFans is in detention. I have no clue what's going on.
That's so funny.
So cute.
Hold on, I'm going back to look at Jason had some long ones and I wanted to see what he said. Oh, I know one thing. So Chrissy was talking about like the services that we're supposed to monitor and help, and like the whole issue with medication compliance. Those pesky civil rights that we have get in the way, I think, a lot of when it comes to mental health treatment for people. You know, people have the right to stop their medications. They have the right to not show up for appointments. They have that, you know, and unless a person presents at a clinic and says, you know, I'm going to hurt myself or somebody else, and if they aren't super disorganized, meaning talking nonsense, it's very hard to get people hospitalized. You know, especially in cases of paranoid schizophrenia, like with paranoid ideation, people can seem a lot more put together. Sometimes there can be paranoia there, but otherwise the person seems to be okay. But we really don't know how powerful those paranoid thoughts are if they're not telling us, right? And so there's no perfect way to ensure safety unless the person is so floridly psychotic or saying, yes, I'm going to go do this. So if she was seen at the clinic or she was at the jail and things were starting to brew, but she wasn't going to say anything, I mean, because you have to understand, like, some of these paranoid ideations, and sometimes when people are hearing voices, it's telling them, don't tell anybody. Don't say a word, you know, and so you're not always going to know what you're looking at. And it's really hard. There's just not a perfect way to do it. And you can't force someone into treatment. You can't force medications on someone unless a court orders it. And you have to have really good reason for that. So we can't force it. We can't force people to get treatment. And so in some ways, is it a failure of the system? Possibly, because we don't know what kind of follow-up there could have been or not. But in some ways, there's nothing we can do to prevent these situations. Unfortunately, there's just not always a way. So
I guess let's see. I think Jason had another question. Let's see.
Yeah, Jason, you need to cut and paste again because we lost your question.
Okay. No. Okay. That's the how many one. And then I seen another one. He says, shouldn't we all get to the same conclusion if given the same assessments? Why does it depend on what side of the courtroom you sit? Prosecution versus defense. So I guess he's saying no matter, you should get the same assessments from both doctors. Like, how does that change? But I guess that's what you were kind of talking about. Depending on what side you're on. Depends on how you use the words.
Right. And there's also an art to it. It's not necessarily science. There is definitely some subjective interpretation when it comes to testing and evaluation of people. I mean, I might see an individual and say, oh yeah, that person's extremely, psychotic because because the way they answered this, that, and the other. And therapist, might say, yeah, but I interviewed them and gave this test and they were very organized and they were very, so it depends. Like it's very subjective. And it also, if somebody's being evaluated a week after the crime happened versus 6 months later, yeah, you're going to have all the same background information, but what the individual tells you as their self-report and what they were thinking at the time of the crime, et cetera, that could totally change. So I don't know that you always will get the same set of information across evaluations, for one, but also there's some interpretation to it. There's some subjective art to evaluation too. Yeah.
So I guess my question would be in regards to her being competent at sometimes and then being rude, incompetent. Do you think that can be something that the defense brings in? And if so, if they're able to bring that in, does that support anything in regards to as a juror or, just a regular person, a juror?
Yeah.
Do you think that could support well, she got to be insane if they get that kind of evidence in?
So competency wouldn't refer to the time of the crime, but if that is brought in that she was found incompetent at different times, that can show history of symptoms and history of mental illness, like the presence of it. So, her waxing and waning of symptoms, not being able to participate in her defense, and then being cleared because she got on medication. Like it can show sort of a progression of illness or history of treatment, but it would not. I don't know that that's allowed in because I think it does get complicated because the insanity judgment is only how she was at the time of the crime, not how she presented afterwards, not how she presented, 3 weeks later when she couldn't participate in her defense. Because for all we know, I mean, I don't think this is the case, but for all we know, she was medicated on the street, chose to commit this crime for whatever reason. And then once she got to jail, didn't have her medication and she declined and then was found incompetent because her symptoms became so bad she couldn't function. Right. So that's why it's really important the distinction's important that it's at the time of the crime for the insanity defense.
Okay. So, and I think that's a good thing because when I'm looking at this, I think you touched on it earlier in regards to it could look very bizarre, right? I mean, it's literally in the grocery store like Michael Myers, and I'm like, okay, like way out here on this planet, and I'm like, well, maybe she did all of this and didn't, just in that moment. And then snap back, and that's when she started running because she didn't run far. Like she didn't I don't think she got far. I think she was just right there. Like really, to be honest with you, I don't think she got anywhere. But and kind of had that snapback moment, but the snapback moment came too late.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been because she saw the police and was like, oh, that's the thing. So psychosis can be waxing and waning in that moment too, right? So yeah, it's a very almost impossible distinction to make, but whether or not she knew what she was doing was wrong. Like we have to know what her thought process was. That's what we have to know is what was she thinking walking around the store? Why did you bring a knife to the store? What was going on in your head? What were you thinking? For all we know, she's like, oh, I saw 2 demons coming out of that person's body and I knew I had to save everyone in the parking lot. I mean, we don't know what she was thinking. Who knows if she can even tell. I'll be really interested to hear what the experts heard from her. But that's what they want to get at.
Yeah, because it's not something that we're going to get from her because, of course, they can't put her on the stand. So this is testimony and thoughts and ideas that we have to get from an expert to bring in. And I'm just thinking, how they say with premeditated redrumming, it doesn't have to be planning for weeks. It doesn't have to be planning for days. It doesn't have to be anything like that. It could be just a split second that you make the decision, and that's considered premeditated redrumming.
Right.
Can we use that same theory when we're talking about insanity?
Yeah, because here's the thing is that she could have planned to do this, meaning who knows what's going on in the mind of somebody who's psychotic, right? I mean,
Mhm.
she heard, I mean, this is all just speculation, right? I don't know anything about what she was thinking at the time, but hypothetically, a voice could have been telling her that you have to go save the world. There's going to be demons at the grocery store. So she's like, I'm going to go save the world. I'm going to bring my knife. She goes there. She thinks she sees the demons. She follows them out. She thinks she's saving the world. She doesn't think she's doing anything wrong. Do you know what I mean? So that's all planned. She plans based upon this thought, this delusional thought, to go to the store, to bring the knife, to do all of that. But that planning was based in a disorganized thought or a psychotic thought, if that makes sense. So like everything else, kind of the whole like planning situation, I think is what gets people caught up. Because it's one thing to plan to do something just because, for example, I just want to go back to jail because I have 3 hots in a cot. Now, if that's the case and she's like, who can I target? Then that's not insanity, right? But if it's rooted in some kind of delusion, then that's what the jury has to decide. Then was that insane or not? So, you're not gonna, everything is quote unquote planned, right? It depends on what was behind that planning, is what I think I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me see. What does he say? I'm just trying to see if Jason trying to send another question. Oh no. Okay. I think he's just making a statement. I think
It's a good point though, Jason. Says, I think it's hard for a jury to decide on things that professionals can't. If different experts can have different ideas, how can a community expect 12 jurors to do so? I think that's a brilliant statement. I mean, because it's not like a blood test you get back that says you have cancer or you don't. You know what I mean? It's not like that. And so it is very, very difficult. It's going to end up based on who the jurors believe and trust more, expert wise, who they find most credible, and probably without even realizing it, what jives with their own more values and ideas about mental illness.
Okay, and I may have I got a question, and I'm not sure. Hopefully, no question is a silly question.
No,
but just so, because I mean, you're here. No reason for me to Google it. Maybe you had an answer. I hope you had an answer.
I'm gonna tell you to Google it.
Look, don't tell me to Google it. Oh gosh. My question is when people are pushing for the insanity versus prison, what is the difference? Because they both seem like prisons.
Okay, so that's a good question though. So, and I'm interested too. I don't know if this is a case where the guilty but mentally ill is an option, because some states have that where it's like you're either not guilty by reason of insanity, which means, so if you're found not guilty by reason of insanity, you do not go to prison, you go to a forensic psychiatric hospital. And that is where you spend the rest of your days until a team of doctors, therapists, psychologists, medical doctors believe that you are safe to return to society. And then they have to go present to the court to say, this is why we think this person is safer. And the court has to say, okay. And typically that doesn't mean the person's just let out on the street. I mean, there is typically conditional release where they have to live in a certain place. They have certain restrictions. They might even have an ankle monitor. They can't be left alone in the community. Like, it's a very stepwise process into the community. And any reemergence of symptoms, you're back in the hospital. So it's not like they just get let out willy-nilly, like no big deal.
Okay, so they do have the opportunity. So that's why people, when they're pushing for this, and I think we just seen that with the Invisible Man case. Like, she was convicted of this heinous thing the young girl, and
Oh,
they
the
let
Slender
her.
Man. The
Yeah,
Slender Man
the
thing?
Slender
Yeah.
Man. I called her the Invisible
That's a
Man.
great no, that's a great well, I mean, he is, but that's a great example. Yeah. So
Okay.
yes, and she didn't even unalive that girl. She's very badly injured. But yeah, so it took her, I mean, a couple of from the time they said the hospital was saying she can go, it took a long time for her to actually go.
Mhm.
And they had to present to the court a plan for her, where she's going to live, who she's living with, how she's being monitored to make sure she doesn't need to come back, like all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
Okay, so that's why they pushing for that versus to
Hmm.
um jail, because if she get convicted and she's not found by reason of insanity, that means she's going to jail, and it's probably life without parole, which would, because I'm like, they both
Oh
sound
yeah. I
like jail
mean,
to me. I mean, me in my mind, like, I guess from being out here in the free world, I'm like, a
yeah.
psychiatric hospital versus to jail, it both sound like
Well,
prison.
they're both locked facilities. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
the difference is that the psychiatric hospital, she'll be getting treatment all day, every day. And I mean all day, every day. Like the forensic psychiatric hospitals are structured treatment facilities. Like she's not just sitting around. Like it's a
Mm.
very active treatment approach. Um, so yeah, that's people I think misconstrue like that. She's not going to go walking out of the courtroom if she's found not guilty by reason of insanity. Like it's not like we're all like unsafe if we find her in GRI. But yeah, if she goes back, if she's found guilty, then she just goes to the prison. And what typically ends up happening then with people with severe mental illness, I mean, the treatment in prison is terrible for severe mental illness. It's the worst.
Oh.
She'll just end up likely to going back and forth between the forensic hospital and prison anyway because of management of symptoms. But it'll be a short-term situation, right? So, but ultimately she'll just be in jail.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's I didn't know what her I was interested in like what is her history of violence and like whatever. They said she doesn't have any felony convictions in the past. So like this is kind of like it sounds like she had done petty things to try to get incarcerated, but she'd never acted this violently before. I'm interested in all that history.
Yeah, when I was looking at her record, I mean, when I was looking at this case in particular, the only thing that I really know about is she did have a theft.
Yeah.
I didn't see any, like, even when they came and got her and she went to jail at the hotel when she was in Florida, when she was on vacation.
Hmm.
When she was on vacation, I mean, they only sent her to jail because first of all, she wanted to go to jail, and the hotel rep, he only wanted her out of there because it's a resort and they couldn't have her just laying around in the lobby because she couldn't get a room.
Right. Right.
So
Right.
it wasn't like she was being disruptive or or anything like that at the time. So I'll look more to see if I see anything as far as her past. But to be honest, when I was looking, like, I couldn't really find anything that was in, at least Ohio public records when
Hmm.
I found the case information to
Yeah.
kind of figure out what transcripts and things that I could get for the case. But yeah, so I don't
Yeah.
know.
I'm sure they'll get into it too. I mean, I think if her mom's going to testify, we're going to hear all about her mental health history and, um, what kinds of things she had done in the past. I mean, it's not, I'm interested too in the traveling thing that she used her disability check to travel. Like, I wonder I would love to know, like, why, what were you doing why'd you go to California? Why'd you go to Florida? Why, like, these could be considered disorganized behaviors. And what I mean by that is like behaviors that don't make logical sense. Like, oh yeah, I'm just going to go out to Florida. I'll figure it out when I get there. Like, you have no money, you have don't know anybody there. You don't, like, I'm interested in sort of what her like thought process was with the whole traveling thing. And then, going back and forth and like not having a plan for survival necessarily, that's not normal. That's not, that thought process is not logical. Right. So,
Yeah, you got to think with somebody being on, not to say that all people that are on some type of disability, they're on disability for some reason. I don't know. It doesn't look like it's physical with her.
Right.
Um,
Yeah,
yeah,
I'm
but when
assuming it was for mental health reasons.
yeah, she was
Yeah.
like, look, I ain't got no resort fee.
She's like, I'm going on vacation. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, you know, when we say I'm going out to California, we have a place to stay. We know where we're going to visit. We have a certain amount of time we're going to be there because you have to, right? Like, you're not trying to throw your life
Apparently you
away.
do not. Apparently
Yeah.
you do not, okay?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
she this was like 2 months prior to this incident happening.
Mhm.
I don't even know how she got back up to Ohio. Like, I'm like, maybe she hitchhiked. Like, I mean, we would think it's not logical. Like, I would want to throw my life, I
Mhm.
would want to pre-plan, but people sometimes, at least that I can see people sometimes just moving with the wind,
Mhm.
and it
Yeah.
sounds
Well,
like
yeah.
moving with the wind.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
hey,
that's
she
why
got down there.
it's so important to know what she was thinking. Like, what was her internal dialogue? What was her thought process? You know, that is key to knowing what was she thinking. Was she thinking, I have to go to California because otherwise the aliens will abduct me? Like, do you know what I mean? Or was she saying, oh no, I just want to have some fun. I'm just going to go out on a whim. Like, there's very different you could evaluate that situation very differently depending on what she was thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, I just like, and I wonder who, what she told these experts. So hopefully we'll hear some information about that because she
Mhm.
can't tell us. So, and then I'm like, I don't know. Do you even trust what she told the experts? Like, I don't know. I guess it's just,
It's
um,
really, really hard. Yeah, so, Film's asking, can a jury recommend a psychiatric hospital instead of prison? Not if she is so if she's found guilty. I mean, the law decides that, the statutes decide that. So if she's found guilty, she goes to prison. That's, you know, she has a psychotic break while she's in prison and they feel like they can't manage her symptoms there, then typically prisons have a forensic hospital where they send them until they can come back to prison. They get stabilized and they come back. If found not guilty by reason of insanity, the psychiatric hospital will be where she goes. They don't have to recommend that. That will be just where she goes. Yeah, it's all decided by statute. Let's see.
I'm trying to see where they at. I mean, I know they do got courts started and
So
we don't know, rough
definitely there is, I don't think that there's a question about the fact that this person is mentally ill. I think that's not the question. The question is, was she insane at the time of the crime? That very narrow window. Did she
Mhm.
know what she was doing?
Yeah, and I don't think she did.
Yeah,
I
I mean, if it comes out that she tells an evaluator, I just wanted to go to prison because I didn't have a place to live. I'm tired of shelters. I still wasn't able to get enough food. I mean, that sounds like a choice, right?
that is a choice.
A bad choice, but a choice that she
Yeah.
had a logical
Mm,
reason for her own survival, right? Like, I
mhm.
just want to go to prison or whatever. But if it just really, it depends. Just depends on what she was thinking at that time. What was up with the knife? What was up with the so what am I thinking so far? I don't know yet, Jason. I mean, I think that she is severely mentally ill. I think that's clear from what the videos that we've seen of her. There's no question in my mind that she suffers from severe mental illness. What were her motives? And did she understand that what she was doing was wrong at the time? I have to hear what she told the experts. I have no idea. I'm waiting. I'm waiting on the experts, and I'll let you know what I think about each of them.
It's gonna be the battle. Gonna be a party,
It's going to be
y'all.
the battle of the experts.
Yeah. I'm just looking at the courtroom. Oh, we're gonna have a struggle with them.
Hate court TV.
Yeah, nobody else is showing it, right?
I also really hate the picture of her that they use with her up there smiling. Like, like I get it.
I
Okay.
changed ours.
She's all like, that's just so ignorant. Like, come on. I get it. It makes her look crazy, right? And they want people to be like, oh my gosh, look at that crazy lady smiling after she did what she did. Like, come on. Can we just be human? Like, come on.
I changed her. Well, that was like that was the only picture that we had, and then I went.
It is the only one.
Because you kind of get it from them until you actually like restream it and kind of get it back, if that makes sense. So after I did the stream yesterday, I was able to get some more photos of her. But yes, you talk about.
Carrie's asking if the judge can sentence in Ohio with X amount of years in state hospital and X amount of years in prison. I don't think they can in Ohio. I think it's either hospital or prison. And if it's hospital, the amount of time spent is dependent upon the evaluation of the treatment team and their presentation to court about what needs to happen. And I think it's like every 6 months they have to report back to the court of what what's been going on and risk of harm to self and community. Yeah. She is just back inpatient at a hospital and now legally sane. No. So she was deemed competent to stand trial, which means that she can participate in her own defense. So her symptoms are not interfering with her ability to understand what's going on in court and communicate with her attorneys. But she has been held, I think she's being held in jail, but I would have to research that. I'm actually not sure. Sometimes people can be held in the forensic hospital, but she's pre-trial. So I think she's probably in isolation at the jail. She probably went to the psychiatric hospital to restore competency, so that means she got medicated. She took courses about how the courtroom works and all that kind of stuff, and then got her stabilized, and then likely was sent back to prison on whatever medication regimen.
Oh, so they give you courses. And
I know it's like the dumbest thing ever, because I think it's the dumbest thing ever. But what they do at the forensic hospital, they have competency restoration. And so what that basically means, I mean, if someone's not competent, it's not necessarily because they just don't know how the legal system works. It's because they're psychotic and can't think clearly, or they have an intellectual disability that's so severe they can't understand things. In which case, classes for competency aren't going to help someone with such a low IQ they can't understand what's going on. Give me a break. But then we don't see very many of those cases anyway. But the mental illness piece of it, I mean, it really typically has to do with getting stabilized on medications, not that they're not able to understand how the court works. But they have to still do those classes. And so literally you're learning, like, what's the role of the defense attorney? What's the role of the prosecutor? What's the role of the judge? You teach them that you don't have to testify if you don't want to, that's your right. And like all the just very basic things. And then in an evaluation, when we're evaluating somebody, those are the questions we're asking. So tell me what the role of the judge is in the courtroom, and they have to tell you what it is. And if they're not able to explain that to you, and then you give them scenarios of, like, what happens if this person testifies and they lie about you? What would you do? You want to know do they have a logical thought process of, like, who would they ask about that? How would they determine which defense approach is good for them and not? And who would they go to for advice on those things? And like all of that kind of stuff. So
like, I'm gonna jump up and yell and scream and kick.
Right. Yeah. Like, so I've evaluated people before where you say, well, what if so-and-so testifies against you and they lie about you? Well, I'd jump up and punch them in the face. Okay, well, all right. No, but noted. It's like people who can't control their impulses, or, what if the judge tells you, sit down, it's not your turn to talk? Well, I have the right to talk. I'll still stand up and say what I need to say. Well, no. What happens if you don't listen to what the judge says? I don't know. Well, you're going to go to jail. No, I won't. Like, sometimes people, it just depends on what's going on with them. Sometimes they just can't control themselves. So it's that kind of thing. Yeah.
Interesting. Just, I don't know. I'm kind of like stuck in the middle on this, and I feel sad. I feel sad that even if she, not to say with a kid, right? But my heart kind of breaks that somebody that got to that point in their life, that even if they felt like to get someplace where to go or to sleep or to lay their head, that they had to go to those lengths to get
Yeah.
there. It's really heartbreaking to me.
The whole case. I mean, all these cases of insanity, I feel like, are just heartbreaking all the way around because you can feel for both sides. I mean, I can feel for both sides, and I think that's why I'm interested in this kind of thing. Is like mental illness is not. These people are suffering too, just not in the same way, that, and it's hard for us to understand that if we haven't been there, right? So, but they are, she's not, I'm sure Bianca's not happy this happened. I'm sure she's not proud of herself that this happened. I feel for them too. But then again, I can't even allow my mind to go to the place where I could put myself in that mom's shoes. Like, I can't allow myself to think about that in a real way with detail because that's like would break me, right? So I get it. I try to think what would I want to have happen to her if I were that mom. That'd be tough. Yeah. Oh, you're muted.
Oh, the dad wants her up under the jail. That's what I can definitely tell you.
Yeah.
Mom being attacked, I'm sure she's probably going to testify.
I mean, this is the reality too, though, is like Bianca's a dangerous person.
Yeah.
Regardless of whether her symptoms are controlled right now or not, that potential is there and we know it now, right?
Right.
So it's like, what do you do with that? I mean, I will say if she goes to the psychiatric hospital, she is not getting out anytime soon. And I mean, not anytime soon. That's going to be a 20-year or more situation for her in the hospital because it just will be. I mean, because she has such a huge potential to not comply with treatment that they just no one's gonna risk their license over her getting released and not, and doing something like this again.
Would you say risk their license? Like, I'm not putting on the line.
No, seriously. I mean, you have to have a really good, like, they likely with a case like this, she would end up transferred. If she's released from the forensic hospital, she would be transferred to another facility with that had a little less restrictive, like you can go on outings in the public with supervision, like that kind of stuff, like at least like a residential but still kind of lockdown situation. But yeah, Carrie, I think it's, gosh, like anyone who hurts a child, you want them to just, an immediate reaction is like, oh, whatever, I don't care what happens to them. But yeah, Carrie, I would thank everybody too for waiting to hear the evidence, and this is really tough. Yeah, the Slender Man girls. That's what. Yeah, Kerviel, we were talking about that. It was really tough for her to get released conditionally, and actually, they initially found a place for her to live, and then realized that it was too close to the victim, mile-wise, and so they had to go back to the drawing board. And yeah, they don't mess around with that stuff. I think I've told some people this. When my internship, I worked with in a forensic state hospital, and there were people there that had committed crimes and had unalived people, and once they were treated and became more stable, then that person has to deal with the reality of what they've done. And that's a whole other psychological issue for these people that, if left out on the street, could lead to substance abuse, medication noncompliance within itself. I mean, because the trauma, it's sort of like self-inflicted trauma of realizing what they have done because of their illness. That's a whole other thing they have to work through and make sure that they're stable enough to cope.
Wow.
It's not taken lightly in the hospital. It's not like with insurance where like, oh man, your 7 days is up. Are you good? All right, cool. See ya. Like, it's not like that. It's a process. So, I mean, it does sound like that's probably what she needs. In prison, she's just going to pick up more charges. I guarantee you. She's going to, the medication situation, she's not going to receive treatment. She's going to be totally unstable up and down all the time. She's probably going to pick up more charges, being combative. Like, it's just, I could see it. So, yeah.
Being combative. Like, she gonna be out there on one.
Wilding out. Yeah.
Yeah, I just
Yeah, Carrie, that's what I'm saying. I worry for cellmates and COs if Ellis is imprisoned because of the supervision and medication would be less strict. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yes, and therapists, yeah, in prison, she won't have her mind remedied, won't have actual remorse for a crime. Yeah, I mean, if you can never get to a point where you have to look at what has happened and become stable enough to process that, then yeah, I mean, it's just like, it's to me, I mean, look, to me, it's inhumane. I've seen it and I work in this field for a reason. I have a lot of compassion for people with severe mental illness and yeah, it's really not humane to me to imprison people with this severe of a presentation, but I get it. I get the safety issue. It's just that like in prison, you're keeping us safe out here, but you're not keeping anybody safe that's in the prison, her COs, cellmates, anybody, So.
Yeah, just and even with that being said, like I done been to not even like the psychiatric, like a prison. I haven't been to one of those, but just even the local ones, like when I hear like young kids and, because I used to work in social services, like when they would go to these hospitals and be in these places, for their mental health and stability, like they always would say like the people were mean and, so I could just only imagine like it's not a fun place either way is what I'm trying to say. Like even with being like, it just seemed like, I don't know. We got work to do out here, and I don't know how that work is done, but it's just really, really sad because it used to be a time when people, I can say that, look, I am hearing voices in my head. Go check myself in, and it's all about, okay, what your medical card say? What this say? What this, oh, you don't have this together. You don't have your medical together. Okay, we can't get you medication, or we can't get you in to see a therapist, or we can't get you in to see a psychiatrist. Like you got to wait 2 weeks. You got to wait 3 months. Well, in all of that time, all types of things can happen. I mean, we are getting better, and I'm not saying that it's an overall fixed overnight, but it's really concerning. So it's like, do you, in some ways we have to blame the way the system is kind of designed, and it's so many things with mental health out here that's concerning that we don't even have enough people to probably take care of this.
We don't. I was just about to say that OnlyFans, so many factors. There's so many factors. And just above what therapist, says everyone has free will. So you could assign a one-on-one a person to check in every single day with another person with mental illness. But if that person disappears because they don't feel like dealing with you, then there's nothing you can do about it. Like there are some treatment. So one of my favorite community treatments is FedEx is here to deliver my shoes. Okay, so there's community treatment called assertive community treatment, and a lot of communities have it now. A lot of states have it now, where there are social workers, therapists. It's usually within an agency. Sometimes it's part of the state, but if you're on that caseload, you have to have severe mental illness. You have to have issues with treatment compliance. But the social workers and people go to their houses. The psychiatrists meet with them at their house. They go every couple of days to make sure they're taking their medications. Sometimes they go every day to administer their medication. So if you qualify for that service, it's really great, for people who, it's especially really good for people with lower intellectual ability who also have severe mental illness and just can't keep track of their medicine and can't, they just can't. So I really love those programs, but you know, there's only so many people in the world working in this field. Like there's so much that needs to be done, and there's only so much funding, and yeah, it's a lot. I mean, there's never going to be a perfect system.
Yeah,
I don't know that Bianca, well, I'm interested in what her mom says, because I don't know that this was necessarily that she slipped through the cracks. It sounds like, you know, Bianca would get off of her medication and there's nothing they could do to force it, because you can't go based on what someone's potential is. It's based on in that moment, right? So like I might know somebody that, yeah, if they just got off their medication, give it 2 weeks and this person's going to be really bad. You have to wait that 2 weeks. Like you can't force medication before something happens because of civil rights. So I think that's where it's difficult, but you know, I mean, it's a slippery slope. Like you can't just be forcing people. I don't know.
Yeah, it's like you can't force them. So you know, you may know that person needs some help and unable, you know, unless they're a child. You unable to, I mean, because you can force kids. You know,
parents can consent to things.
Yeah. Right. So but you know, as they become in adulthood, unless you have that power of attorney over certain aspects of their life, your hands are, you know, tied behind your back.
Well,
You
even
know?
then, even with power of attorney, you can't. I don't think you can force injectable medication like that. I don't think you can do that. I don't know. Maybe you can, but I don't think you can.
Throw pills down their throat.
I think you still have to go through the court.
Look, can you throw pills down their throat?
Okay,
I mean, I can inject you. Can I throw these pills down your throat?
If you want to gather the people to open their mouth and hold them down and shove them down, then yeah, you go for it. But
gosh, that gotta be like, you know, and I've been in them, like the people, the nurses is running around. Only in the children's one, I've been running around, and they starting fights. They can't wear no. I mean, like it is, you know, they can't have strings. They can't. I mean, like it is like that's why I'm like that seemed like jail.
But that's more in hospitals where it's a short-term facilities where you're there for a week or whatever. Like it's not that chaotic in the forensic hospitals. Like
everybody medicated in the bed.
Well, yeah, and they live there. Like it's like people are pretty settled in. I mean, stuff happens, but it's not as ramped up. And OnlyFans says, can you be diagnosed with insanity as a kid? Well, first of all, OnlyFans insanity is not a diagnosis, but can a juvenile be determined to be insane at the time of a crime? Yeah, they can. They can be.
Said, if it is not, what do you say? Okay, so Jason said, if you can't force medication, then what is the solution for society? Like, what are we doing out here in these streets?
Well, Jason, you can force medication if you get a court order to do so. But that's the thing. Like, you can't say, oh, Uncle Jason he hasn't been taking his medication. 2 weeks from now, he's going to be out here doing all kinds of crazy stuff. He's going to be a harm to himself and others. The court's going to say, okay, well, is he a harm to himself and others right now? No. All right, then there's nothing we can do about it. I have to wait until you are imminently a threat to yourself or others. And then what happens is I can get the cops to come take you into the hospital, and they can put you on a 72-hour hold without having to go to court. Try to see if you'll check yourself in, be compliant with treatment. If you're not, then I have to go to court, tell them what your symptoms are, tell them why I think releasing you would be dangerous. The court has to agree with that. In that case, that doesn't necessarily mean you get forced medication. That just means I can keep you in the hospital. And then if time goes by and you're becoming a danger to people in the hospital because you won't take medication, then I can go back to the court and say, look, we need to force injectable medication to get this person stable so that they can be able to make good decisions about their treatment. And then the judge will have to say, okay, go ahead, inject him. And then we hold you down and we inject you, and we hope that clears up your symptoms enough to get you to be thinking rationally about your treatment, to say, okay, I get it. I need this medication, and let you know, like, look, your ticket out of here is to take this medication. And hopefully you take that medication and you might be taking it just to get out of there and then stop, and then that's your right to do so. So yeah, it's a lot of red tape, and it's not perfect, but it's about imminent threat. We can't lock you up, Jason, and force injectable medication just because we think you might go crazy.
Yeah, and I think that it just seemed like it's I mean, it is what it is. I guess you can't force it, but in the same token, I don't know how these people are not in their right mind to even consent or not consent. And I think somebody had put something in the chat that made me think of something in regards to my question. Gosh, I had a question. Somebody named something, and I was thinking, I'm gonna have to look back in these questions because it made me
Carrie.
think. Go ahead.
Carrie, no, I don't have experience with that. That's very interesting. I mean, I've worked with people with that issue, like trying to figure out if it's psychosomatic versus seizure activity, but not what you're referring to in the psychiatric monitoring units. I don't know anything about that. Now you're making me want to look that up. Interesting. Here, I'm gonna put my email address in the chat. Everyone can feel free to email me stuff, but I'd be interested in hearing about that, Carrie, if you have other info to send me.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah,
Film
I think Film has some experience working with psychiatric patients, and you're right, nothing is cut and dry in mental health, and a jury has a very hard time deciding, Jason. I will not be putting you on a jury anytime soon in an insanity case because I think you'd torture yourself over it.
Jason, like, what is this jury gonna do?
I know.
Jason's
gonna get called for jury duty. They're gonna be like, this is a case of not guilty by reason of insanity, and Jason's be like, no, nope. He's gonna be like, I have to work that day. I mean, nope, I've got sick that day. I have a fever planned for.
No,
so
it just really seems like I mean, like I said, I do see where we're making strides and things are getting a lot better with the whole mental health. Like even with men, being more vulnerable. I guess that's the word I want to use. Like, because before, men weren't really like addressing any. It was just always women that you would think that would. We emotional, we tell you everything, but now with society kind of changing and allowing men to be comfortable enough, that I personally, I think that's a lot different because before I didn't.
Yeah.
It wasn't, men, they had to be strong, they couldn't break down, they couldn't cry, but now it's like open arms, and it makes it so much. So, now we have even more people with mental health, and we only have so many mental health providers. So right. Now we've got more people reaching out, need counselor service, needing this. So it just seemed like it's a very overwhelming, portion of what we have in our society, and everybody, we all have it at different points in times where we suffer from some type of anxiety, some type of depression, some type of something. Now, what you do with it and how you recover is one thing, but long as there is okay not to be okay, and that's just trying to get you some help because you're not perfect, different things like the balancing and with our mental, it's just, I just really I'm glad to see those, although it's not a perfect system, I'm glad to see that we are making strides, and we need, so all our people out here, that's, if you're looking for something to go into, try those professions, right?
Yeah. I know it's job
nurses,
security, guys.
nurses and doctors, like we
Yeah.
need more, in our mental health community, right? I really, because we don't want people that's out here crying for services being turned down because they can't get them.
Yeah.
Because it was really a point, where it would take you months to get in with a doctor if you didn't have an established relationship. So if it was your first time, I know I've done it before. When I lost my son, I literally could not sleep. Like, I wouldn't say I was out here, but I was going through extreme depression. And it took me almost like a month and a half or so to get in with a doctor. And I'm like, well, I've been jumped off the roof by this time. Like, come on, y'all.
It's really bad. Yeah. If you don't know,
like 20 years ago, but
and think about it too, like, and you as somebody who has the psychological resources, that has the intelligence, that has the community resources to be able to access those things, and that's how hard it was for you, right? Think about people who are homeless, who don't have intellectual ability, that are don't have the psychological sort of sophistication to like get it together to go seek this stuff. I mean, what are we expecting these people to do? It's really, and just Shamrock mentioned that something about the mental health court and sort of forcing outpatient services in certain cases, like mental health court. The thing is, like, the mental health court, well, we have that where I am too, but like, if the person decides to not be compliant with it, they just go back to jail. Like, you don't get to, like, you can court order it, and for some people that's enough to say, okay, yeah, I need to go because the court said I have to go and I don't want to go to jail. But ultimately, like, you could not show up. There's just no way. Like, and also forcing someone into the say therapy. Like, I have to tell you, I do a lot of evaluations for parents involved in the child protective services realm, and how their mental health affects their ability to parent and that kind of thing. And they want me to make these recommendations for treatment for people, but there are a lot of people who don't want treatment, don't think they need it. So having the court force them to go to therapy that doesn't mean it's going to help them. They could go and blow it off and be like, this is stupid. Some people go to therapy and they learn how to be more manipulative, and so it's contraindicated. So it's really tough. I mean, it is really, really tough. Yeah, I mean, force somebody to go to therapy and they can just sit there and stare at you. That's not doing anything. So
I guess you gotta want the help. Yeah.
But I'm sorry to hear about that, Sweet Pea. I hope you got what you needed eventually. And
I mean, I got what I needed, but I'm just
so
saying,
right.
I know how it was so. Like, okay, well,
why is this so hard?
I need this. Like, I'm telling y'all what's about to go down. No, I'm not. It's like almost you have to go in there, and even if I wasn't talking about hurting somebody else or hurting myself, like, that's almost the claim that you have to make in order to be on somebody's table and let me give you some medication, right?
Yeah.
Immediately. Yeah. But if you just coming in there like, I want to do some preventive treatment, it's like considered preventive when we think about that.
No, the United States healthcare system does not believe in preventative medication. I don't care what the Blue Cross Blue Shield nurse calls and says, we just wanted to call you about our preventative health options class you can take to help you learn how to eat right. I'm like, listen, lady, y'all don't care about prevention, okay? I'm gonna go eat my donut now.
Like, okay, I'm trying to tell y'all that this is going over the edge and I need something. And they sure got me together. I could forgot every member. Not forgot, but they got me over whatever the doctor gave me. Shout out to that doctor at Kaiser. Thank you. She gave me something, and I tell you, I was like, because I couldn't sleep.
Yeah, and that's the worst.
I kept having nightmares, and I kept replaying stuff over in my head. And she gave me something where I couldn't even think. I didn't think about that. I don't know what it was that she gave me, and I keep trying to figure out what she gave me because sometimes I want to not think about stuff still. But whatever she gave me, I couldn't think about that particular part of my life that happened in order to let time pass. They was like, time heals all wounds, right? But I had to get past that part so I couldn't get past that part. And I was like, okay, yeah.
Yeah, like sometimes you need a little bit of help just to be able to participate in the
And
other
it's
things that would
okay.
keep you healthy. Yeah. So like
Yeah. And
sometimes people are so depressed they can't even meaningfully participate in therapy. Like, so you need medication first to get yourself to a point where you can say, okay, like I can physically get my body up to go to therapy and like think about this stuff. But sometimes you just need that. Yeah, and you're right. And then they're like, well, the medication we wanted to give you isn't covered by your insurance. So now and it's just like, yeah.
all these roadblocks
Mhm.
where, people, sometimes they eventually just, give up on those things. But, I'm like, y'all want me to be a productive member in society. Y'all better get this shit together now. And let's get it together real quick.
Right?
Like, I want to be productive, but I'm trying to tell you what the problems are.
I know.
If you want me to go to work, and it was before, at least from what I experienced, like even when you were trying to take like FMLA and short-term disability from your job, like mental health illness was not treated like something that you needed to be on leave for.
Yeah.
Like they just now started recently putting
Right.
those things into play. Like, okay, y'all are stressing me out. Yeah, I need to be on leave. Like, what are y'all talking about? It's a health issue. It's still a concern, but now jobs are now starting to implement where that is part of a short-term disability or a long-term disability, because it can be a disability at that point in time. So that's good to see that they are starting to honor that, to allow people, to still keep their job and be able to through mental breaks and struggles that they may have. Because even though this job is here, mentally, just in our daily lives, we have stuff going on besides a job, right?
Yeah.
So I got this whole, firestorm at home, and I got all types of stories that I could tell you about that. But
yeah, no, what gets me,
but it's really like
along those same lines, this is what totally gets me is that, so when I do these evaluations for parents involved with CPS, it's like we have these parents who, some of which are very mentally ill, very severely impaired. And then their caseworker's like, all right, well, in order to have your kids back, I'm gonna need you to get into treatment every week. You have to go get a job. I need you to find stable housing. I need you to, and I'm like, don't you think if they could do that, they'd already be doing that? Like, I mean, people don't want to be out here not functioning, right? Like, and they're like, oh, well, she didn't make it to her appointment. I'm like, she doesn't have a car. So it like, how are you expecting these people who are this impaired to pull it together to get all this stuff done? And so I think it's similar, like sometimes with the mental health leave I've seen before, where people are like so impaired that it's like hard for them to even finish the paperwork. So then they can't get leave, and then they lose their job. And it's like, where's the caseworker helping this person fill this paperwork out? Do you know what I mean? Like, I just think some of the expectations and red tape that we place on people that need treatment, like the path to treatment is so cumbersome for them because they're impaired, and there's nothing out there to help them with that. So like that gets me so bad.
And then when you out here doing something because you got to do something strange for some change, then everybody going to be looking at you like you did something wrong. But no, I had to go out here and do this because of this, because of course it's a cause and effect with everything, right? But
yeah, exactly.
I'm, now, and what I will say is that I think most jobs are, implementing those type of things.
Yeah, it's good.
Into their programs, and that's where you get, your spring health, your mental health programs. Because most jobs now, they do have something that you can call now. How secretive that is, I don't know. It's sponsored by your job. Do the spring
the
health
EAP
tell your job? Yeah, do they go back and tell your job, hey, she a loose cannon?
No, they don't. But those are like the people that see you for 6 sessions and hopefully you can resolve it. Otherwise, they don't. They don't go back and tell your job.
Yeah, but that's so good that they are putting those things in place at jobs, that wasn't there before. So, as we go into society and we're learning what people need, we are getting better at this. So
Yeah.
I won't knock it all. I think that we getting better.
Yeah, I think awareness is much better for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What does he talk about? I see you saying something that he totally. Jason, you need to come up.
Jason, I feel like Jason has a lot of pent up
I
anxiety
think
about
he
this
wants to
case.
talk. Sometimes when that you don't reason, because sometimes when you're in this chat, it'd be hard to catch as people saying stuff or be catching the moment as they go along, if that makes sense. Yeah. I don't know, it's up to you, Rachel, if you want me to drop the link for anybody to come up here and
Yeah,
talk.
sure. I have like 10 more minutes before I actually probably need to work.
He said, y'all tired of hearing from me? Absolutely not.
No, we want to hear more. That's why we want you to come up.
Yeah.
Come tell us your woes. Come tell us your
That way you don't have to be hitting that keyboard. I was thinking to myself the other day, I said, I am going to have to get me a new phone. I think my phone is so old that I need to get me a new phone because I think my keyboard is like on my phone is like it's just like sticking. Like I'm like it's just no way. My fingers are not that fat. At least the last time I checked, it didn't seem like they were that fat. That it should be going all the way over here to this eye. I'm like, dang, I'm gonna have to get me a new phone. I don't want to, and I'm not a good text person. Yeah, if anybody knows me, I don't do texting and chatting too well. I'm really like a talker. I like to talk. Now, if you want to talk to me, we can talk. And can somebody please figure out what Morel does at?
Yes, and also I would like to say, I don't think she's in here right now, but I would like to say a very special happy birthday to a pretty brown girl.
Oh, today's her birthday. Go shorty. It's your birthday.
She better get in chat. Hold on.
He couldn't wait. Boy, he clicked on this link so fast, he didn't know what to do with himself. I gotta go find Marilda. I don't know where she at, but I need to go find her.
He clicked on it so fast. All right, Jason, you got the floor. Let's hear it.
No, you answered all my questions, Rachel. I appreciate it. No, I just think it's very tricky. To me, it seems as if she has mental illness. I think we can all agree. If it reaches that bar, I wouldn't want to be a person trying to decide that. Because I think it takes away from the science, and I think you and therapists, you guys are in the science. I know it's gray areas, but it's still to me a science. It's something going on, and you can make assessments. You can, I don't know about predictions, but you can review stuff and get observations from it like any other science. So and to get me to talk about astrophysicists or chemistry would be, what I mean? I wouldn't be able to do it, right? So they try to get me to talk about what was in this person's mind. I can say it was definitely different than what's in mine, but am I reaching the bar of the legal standard? I don't know. And am I using now my emotion to decide this person's fate? I think that's very tough, and I wouldn't want to be in that position.
I think looking at it as not a professional, I think that you have to go based on listening to the experts and I think people probably make that decision based on what aligns most with the way that they think about it already. Right. And so, yeah, it's going to be really hard. And I don't know what the differences we'll find out what the actual differences are in their conclusion. But typically what I see in the dueling evaluations is that they don't always consider the same information. And someone also may just be giving more weight to something than another. And that's where sort of the art comes in. And I think that's where, as psychologists, we rely a lot on anecdotal evidence of like experiences that we have had with patients. And so like seeing what's more typical versus not, and that kind of thing. So yeah, it's really, I don't blame you. I think that these are probably of the toughest cases for jurors to have to decide, especially if you don't have anybody on the jury that has a mental health background. I mean, what are you pulling from, right? I mean, although, I guess we could say if you don't have like a chemistry background and you're relying all on the chemists to tell you about the DNA and all that kind of stuff, you know what I mean? It's like, or biology background, it's the same thing, I guess, but it's just going to be about who they like more and who they trust more for whatever reason that whatever template they already have that they use to
When I,
judge people,
when I was in, my freshman chemistry class or biology class, whatever comes first. I think it's biology, then chemistry, or vice versa.
Yeah.
Anyway, they didn't contradict themselves. They didn't say, hey, Mr. Weeks said, molecules form this way. He's
Yeah.
absolutely wrong. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
where when it gets to mental health, I'm assuming we're going to see, the prosecution say, hey, she was absolutely aware and understands right and wrong, and here's why. And then the defense person gonna come out and say, I went to school here, got my doctorate here, and these are all the reasons why she is legally not responsible for it. And I'm supposed to sit back at the end after this person came from Wake Forest and this person came from, Texas Tech, and I'm supposed to, I'm going on whose football team I like better. You know what I mean? My grandma went to that alma mater, so yeah, I'm cool. Like, come on, we should do it on the facts.
Uh-huh.
And most sciences, you can agree, right? You may have some differing on how or whatever, but, most people in the scientific community agree about the Big Bang Theory. You know what I mean? Like, you're not gonna find that one
Hmm.
time. No, you paid me $5 more, so here's what I think. That never happened.
Yeah.
It's just, weird.
Yeah. I
So
get it.
we'll see. We'll see. I wouldn't want to be that guy because now I'm afraid it would keep me up at night, wondering if I put a person that should be there. And, most people know I am tough on crime, but violent crime. Sweet Pea,
Hmm.
lock them up. But I don't, when people are, you know, in this situation, I don't know. I would be torn, to see
Hmm.
maybe I put this person in a place they don't deserve to be.
See, and I think that you can rest assured that if the person goes to the psychiatric forensic hospital, we know they have mental illness, right? So, I mean, this is not a good way to think of it as a juror, but just speaking personally to you
Hmm.
in these situations, if a person goes to a psychiatric hospital, they are still locked up. It's just they're receiving treatment for their mental illness, right? And they still will have a very long time locked up and probably a lifetime of supervision following that. Um, so I think it would be much harder if it were um, a question of like if they got released to the street, right, for like outpatient treatment or something. I think that would be a much more keep me up at night sort of thing. But I think for me, I would feel like, well, if I did get it wrong, at least I do know this person's mentally ill and they need treatment regardless. As far as punishment goes, I mean, no, they're not going to have the prison experience, but they still are locked up. There's still people, like, for safety's sake, our safety's sake on the outside, this person's being monitored. So that's good. I guess it just comes down to sort of like the punishment piece of it, like what punishment they deserve versus like safety of everyone, if that makes sense.
So you don't believe there's any malingering going on?
Well, I don't know if there is. In this case, there might be. That's what I'm waiting to hear, because the psychologist should have done tests of malingering. So that is something that I will definitely that I will definitely be looking for, is if they looked into malingering or not. Is this person over reporting their symptoms? Are they reporting symptoms that don't even exist in anybody ever, that kind of thing? Yeah, definitely. And I'm really interested in what her verbal report was to these people of her thought process at the time, and what the time, and again, how long after the crime was it that these people interviewed her, for sure.
Mm. So
Because
you don't think? Go
best
ahead.
case scenario is to interview that person while they're still psychotic right after the crime, because then like the thought process, so you can see how they're functioning and what they're thinking. Like the closer to the crime that you can interview that person, the better the assessment's going to be of their thought process at the time of the crime.
Oh, that makes sense.
Because if you're medicated for 6 months, you're stabilized, a
And
lot of time has passed. I mean, people who are psychotic don't always remember things very well, like in the moment versus when they're stabilized. So like, yeah, I mean, if that evaluation was done 6 months later, that would make a big difference to me in what their opinions were after that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think of cases. So when what's that girl's name? Letitia Stout
Oh,
out in Colorado.
that was Faker McFakerson.
Yeah.
Oh, that was so clearly faking.
The girl Shabusiness.
Oh,
You remember?
she's mentally ill, but
But they deemed her, right?
she's willfully committing crimes, though. I don't think that she's insane at the time of her crimes.
Mm.
No. Mm-mm. I mean, she is crazy. She is very mentally ill. But did she know what she was doing? Yeah. Did she
Yeah.
take pride in what she did? Yeah. Like she was, yeah. She's like psychopath.
That was my question to you, Rachel. When the prosecution said at the end of, I guess that was opening, that what was it? She appreciated the wrongfulness of her actions. Is that
Right.
what she was referring to, like having a joy
No,
in?
not having a joy, but just appreciating it, being that she understood that what she was doing was wrong, not that she enjoyed doing it.
Okay, because I didn't understand that. That's what
Yeah.
I was like, well, I mean, that would be weird if somebody did something and, with an instrument and then started,
Yeah.
bathing in it or something, right? That would seem like that would be a little weird.
Yeah. No.
So
She just meant that at that time that she realized and knew that what she was doing was wrong.
how long do you have to be, and I'm sure it varies, but when you say that you have to be, is being insane in the time of the event, how long does that event last for? Like,
Well, I
what
think
is the?
yeah, it depends. I would say in the moments very shortly leading up to, during the actual, like, what millisecond that you're probably doing what you're doing, and then very short time after. I mean, those are the time periods we look at. We look at everything historical and what led up to it and everything. But when it comes to making that actual determination, it's like in the moments leading up to and the moments after. Um, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I think it's going to
Short.
be a battle of the experts, though, and those are good. But then, like I said, I feel like it's who pays more. If you're paying, you got top dollar, you got the best people there, then you're going to win. But should you win?
So I would say when it comes to payment, I would say not how much you're getting paid, but who is paying you, if that makes it. So like for both sides, it evens out, because I think, the defense is paying you, there's some credence to the fact that you may, like I said, minimize some things that make the person look bad, and bolster the things that make it look good for them. But it's not about like how much you're paid. It's just the fact that you're hired by them to begin with. And same with the state, right? So the state's paying you, you're likely to lean a little bit more toward magnifying the things that prove the state's case versus, disproving their case. So I don't know that it has to do with like how much, but just who has hired you in general, if that makes sense. And
Yeah.
there are some people who, like, I mean, I've done some pieces for the defense where I'm like, look, I hate to tell you this, but this person is not, or this person is competent, or they're not insane, and then they're like, okay, well, then can you just write a mitigation report instead of like, just for mitigation purposes. So we can't plead insanity, we can't whatever, but at least from the knowledge you have, can you talk about their trauma and that kind of, and you're like, okay, I can do that, so it doesn't necessarily mean like, I don't think that either side is lying dependent upon being paid for it, if that makes sense. I don't
No.
think any professional is flat out saying, all right, fine, I'll spin it, I'll say they're insane, I don't really think they are. Like, I don't think that's happening.
But you're also wanting, let's say, I'm gonna speak for, let's say, the prosecution, right? The state. If I give you a different result, how likely are you to retain my services again? You know what I mean? You're
Yeah,
probably gonna look for somebody more leaning towards you. So now I'm
yeah,
messing with my livelihood, right? I'm depending on these contracts. I
right.
just think, that's where the pay comes in.
That's why I think it's important for the court to pay the state's expert, not the state. Like, I think that's important, so that it's like the court is hiring. Well, and usually courts have lists of people, so it's not like the state can just find whoever to agree with them. It has to be somebody from the approved, credentialed list. But I think I like when the court orders it, because then the court's like, you're using this person, whatever their opinion is, that's your person, that's your
Hmm.
expert, that's who you get, and that's it. I think that's the way to prevent that from happening. Or because you could like go try and retain 16 different psychologists, hoping one of them hits, and then be like, thanks guys, I know I paid your retainer, I'm not going to use your report, bye, and then just go with the one that agreed with you. Yeah, I think when the court pays, that helps prevent that.
Oh, or them billable hours, I did all this research,
Listen,
even though I didn't come here to testify. Remember, you gonna pay me for those billable hours.
oh, I always get
Service
that's why
time
you always get a retainer.
into
You do not do work without money already in your account for that
There you go. You know
for
it,
that
right?
evaluation. Because the second
Money
you
first.
disagree, they don't want. So I don't release a single report without getting full payment first,
Yeah, it is.
especially
That's it.
especially in custody evaluations, because they do not want to pay you when you don't agree with them.
Exactly.
So
Which
yeah.
I get it from the litigants, you know what I mean? Like if
Mhm.
I'm, but I just think as when we hear the word, as if I was a juror, I hear the word expert. You know what I mean? I'm thinking you're an expert, right? And it
Yeah.
doesn't even just have to be, well, I guess it's still a science, but in firearms, if you say you're a firearms expert, you're not going to get this guy to come up here and say, yeah, this firearm can magically do this because you
Right.
paid, you
Right.
retained my services. It's still an objective thing. And I get, I hear therapists in my head right now. It's all, it's subjective.
Mhm.
It's things that you see, when you
Yep.
evaluate me during that time. I may not show you those things, so you can't say that you saw those things about me. So I get
Right.
it. But
Right.
it clouds it when you say this person's deemed an expert as a juror. I'm thinking,
Yeah.
cool, here's a stamp. This
Mhm.
is what it
Hard and
is.
fast. Yeah.
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 Yeah,
So Moreldia said the video with her walking with the knife and following the mom is 100% going to make it look like she knew what she was doing. So Marielda, this is sort of Moreldia. That's okay. That's how I'm going to say it. But anyway, I think that's like I was saying before, it depends on what she was thinking during that time. Like, for example, if she thought a demon lives within this woman and I'm going to save the world by killing her, she's planning that, she's walking behind her, she's making sure for the right moment and that kind of thing, but the thought process behind it, if that's psychotic, then she might think she's doing a good thing for the world, not a criminal thing. So that's where that becomes very difficult
How do
to
you
figure out.
how do you elicit that information without her coming up and saying that?
You just ask. Well, that's why the closer to the crime you can get, the better, because you'll get what their actual thought process is. But you just ask them questions about what were you doing that day, this video of you with the knife, what were you doing, what were you thinking about, how did you find that woman, what did you think when you saw her. You just ask questions, just general questions about what she was doing, what she was thinking, what she remembers about that day. You go over and over things in different ways with them. What?
Look,
Yes, you have
I got
a question?
I raised
Yes,
my
Sweet.
hand. Look, remember like when you used to be in school, they be like, raise your hand. Look, I have a question.
Me.
So, okay, y'all forgive me. I know we can go down the rabbit hole and we could probably be here all day with this. And please, Rachel,
Yeah.
come back, because I probably got 1,000,001 things that I have questions about. And maybe I shouldn't take us down this rabbit hole, because I get really, really confused. Like when we talking about somebody, like when you made the statement, like when she was going into the grocery store and she might have, had things going through her head. Like, why couldn't a person like a Lori Daybell use certain aspects like that when she's saying about like unaliving her kids, Jesus made her, because a lot of people did believe in this last final day. Like I know somebody personally that,
because Lori, she could have.
Okay.
The evidence for Lori showed that there was financial gain associated with what she was doing. Like there were other motives, right? Like that was like a very long term, years long planning out the deaths of these people in the name of religion.
Oh, okay.
Like, yeah. I mean, I think the other motives, the insanity never would have.
So
her attorney knew that.
The one big difference with this is that this young lady, she didn't know these people. Like this is just, out the blue. But the only random that we would say is that she needed a place to stay, because other than that, there would have been no reason for her to. She's not gaining anything. She didn't take any of their groceries. She didn't rob them.
There's so many other ways to find yourself into, the system than doing that. So, you go steal a loaf of bread, sleep at a park after hours.
Right.
You know what I mean? Loiter in the wrong spot. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like there's a million things you can do to end up with 3 square meals in a cot.
Yes. And then get on probation and violate probation repeatedly, and then you can stay there forever. It's like it's not that hard if you really wanted to do it.
No, definitely not.
Yeah. OnlyFan made a good point. If you're going to claim insanity, you have to admit that you did what they're accusing you of. Lori isn't going to say she.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know if she admitted it. I mean,
no.
Admitted. I'm talking about Bianca. I don't know.
Bianca
admitted to a.
Well, she is by that plea.
Because guilty by reason.
Saying I did it. I just didn't know what I was doing was wrong.
I mean, she looked like she was
she was very psychotic when she was arrested. I mean, that's not even the question. I mean, this woman was definitely psychotic. But you can be psychotic and also say, "Oh man, I just want a good night's sleep." Do you know what I mean? I need to go to jail so I can get a good night's sleep. Like those two things can happen at the same time, and you're not insane. Like psychosis doesn't equal insanity. I think that's really hard for people to wrap their head around. Insanity is a legal term. Psychosis is a clinical term. So you can be very, very mentally ill and still know what you're doing and still know you're committing a crime. I mean, you can be psychotic and mentally ill and a psychopath at the same time. Like all these things can exist together.
Taylor's Your Business to me was a prime example of all those things. She, she dismembered this person, did acts with this severed part of this human, and was very aware of what she was doing. Now, all those things that she did, wild. You know what I mean? Like
she's a psychopath.
wild,
yeah, she has no empathy. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but he definitely was aware of right from wrong. I just
Mhm.
don't know, even with the experts, because I'm already anticipating what I'm going to hear from the experts. So trying to wrap my mind around, um, if the evidence is what it is, she did what she did, and you're going to hear, yeah, she was saying, no, she wasn't. What do you believe at the end of it, Jason? You know, it's I don't know. I mean, I think that is the hardest part. She's not a tailored business to me. You know what I
Right.
mean? Um, I don't think she, in my opinion, from what I gather so far, is not malingering in any way, faking it, or exaggerating it, but I can't be in her head to say she knew exactly what she was doing or she was, you know,
Mhm.
insane at that moment. So I'm gonna just lean to, yeah, she probably, I mean, this is just that weird that I would believe that that person had to be insane at the point to do
Yeah.
that. So that's, I think, I don't know what the jury's gonna do, but if you don't give me any evidence of malingering, I don't know how I can look at any other way of how this is
Yeah.
not insane.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just
It's
unfortunate too.
sad.
And
It's so
yeah,
sad. I mean, you're just going to the grocery store, right? Like that's the part of me that I just get so mad about. It's just like, and I almost feel like I would I be upset at that person? Yes, but it's one of those situations where it's like it's not really their fault. It is their fault, but like this was just a thing that could not be prevented. Like this is just a horrible situation that I don't think could have been prevented.
if we
And that's
force this person to use their medication,
if we did, but was she even being monitored at that time for anyone to know symptoms were emerging to be able to say, okay, time to force this medication? Like, I don't know how connected she was to people. Was she seeming fine to other people, but then that day just plummeted? Like, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what there's a lot of now. If someone saw her that day and saw her acting that crazy and didn't hospitalize her, then there'd be a big fat civil lawsuit that I'd be filing, against that agency or provider. But like, we don't always know what people are going to do. Like, we can't, even if somebody, I mean, someone could present this morning as great and then decompensate throughout the day and go do something. And I would like, you'd have no idea if they haven't told you. So it's
but come
hard.
on,
It's
Rachel.
hard.
Most how does the criminal justice system decide on a punishment for a recently convicted person? We look at your past history. You're as a
Mhm.
doctor, if you are gonna look at, this person, they come in, the first questions you're gonna ask are about history, right?
Yeah.
Because
But
it's a
she had no violence in her past. She had no violent crimes in her past.
no, but I mean, that's criminally. That I asked the question earlier in the group. Are we talking like to family members? Somebody, no one knew that this was that she had. I mean, maybe not to this extent, but seen
Mhm.
some kind of outrage or some kind of outburst or something where
Yeah.
they had her on some kind of medication originally, right?
Well, I think their family knew she was mentally ill. I'm interested to know, like, what kind of contact she had, because I think he said she had lost contact with Bianca, the mom, had lost
Mhm.
contact with her in her travels and whatever. So yeah, I'm interested in like who laid eyes on her last and what was she like. I mean, Bianca could have gone over to her mom's. I actually had a lady. She reminds me of Bianca. She didn't do something this violent, but she was like treatment resistant psychotic, like one of the worst I've ever seen. But her mom was in touch with her and her mom knew she wasn't taking her medication. And her mom was like, she's jabbering on, but she's eating okay. She's not doing anything harmful to herself. She's not expressing and like, I can't get anybody to like hospitalize her because she's not hurting herself. She's not hurting anybody else. But I know that she's decompensating. Like, she didn't have any history. She had a criminal history, but all petty stuff, like disrupting, what's it called? disturbing the peace kind of stuff, trespassing, that kind of thing. And she ended up, she did assault someone. They weren't seriously injured, but she did assault somebody. It was the first time, and she ended up in jail or whatever. And it was like, wow, she is so psychotic. But before that, there wasn't any indicator of it. Like, there's nothing, no one would hospitalize her because she's doing, like, you're allowed to be crazy. You know what I mean? Like, you're allowed to be psychotic as long as you're not hurting someone or yourself, right? So I guess you're right to refuse treatment as long as you're not a harm to anyone or yourself, and nobody could deem that. And then she ended up in jail. Her mom was really upset. Like, now she's facing these serious charges. It's like, I know, but I don't know that this could have been prevented. She couldn't physically make her daughter go to the hospital. She couldn't force a doctor to admit her. She could, based upon what might happen. So, yeah. I mean, now I would say if Bianca had a history of violence, like if we knew that and somebody had seen her and knew how far gone she was and didn't do anything, then that's an issue for sure. But I don't think that's typically the case.
You said typically the case. That's not typically.
No,
Not just
I'm
before-
saying,
Go ahead.
no, I'm saying I don't think it's typically the case where somebody presents with a history of violence, is extremely psychotic, and they don't get admitted to the hospital.
Okay.
Like, I think you can make a case for, okay, this person is, has a history of when it gets to this point, they hurt somebody, we're going to hospitalize them. I think you can make a case for that, at least for a 72-hour hold, for sure. But without that history, it's like, this was just like, I can't believe she didn't have a violent history, and this was the first. Like, I'm really interested in that.
Yeah. That
She do.
makes me think, and I'm curious to watch that part too, because I would have automatically assumed that this was something that was butting its head prior to this,
Yeah, for
and
sure.
and she was just lost among the in the cracks here. So, but I get it. I think you hit the nail on the head earlier. You were a therapist, said it in the comments. I think when we hear this, right? Because Sweet Pea, you know how I feel about especially young life being snatched early. We want our emotions get in it. But like I said, I just don't know with this person right now. It's early. I just don't know if this, prison would be the right place. Even if, she was to get out, I do believe in, you do something horrible, you go to the horrible place. You don't get to, even if, yeah, even if you don't, even if it's you're going to be monitored, and medicated in the mental place for the rest of your life. If you did something that horrible, that young man, will never get to go to a prom, and do all the things that young people are supposed to do. So go to the worst of the worst. But if you don't know the difference in that moment, I don't know how you decide what that moment is. I don't know. Again, hate to be a juror, but
Yeah.
if they
Oh,
decide,
go
go
ahead.
ahead.
Finish your thought.
No,
No,
no, go
you go
ahead.
ahead. Okay. I don't know if you saw this recently, this case of this woman who's 95, who has dementia, who killed her roommate she had just been there for 2 days at the assisted living facility. Long Crime had a bit about it. She's 95. She unscrewed part of her wheelchair and beat this woman, and unalived her roommate. But she has dementia. And she's in court now for N charges. Like, imagine you're on a jury for that trial. What are you doing?
No. Yeah, come on. I mean, I don't know. You know,
I'll
yeah,
call him, sign you up. I'll tell him, send Jason a letter. He wants
no,
to be on
no.
the jury.
I overanalyze everything already. You definitely don't want me there. But I mean, yeah, I just think, like I said, our prisons are filled already. And if we have people who shouldn't be there, you know what I mean, then yeah, I don't know. I think that's
They're
I
all
think that's
not
a crime in
guilty.
itself. Hmm?
Ethan, none of them did
Oh
it.
no, hey,
Listen,
no, no. The way technology is, yeah, you guilty. But I be calling it right at opening statements. Oh man, what are we watching this trial for? Guilty. Tony was guilty from the opening line. As soon as I saw him, I was, oh, he guilty, bro.
as soon as you lay eyes on him, no, bye.
Yeah, yeah, guilty, guilty. That's why
You're a
Tony kept
terrible
his head
juror.
here. He was like, hey, as soon as Jason see me, he gonna know I'm guilty. No, yeah, keep your head up, my guy.
That's
But
funny.
yeah, I mean, but you know, for her, I wouldn't want to be that family. I wouldn't want to be her family. Wouldn't want to be that jury. It'd be a tough
Mm-mm.
one. Yeah, this
I
would
wouldn't
be tough.
even want to take that. Imagine being the prosecutor. I'd be like, why are we even prosecuting this? Like, but what are you gonna? You have to, right? I mean, like, what are you gonna do? Ah, that's a crazy
Yeah,
one. But I think
I
that's gonna be an insanity defense too. I mean, if they even get to trial, the poor woman is 95 years old. I'm just saying,
do you think
hypothetically, she.
do you think they'll use, you know, cases like Bianca, the one with the 95-year-old dementia patient? Do you think they'll use that for like case law for future
Mm.
lawyers and or, you know, future doctors in mental health, like as studying points on, you know, how things are looked at forensically?
I mean, maybe. I think that's a major case to look at in a lot of ways, systemically, et cetera. I think there's the facility where they were was largely understaffed, and those two people level of impairment should have been assessed properly, and it should have been determined that they needed to be supervised. Like, I mean, if you're in a memory care unit, you should not be you're there because you're a danger living alone. You should not be unsupervised ever in that facility for any period of time, you know. But you could say in that case, she planned it. She bent down and unscrewed the thing off of her wheelchair. She approached the woman like that was planned. She meant to do it, right? I mean, that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. She
Mm-hmm.
did, but based upon what thought process, right? I mean, she has dementia, far enough
Mm-hmm.
gone that she can't live on her own. So she has no history of criminal anything in her life. Like, actually, came from Russia in wartime, raised two kids on her own. I mean, everyone that knew her loved her. Family's still very close to her. I mean, nothing would have indicated other. So something scared her, I'm assuming, or something happened. She's just there for 2 days in a different environment, not thinking
Mm-hmm.
clearly, scared possibly. Who knows? Um, I don't know the history of the other woman. I mean, it's a horrible case, but like, what are you going to do there? That looks very planned. Doesn't mean this woman knew what she was doing. Like, logic in a logical place of mental stability.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, again, would hate to be in that kind of profession to
Mm.
have to, you know, even diagnose the person in these situations. You know, yeah, I wouldn't want to be in any parts of that at all.
Yeah.
But I do think it's something where you can sit back from afar, from, you know, from where I am and dissect it and look at it like, well, this is a compelling thing, you know, but you know, as far as Bianca goes, I'm not too sure about the dementias, you know, how far in the legal system it's gone. But
Mhm.
with this one, you know, you're gonna have, you know, lawyers who come out with good CVs, and now it's a beauty pageant who I like better. You know, this one
Yeah.
wore a green dress, that's my favorite color, you know, or went to this school and I love their football team, you know. So I think that's where you're gonna really decide, you know, this
Yeah.
case.
Yeah.
So
Well,
it's a
guys,
shame.
I gotta run. I gotta get myself some food and actually get some work done today too. But this has been, I could talk to you guys all day. This is awesome. I love this.
Thank you,
Well, yeah,
Rachel, for
we're
letting me
gonna
pick your
be in
brain.
here. Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll be in here. Thank you, Jason. Yeah, we'll be on, you know, I'm assuming a couple days,
Yeah.
you know, on here. So anytime that you want to hop up here, yeah, definitely feel more than welcome. I am going to actually, I can put us
Okay.
back into the courtroom. We built up, I
All
don't
right.
know,
Bye,
we got
guys.
time. We probably got commercial time, guys. Thank you so much, Rachel. Thank you, Jason. We probably got more commercial time than we have. We have trial time or whatever. So, okay, guys, wait a minute. So, okay, this is going to be a lot, right? We're going to learn a lot of things. We're going to actually, and I'm hoping that they really give us a good view of what the jury is actually seeing, so we can be able to see kind of how this process works when we're doing these not guilty by insanity. And once again, thank you so much, Rachel, for coming up here. That was very informative. I learned a lot. It's so good to have you and therapists around to give us your expertise, monitor us, and keep us on our best behavior. I know Friday night I needed therapist for Diddy, and I need the psych doctor for Bianca. Oh gosh, what's going on at Take It to Trial? That was very yeah, so that way we can like hear from different people's perspective and people that, actually work in those fields to be able to give us that information. Wait a minute, I just heard something in my ear. Oh, okay, so okay, just on a different note, y'all don't beat me up. Don't beat me up or anything. Y'all know I be out here on these streets, right? I'm always out here on these YouTube streets. And y'all know, if y'all don't know, y'all will know. I have on my yellow today. I don't have on the number 23 or anything like that, but I am a Cleveland girl. I do love LeBron James, and I done went all the way from mental health and being in the courtroom to trying to figure out what is LeBron James' second decision. If y'all don't get me together over here, I went all into what LeBron's second decision, and I know that don't have anything to do with court. But now I'm just trying to figure it out. You say you was worried about Barbara. She was in one of the messages yesterday. I know she said that she had what did she tell me? She was asleep. But I am going to go ahead and put us into court. Let's see what we have here. Yeah, if y'all see me making faces or anything back here, or if I throw my computer or slap something or anything like that, just know that he has made his second decision and I didn't like it. Look, he has made his second decision and the host doesn't like it, and that's why she's throwing her computer or whatever the case may be, because I feel like I want him to play forever, ever. And I know he can't play forever, and my emotions be on my face. So yeah. So y'all just walk with me. You say slap something. Yeah, like I'll probably like, yeah, that's gonna be the host back here with the most. Yeah, y'all know they yeah. No, yeah. Okay. I'm doing too much. Would you say not the computer? I'm gonna try my best. I'm gonna try my best. I'm gonna try to be on my best behavior. But yeah, I see they just look, I'm really trying to multitask and be making sure that I don't miss that. Like, it's my news of the day. All right, so let's go back into what we have for court. I believe this is court. I don't know. Let's see. I'm trying to find a good place to put this closed caption because because I do want to keep the CC on, but it is okay. So it says this is the direct examination of Daniel Shook and North State Police Department. So let's see. I know we've seen this video, but let's see what happens here. So I think maybe this is part of your first question, Rachel, when you were asking. It looks like a mental health evaluation was ordered after the first court appearance where she didn't respond to any questions. Oh, I can. Let's see. Settings. Settings. Options, maybe. Color. What color would you like today, therapist? I found it. Thank you. What color would you like? What color would move you? Would you like magenta? Would you like red? Yellow. Would you like yellow? What looks better on your screen today, guys? Blue? Ew, not blue. What about red? Y'all like it in red? Does red stand out to y'all? Poll time. Okay, well, let's go with red. Yellow for LeBron. Blue's Clues. I know. I'm put us in the courtroom because I'm about to start. I need to look for my chair. Y'all know it's Prime Day. So I'm looking for my chair. So I can get my chair ordered while it's Prime Day and I can save me $1 or $2 on it. I know. I almost want to break the news when they break the news to y'all, but I know it's not this type of news, and I don't want y'all to think like I'm taking away from this thing. They making jokes. Yeah, wait a minute. Like, okay, can I show y'all something that's funny, but not funny, but funny? Y'all know they making jokes about my boy. This is on the news station, y'all. Like, I can't deal. Like, we gotta have a little fun, right? Look at this, y'all. I can't deal. And I know if y'all don't like LeBron, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I'll let y'all know that I do love LeBron. He can't do no wrong by me. But look at this, y'all. This is a joke. We'll lighten up. Just listen.
Fans want to know where you're taking your talents this year. What's your decision?
In this fall, man, this is tough. In this fall, I'm gonna be taking my talents to Hennessy VSOP.
VSOP? And this was the conclusion you woke up with this morning?
That was the conclusion I woke up with this morning.
Why?
I feel like it's gonna give me the best opportunity to win more at hosting. And not only that, win at signature cocktails, win at having a good time, win at impressing guests, win at making memories, win at making it look easy, win at leaving people wanting more.
LeBron, appreciate it.
I like my decision.
Oh gosh. They're gonna probably drive me crazy with this today. With all, they are going to be doing all types of stuff in regards to his decision, right? All types of stuff in regards to this mess today. Oh gosh. Oh boy. So yeah, I'll be looking for the decision to come through today in some type of way. All right, let me go ahead and get us back into court. Back on a serious note, we'll have some fun in between.
Okay, at 40 seconds, you see Ms. Ellis stopping at the counter. What's happening here at 47 seconds?
I'm asking how I can help her, and then she's explaining, what she's there for.
Now let's watch what she does here, 58 seconds. What is she presenting you with at 1 minute and 3 seconds?
Her ID.
Okay. So I guess I can't pause. Okay. So she had a state ID?
Yes,
Do you recall if it was up to date, not expired?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall if it was in fact her name and her photograph and her information on that ID?
It was.
Okay. And when you were presented with her ID, what did you do with it?
I take down her driver's license number and usually a good phone number, just to so we know who we're speaking with.
Do you recall if she gave you a phone number?
I do not recall.
Resuming the video at 1 minute, 7 seconds. And what are you doing now while she's waiting at the counter?
I am contacting the corrections officer.
Okay. And is this protocol for, if anyone, right, came to the North Olmsted Police Department and asked for their property back, is this the protocol that you follow?
Yes.
Okay. At this point in the encounter with Ms. Ellis, was anything, from your perception, anything unusual about her or her request of you?
No.
Was her behavior unusual at this point?
No.
Okay, so at 2 minutes, 22 seconds, we see the defendant retrieve her pink pouch. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, and that contained her state ID, as you testified.
Yes.
And why was it returned to her?
Because it was her property, and I gave her the answer that I had.
Okay, so at this point, 2 minutes, 26 seconds, you already informed Ms. Ellis, we don't have any of your property here.
Yes.
Here's a phone number for someone else you can contact.
Yes.
Okay.
Just ask you to keep your voice up nice and loud. Thanks. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, you testified before I showed you the video that you see, or you sense a shift in her behavior, correct?
Correct.
As I press play again, can you describe for us your memory and your, what you were feeling in this moment in the lobby?
At this moment, I feel like that she's irritated. She's putting her stuff away. She goes to walk out, and then she looks back at me and then flips the light off.
Right, at 2 minutes, 44 seconds, she flips that light off.
Correct.
And what is going through your head when she does that?
She's obviously upset, so she wants me to get upset because she turned off the lobby light, I'm assuming, so.
Now, at this point in your career, obviously, you're usually on the road, but you've been behind that desk for 8 months, dealing with the general public.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Had anyone ever, before this, turned the lobby light off as they exited the police station?
No.
Okay, resuming at 2 minutes, 49 seconds. What do we see happen there?
She leaves her property.
Okay. So at some point, did you or somebody else go outside to see this wheelchair?
At this moment, we weren't aware that she left her property there.
Okay. So from where you're sitting, you didn't even know?
No.
Okay.
and the video is completed 3 minutes, 13 seconds. After that encounter, do you just go on about your day?
Yes.
Okay, so let me set the scene for you. So this is around 2:30 in the afternoon on that awful day, June the 3rd, 2024. We see Bianca Ellis going into the North Olmsted Police Department. This was in regard
Yet you never generated a police report to identify the information that you testified to here today. Is that correct?
Correct.
You're just going off of memory. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you ever meet with the prosecutor to discuss this case as it related to what your testimony would be?
Yes.
Okay. You've normalized her behavior. That's your observation. She was a normal person that day. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yet, over the 5 years that you've been working as a police officer, had you ever heard of someone walking into the lobby with a suitcase and a wheelchair? Is that normal behavior?
No.
Okay. She walked into the lobby with the wheelchair in hand. Is that correct?
She rolled the wheelchair
Well,
with the suitcase on
I
it.
think that's, yeah, okay. She rolled the wheelchair. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you had never heard of or seen Bianca before that day. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you indicated that, because it's kind of hard for me to see it in the video, that her demeanor changed. Is that correct?
If you say so, yes.
I'm asking you. You said her demeanor changed?
Yes.
Okay. She was not disrespectful to you in communications. Otherwise, she would have said so. Is that correct?
Other than her tone.
Did she call you any names? Did she disrespect you verbally in any way?
No.
You also said that it was unusual. You'd never seen anyone turn off the light of in a police station lobby. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know at what point the wheelchair was observed and by whom? Once it was outside of the lobby?
By Captain Morgan.
Captain Morgan?
Yes.
Do you know when that wheelchair was discovered?
After the stabbing.
Okay. In preparation for your testimony, did you watch any video prior to testifying here today?
Just the lobby video.
And no other video?
No.
Okay. It is true that she appeared to be disheveled. Her appearance, she appeared to be disheveled to you?
No.
Neatly groomed?
I wouldn't say neatly groomed.
Okay. And you would not have the expectation, since you haven't met Bianca Ellis ever, that she would tell you what's wrong with her, right?
Correct.
Okay. Young man, take one moment, please.
You can, thank you.
All right, so good cross there by defense counsel.
So this is 20 seconds long. So this is the front of the store,
Yes,
okay? And does this face Lorraine Road?
actually, no, we face the inner part of the parking lot, the side of the building. Going out of the building, if you go to the right, you would see Lorraine Road.
Okay, all right. So you are in a plaza area,
Yes,
and what else is next to you?
I don't know what the name of that store is. And then there's an empty, oh no, there's Planet Fitness. Then there's an empty store and then there's Giant Eagle on the end.
All right, continue, please. So this is State's Exhibit 178. Does this video fairly and accurately represent Volunteers of America on June 3rd, 2024?
Yes, it does.
Okay. State's Exhibit 179. Just stop it there. All right. Can you look at State's Exhibit 179, which has also been provided to Defense Counsel? Can you tell us what we're looking at here, ma'am?
That is the production room.
All right. Is this the room that you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And in relationship to this room, are you in this room when you meet this person?
Wait till the question's asked.
Yes.
You're in this room. Okay. Continue. This is about 54 seconds. We're going to stop right here. All right. Do you recognize anybody in this?
I believe that is her at the rear of the video there.
All right.
Just keep your voice up, please.
With the court's permission, is it that individual right at the very top of the screen?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the person that you had the interaction with?
Yes.
All right. Let's play that. State's Exhibit 179. All right, stopping it there. Now, are you in this video as well?
Yes, I'm at the rear as well.
Okay, and now we're going to back this up just a little bit.
It's not letting you do it for some reason.
Yeah. My way.
What's your question? So maybe Ms. Patel could move it there for you.
Does this fairly and accurately represent Volunteers of America, the production department?
Yes.
And that you were in this back room, are you the person that opened the door?
Yes.
All right, and when we're looking at it here, is this the individual we're talking about that you encountered
Yes.
and that you spoke to
Yes.
and that had a knife in their hand?
Yes.
All right, let's continue on then. So is there anything in the back there that she was looking for?
Just an emergency exit door.
Okay, all right. And then when did you talk to her?
I spoke to her as she made the bend. I asked her if there was something I could help her with. Again, it's very loud, so I repeated myself. She turned around and asked for the restroom.
And then she walks out.
Mm-hmm.
You open the door and she walks out.
Yes.
So does State's Exhibit 179 fairly and accurately represent your interactions on that day?
Yes.
All right. And State's Exhibit 181. Stopping it at what number is it? 182. Okay, State's Exhibit 182. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is this?
This is the housewares.
Say it again.
Housewares in the rear of the building.
Okay. Is this coming out from the production department?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Is this one of your employees
Yes.
that we see to the left of the screen?
Yes.
All right. Stopping it there. Is this the person that you talked to in the back of the store?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated this is the houseware aisle?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you store your knives?
In a plastic Tupperware type bin.
Okay. Mrs. Spehar, with regards to State's Exhibit 182, does that fairly and accurately represent the video on June 3rd of 2024?
Yes.
All right.
So her getting the knife ahead of time raises
So it's fair to say that once the day gets started, you know who's there and who's supposed to be there, correct?
My employees, yes. Volunteers, they have the right to come between 8 and 4:30.
Okay. Now, this is a store like any other store. They have baskets, carts, et cetera, to carry merchandise and things around.
Yes.
And you can see in the video, people are pushing buggies around, and there's also handheld carts,
No, I just have shopping carts.
just shopping carts. So you noticed someone in the back, correct?
Yes.
And you thought possibly that person could be a volunteer?
Yes.
And is it fair to say when you met that person, you told police they completely ignored you when you first spoke to them? Is that fair?
Yes.
And you also said that person seemed to be angry and distraught. You remember telling the detective that?
Yes.
And you said you looked down and that person was clutching a knife.
Yes.
And that didn't raise any alarm?
No.
The fact that they were angry, distraught, and ignored you and clutching a knife?
Again, the production room is very loud, so they could have not heard me. That's why I said it twice. Where can I help you?
Well, what about the distraught part? You said that person looked distraught.
So it seemed to that they were distraught with a facial expression,
Okay.
like
And you-
something was bothering that person.
And you directed them to the restroom, correct?
Yes.
And did you follow up to see if they actually went to the restroom?
No.
You didn't think it was odd that the person was clutching a knife and looking distraught and you gave them directions, even though they were in the back? You didn't think you should see where they were at?
No,
At what point did you realize the knives had left the store without being paid for?
after the detective came to the store,
So you never followed up anymore, never looked for this person that was in your area. Is that fair?
correct.
One moment, Judge. So let's be honest, this person, you discovered it's not a volunteer, correct?
Pardon me?
You realized this person in the back was not a volunteer, that's correct?
Correct.
And you said they looked angry, they looked distraught, correct?
Yes,
And you said they asked for a restroom despite being in an unauthorized area.
yes.
How far is the bathroom from that unauthorized area?
Maybe a couple 100 feet.
Couple 100 feet. So the fact that they were clenching a knife, looking distraught and angry, you didn't think you should follow up and see what was going on?
No.
No? All right, nothing further.
Any redirect on those questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Oh, it was a good question to end on right there. I loved that. So let's bring in our law enforcement analyst guest, Claudia King, who's
Or just a discharge for shady drugs?
Just normal odds and ends like milk, things like that.
And when you're in the store, did you encounter anybody unusual or anything unusual?
No, I didn't even make it into the store.
Okay. Can you tell us why you didn't make it into the store?
Upon exiting my car, I did hear some commotion, didn't know where it was really coming from. I heard a little bit like screaming or like kind of like loud, noises type thing. Didn't know if it was goofing around or people yelling, whatnot. But then right as I exited my car, I could see some commotion behind the SUV because I parked here. There's a path where you could drive, to get out to other parking spots. And then behind there was like an SUV, maroon colored, and I could see motion behind it. The commotion stopped and I just was like, okay, something happened. Maybe someone's yelling at their kid or something like that. Not sure what it was. And then as I was starting to just go about my business as normal, I heard the calls for help.
Okay. So I'm going to try to get a photograph up on the screen. If you're able to kind of describe to us where your vehicle was. This is State's Exhibit 147. Can you see this when I'm putting up the screen?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury where your car was parked?
For first, what do we see? What's the picture of?
Of the parking lot, of the entrance to getting into the grocery store.
Okay, and you shop at this store about weekly for about 8 years, fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, so you're familiar with what's being depicted on the screen?
Yes.
And is this a fair and accurate representation of what the Giant Eagle store in New Homestead at the water tower looks like?
Yes.
Okay.
And again, just for record, it's a parking lot of Giant Eagle.
Correct. Yes, the parking lot.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, do we see the facade of the store in this picture? Or the storefront?
Yes, the entrance right there. It's got two entrances going on either side, but then there's the main entrance right there. That's the one.
Yeah, so a couple things. Again, I'm going to pull it for you or you're going to pull it, but I'm glad you're comfortable, but then you're pulling away. And so
Gotcha.
Take a deep breath, nice and slow. Go ahead and ask that question again so the court reporter can get that response.
I believe I asked Can we see the name of the storefront in this photograph?
Yes.
All right. And are you able, Mr. Stowe, to see where your car was located on June 3rd in this picture?
Yes.
Okay, and I don't know, with the court's permission, could the witness step down and point, or are you able to describe for us exactly where your car was?
It was.
We're going to pause right here on the testimony.
I just kept my eyes on the individual. I went to go pull out my phone to call. Unfortunately, my battery was low, so I could not have done that. But I just kind of kept the eye on where they were heading. I did see other people were calling as well. So then I was like, okay, that has been, at least taken care of. And then I heard help for calling for like towels, things like that. I have fishing stuff in my car. I went to go run and get it, but somebody else already.
Slow down.
Somebody else
So
already.
slow down. So you had what in the car?
Towels and stuff for like when I go fishing.
Okay, I'll have you stop there. Question.
Okay, so when I want to break down how you come to want to talk about this individual, all right? And is this individual male or female?
Female.
Okay, and what was this individual wearing, if you remember?
Black shirt, black pants, like almost like a yoga pants, no hat or anything, sandals or Crocs for footwear.
Do you remember their skin tone?
Black.
And do you remember her hairstyle?
Short.
And when you first lay eyes on her, where is she located? When we're talking about this exhibit, where do you see her?
So where that maroon SUV is at, just a little bit down south of that picture, just walking away from that.
All right. So you testified that you heard a lot of commotion. Did you actually see anyone get harmed?
No, the only thing I did see was movement, like in the line of view. So the SUV was right there. I saw a commotion like right behind it, almost like hands moving, but I did not see any actual instances.
Okay. So you see the aftermath.
Correct.
Okay. And when you come to see this female, you said that she was holding a knife.
Yes.
Can you describe for us what that looked like?
Believe it was in the right hand, walking away because it was a sunny day, so you could see the shine from the sun, and just kind of like a nonchalant, just walking away like nothing actually happened.
Did you make eye contact with her?
No.
Okay. Did you hear her say anything?
No, I did not.
Was she no talking to herself?
Correct.
Detective. Did you see her talking or interact with anybody else?
No, I just saw her pretty much walk down the aisle, and that was pretty much it. And everyone was just, kind of just observing.
And you used the word nonchalant. What does that mean to you? You see someone walking?
A slow walk, not running, not trying to get away, just kind of like not a care in the world.
And did you see the direction she was traveling?
Heading towards Dover.
All right. And you testified you didn't call 911. Did you stay to talk to anybody?
Yes.
Okay. And who did you talk to?
I talked to an officer that was getting statements at the time.
Okay. And did you provide a written statement to the police?
Yes, I did.
And after providing that statement, did you have any other involvement in this case before today?
No, I did not.
Did you talk to a prosecutor before you testified today?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And, was it me?
No, it was Anna.
Okay. And did she talk to you about what you're going to testify about today?
Yes.
Okay. And about your memory and your observation of June 3rd, 2024? Correct?
Yes.
Did you encounter anybody else, the victims or the family at all?
No.
And when you observed this knife, did you notice whether or not there was blood on the knife?
I could not see. It was, like I said, I saw the glare from the sun, but I just pretty much saw that, and I saw it was a larger butcher knife as well.
And you didn't see the female drop the knife?
Correct. I did not.
So your last view of her was walking away holding the knife?
Yes.
One moment, please.
Yes.
Mr. Estelle, thank you for answering my questions. I have nothing further.
You're welcome.
Cross-examination of the witness?
Good morning, Mr. Ristar.
Good morning.
Did I say it correctly?
Yes.
All right. I'm one of the lawyers for Ms. Ellis, and I just have a few questions for you, okay?
Okay.
You indicated that what's depicted here in State's Exhibit 147, I believe it is,
Correct.
that fairly accurately depicted the day as you said.
Yes.
Okay. Daytime,
Yes.
looking at the number of cars in the parking lot, at least there's a moderate number of people there.
Yes.
Okay. You shopped there for 8 years, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. What time? What do you recall being the time in which this occurred, or what time you were in the parking lot?
It was after my work. It was probably anywhere between 1 to 3-ish.
1 to
time frame.
3-ish? Okay, so busy time of day, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and I think you described Ms. Ellis as, after the incident, she walked away.
Yes.
Is that correct? As if she didn't care about being caught.
Yes.
Didn't have a care in the world.
Yes.
Okay. And still had knife in the hand.
Correct.
Okay. And you never saw her run at any point in time, is that correct?
I did not.
Okay. Were you able to, from your positioning, once you saw her with the knife in hand, were you in front of her or behind her?
Behind.
Okay. So you never saw her face?
Saw side profile.
Okay. But not in a position to see whether or not she's talking to herself or communicating anything, is that correct?
Correct.
But you couldn't hear anything, is that correct?
I did not hear anything.
And how far away do you think you were away from her?
50 to 100 feet, around that range.
Okay.
All right, let's talk about this witness. Let's bring in our law enforcement analyst guest.
Squad's pulling up now. Squad's pulling up now.
Come to me. If not, you guys will clear the area. If you saw this, come to me. If you guys have nothing to do with this, go ahead and go home. Thank you very much.
You saw?
We were sitting right over there. We heard her screaming instantly right now. So you didn't see the actual crime?
See the actual crime.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Right there, okay? You got any storm?
Yeah.
Tell them to go to the hospital. Yeah, everything's good, Luke. Yeah. Luke, camera? Just go in and get cleaned up and then grab a camera. I have my feet right here. We moved your car out of the way, that's all. Let's take it to the house. All right, good idea. All right. Voluntary, make a statement too. Don't worry about it. We'll take care of that. Why?
No, I mean,
you can go to the back. Anything you got?
On this side, I hear a scream.
Write it down.
I look back,
Write it down.
and she's just standing.
Yep, write it down. Sir, do you have anything to do with this?
I kind of saw a little bit of it.
Come on over here. Okay? Not okay for anybody to see. All right. Name, address, driver's license form. We'll take care of this. You want to know why? You will come back over here. No, yeah, thank you. Yeah, you're right.
Ventress, just tell me what I need to do to help, buddy.
You got any more quick work in the case?
I emptied out my cruiser from stop before I ran over here.
Yeah. Extra pen. You go. Can you grab my radio cord there?
Yep.
Put it down to my right arm.
Got it.
Thank you very much. Happened out here.
My understanding.
Take place out here.
Right there.
Literally right here. Right here.
Did you see this? John, what do you need help with? You got statements rolling. We got group washing his hands up. We have him grabbing his camera. You got to secure this area right now.
Yep, no doubt. We need some tapes. He's got the female. She's under arrest.
So the kid was in a car? In the car? Yeah. Okay. All that. So it was in the car. The parked all over. Yeah.
Have some people that were shopping, not witnesses, but their cars are inside the crime scene.
Did you see us arrest?
I'm going to check with Lieutenant.
I didn't know if you knew.
Yeah.
I was going to bother him because I saw him on the phone.
Yeah, I don't want to lie to you.
No, we're working together. Man.
Yeah, so I'm going to let him make that final call because he's the one in charge. My guess is if their car's not involved and it's not close to that, we can get him out of here.
Yeah.
That's my guess.
Just to kind of like tie up that. And then, so a detective will most likely be in touch with you within the next couple of days to kind of go over everything. All right.
Are there any witnesses that we need to have our medics talk to or anything? Just a pretty traumatic event.
If anybody, it's going to be him. I'm not saying he's asking for it, but judging by what he saw, I'll be surprised.
Oh, how considerate. Yeah, thinking.
I'm here, guys. I'm up here. I'm so tired of seeing this lady pop up on my screen. I don't even know what to do. These commercials is like, I be thinking they be cheating us out of testimony, y'all. Like, I really think they be cheating us. I know it's Prime Day, right, SD? Well, thank you, SD. SD's just supporting that chair, boy. Oh boy, SD, you get the first dance to whatever beat you want, boo. I know. I think I found the chair. I think I got the chair. I think it's on sale. It's like $119. So yeah, Queen. I definitely think they cheating us out of testimony. Like, we got to come in, and I like certain testimony we should be able to just hear. Yes, I think I got the chair. It's in my cart. I'm getting busy. Let's get physical. Law and crime. They got it better. Law and crime is showing it. I just see law and crime in there. I don't know. Is that what you're trying to say? Oh, okay. I see something in here. Wait a minute. Are they showing it? Let me see. Now I don't see anything online crime. Yeah, I don't see anything online crime, so I'm confused. Yeah, look like that's all they showing us is they got one snippet on there. I only see one of them out here. Yeah, I only see one. This one right here. Let's see if they got anything when you come. Yeah, damn. Yeah, this one right here. That's the opening statements that we already seen. I know. I hate that they give such a monopoly to somebody. Yeah, because even if they had to show this on a 30-minute delay, guys, my thought is just start court 30, just start your stream 30 minutes late. And but all these commercials and all this stuff through here is just like, yeah. All right, well, we will go back into what we're actually doing here and we'll see. We'll do our best.
I was probably approximately maybe.
3-year-old Bianca Ellis was arrested on the edge of the parking lot to assist in her own defense. For the family of Julian Wood, they'll never get over the loss of their child.
She took everything from us. Number of detectives and officers from our neighboring city, Westlake Police Department. We, along with Westlake, myself and detectives from Westlake, then went into Giant Eagle because of the call had come out that there was possibly multiple victims. So we went in to clear Giant Eagle in search of possible victims. And we checked the area, checked Giant Eagle, everything was secure and clear at that time.
Were you aware if there was a suspect for this crime?
At that time, along with the officers rendering, at some point in time, yes, while in Giant Eagle, it had come over that the defendant, Mrs. Ellis, was taken into custody.
And were you aware of the weapon that was utilized?
At that moment, no, but just briefly when I had observed, it was obvious that there was, either a stabbing or something to that effect. With the nature of the call when it came out that multiple people were stabbed, that was my insinuation as to what occurred.
All right. So after you clear the scene within Giant Eagle, what is your next step?
So after clearing that with the assistance of Westlake PD, I then made contact with, I believe her name was Nikki. She was the team leader or the manager working that day. We immediately go back to the back stock area of Giant Eagle where they have their video surveillance. I briefly, myself and Officer Petrie, who's our evidence technician, responded back there. She then started pulling up video, and at that time we were trying to establish a timeline as to when Miss Ellis had entered Giant Eagle and basically forming a timeline as to what had taken place.
And were you in fact able to make that timeline?
Yes, and then during that short time, we were able to find Miss Ellis walking into the Giant Eagle through the south doors. At that time, you could see, you'll watch the video where she kind of circles around, walks towards the customer service area. After walking past customer service, as Miss Woods and Julian are heading, you could see that the defendant, Bianca Ellis, then observed them, because you could see the turn and how she kind of turned and looked at them and pretty much did a about face, then starts walking alongside them.
Yeah, no question. So go ahead, ask your question. Thank you.
So Detective, thank you. We're gonna kind of back up and go through
Okay.
Chronologically, if we can. So did you come to learn whether or not this defendant went to any other businesses before she went to Giant Eagle?
Yes, I had learned that during that time we were obtaining that, I was in contact with detectives from Westlake PD, who again were assisting us. They had told me that.
And I'll sustain. So what others told you can't be given here as hearsay. So I'll go back and let Ms. Patel ask you a question.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
What did you learn about the defendant's whereabouts prior to her going to Giant Eagle?
So I had learned that she had initially started from the Volunteers of America, and where she had selected the knives, then walked out with the knives. I had learned that after she walked out of the Volunteers of America, she then walked into Things Outlet, which is right next to it. Walked into Things Outlet, kind of stood there, I don't know, maybe 30 seconds, less than a minute. Walked out of Things Outlet. She's observed on video coming out of there, taps the knives on a concrete pillar, drops one of the knives, continues walking from Things Outlet and continues into Giant Eagle, entering through the south entrance.
All right. So going back to Volunteers of America, when you learned that she was in that store, did you go to that store at any point?
I did. And shortly after leaving Giant Eagle, I did go into Volunteers of America, where I made contact with Diana.
Okay. And did you obtain?
All right, let's go ahead and bring in our guest for this hour to discuss. Joining us now from Washington, D.C., trial attorney Joseph Camarata and law enforcement expert Sonny Slaughter. Hello to you both. Sonny, I do want to start with you as we watch this case unfold. So they're really not disputing the fact the defendant in this case
it at the 6-second mark. Do you recognize anybody on the screen as I paused it?
That is the defendant, Bianca Ellis.
And you've been inside the store, correct?
Correct.
What are these stations here? Give it on the screen.
Those are the cash registers prior to exiting the store.
Okay. And we're doing a video at 7 seconds. What are we seeing at 11 seconds in this video?
And Miss Ellis walking out with knives in hand, exiting the store, passing the point of sale.
Do you see her exchange money or credit card or anything to pay for those items that she's?
No, she directly walked out without paying for the items.
All right. We're going to move on to the next store that you described for us, Things and Bins?
Things Outlet.
Things Outlet. All right. And with this store, did you go inside and speak with an individual that works there?
So that on as far as that video I obtained from Westlake Police Department, and that video was directly sent to me through a application called Axon. And so that's how that video was obtained.
All right. And you obtained this video in the course of your investigation.
That is correct.
And as a part of your duties, you reviewed this video.
I did.
So if I played you that video in court today, could you discuss it with us?
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to start with State's Exhibit 191. Forgive me, the numbers aren't perfectly consequential here. This is a 50-second video. Detective, do you recognize this video that I'm showing?
Yes, that is the exterior of Things Outlet.
All right. And from your familiarity, is the Things Outlet directly next to Volunteers of America?
It is.
The video is 50 seconds in length in total. We are at the 35-second mark. And as you pay attention right there, at 40 seconds. Actually, I'm going to try to do that. Detective, if you would direct your attention to the bottom right-hand corner of the screen as we approach 35-second mark. Do you see any individual appear on the camera?
Yes, the defendant, Bianca Ellis.
Right. We're going to move on to State's Exhibit 192. What is depicted in this exhibit?
That is the entry area of the bins outlet.
Okay. And Judge, with your permission, I would ask if the witness could step down and tell us the timestamp. It's very small in this exhibit. If that's all right.
Sure, thank you. Go ahead.
Thanks. Detective, I'm going to ask you if you could look at the bottom right-hand corner here. Do you see a timestamp on this exhibit? And what is that?
The timestamp is June 3rd, 2024, and it's at 14:55 or 2:55 p.m., 35 seconds.
All right, thank you. Resume the video at 20 seconds here.
Detective, are you saying bins, B-I-N-S outlet? Or things?
Or I'm sorry, Things Outlet.
Things outlet. Thank you.
This video is 2 minutes in length in total. We're at the 45-second mark here.
Just for the record?
Just for the record, just so we know where we're at. Perspective, I'm stopping this video at 1 minute, 15 seconds. What do you see on the screen?
Bianca.
All right, let's go ahead and bring in our guest, still with us, trial attorney Joseph Camarata and law enforcement expert.
What do you see on the screen?
Bianca Ellis entering the store and just looks like just observing.
What does she have in her hands?
And in hand is a knife.
Do you see one or more knives?
Well, from this angle, I could see the one knife for sure.
I'll resume the video and see. Here's the angle. Okay, here, 1 minute, 18 seconds. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. How many knives do you see in her hand?
2.
Resuming at 1 minute, 20 seconds. And that's the 1 minute, 30 second mark. We're going to move on to State's Exhibit 189.
So for the record, that 1 minute and 30 seconds, she exits, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Go ahead. What number was this, please?
This is
89.
yeah.
Thank you.
All right, Detective, what do you see on the screen now?
Bianca exits the store, walking towards the pillar.
Okay. What do you see happen here at 11 seconds?
And then there, she's going to tap the knives against the pillar, drops the one knife, and continues to walk towards Giant Eagle.
All right, now we're going to move on to Giant Eagle.
Okay.
All right. I know you gave us a little preview earlier in your testimony, but let's break it down.
Okay.
Now. And you obtained this surveillance video immediately after. Is that fair to say, after this incident?
So after the incident, the video was obtained with the assistance of Officer Petrie, but I obtained the actual hard drive directly from the hard drive from Giant Eagle the following day on June 4th.
Okay.
When it was taken and extracted directly from the system.
Okay, we're going to start at State's Exhibit 193. All right, Detective.
So you just need to keep your voice up if you wouldn't mind, Ms. Patel.
I'm sorry, Judge.
That's okay.
We need a little break for an IT issue.
I have my IT right here. Do you need,
Yeah.
what do you need? What?
The video is just not, like, it's showing the video, but it's just simply not moving, it's just showing.
So say it again. It's not doing it.
Yeah, like this should be, the blue bar is moving along, but the picture isn't changing. It's just stuck on the still image that starts the file.
And is that something maybe with the thumb drive that you're using?
You have to different format. I checked these, I don't know why it's,
Jeff, you have it.
The prosecutor in that case continuing to play surveillance video showing the defendant's actions.
Just on a side note, this is the next case that I'm looking at, y'all. I gotta see how they streaming it. If they doing it like this. Yeah. Yeah, that's the next case. I was kind of looking at that in the background, but okay.
It's Exhibit 200, correct?
Correct. Okay. Detective, at 1 minute, 6 seconds, what do you see on the screen?
Miss Ellis heading into the lobby area.
All right, and the timestamp is 14:59. So it's just a minute later, correct?
That is correct.
From her entering the store. Okay, resuming play at 1:06. At that time, do you see any other individuals come on screen?
Yes, and you see the victims, Mrs. Woods and Julian Wood.
Okay. Resuming play at 1:14. What do you see now?
And at that time, they are exiting the store with the defendant following the victims.
I believe there's only one more vantage point I want to talk about. That's State's Exhibit 209. This is the lobby exit. This one's probably the blurriest one. Can you tell what I'm showing on the screen, Detective?
And that's going to be the door camera, which would be to the north
And what do we see
exit.
on the screen here?
And at that time, the defendant is exiting.
Was there anyone else in front of her? Going back to 17 seconds.
And there would be the Woods exiting with the defendant following behind.
All right. Thank you for your patience, Detective. And just to recap, you are the individual who collected this evidence and entered it into the evidence for this case at North
I did, yes.
And did you author a report based on the efforts you made in this investigation?
And I did a report regarding the video that I obtained.
Okay. And is it fair to say that there were other officers and detectives involved in this investigation?
There is, yes.
You're not the lead detective in this case.
I am not the lead detective.
Okay. So did your involvement then end after you authored the report detailing all the efforts you made with regard to the surveillance in this matter?
Yes.
Detective, I appreciate you answering my questions. I have nothing further. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Detective, did you have the occasion to interview anyone else in connection with this case?
I did have a opportunity with Detective Ventris, and we interviewed the defendant's mother, Yolanda Eggleton.
Okay. And do you remember approximately when you conducted that interview?
That was the following day, which would have been on June 4th.
Okay. And where did that interview take place?
And that interview took place at the North Olmsted Police Department.
Very good. Thank you, Detective. Nothing further.
Cross-examination? Are you going to use any of the video?
Yeah.
It depends on his response.
Very good. Why don't we
If you
just
need
take
help,
the,
let
do
me know.
you want to take that one off the screen, but you'll just keep it up in the event it's needed?
Okay, we'll just put up.
Thanks for working together on this while we,
Is it okay if I stand right here, John?
perfect, yep. Thank you for asking.
Detective Roman, still good morning.
Good morning, sir.
You interviewed Ms. Spihar of Volunteers of America, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And what you learned as a result of your interview with her was that an African-American female came into an area strictly for employees only, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And Ms. Spihar never told you that she had any suspicion that the individual was a volunteer, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And she identified the individual coming in, and she asked if she could help her, but the individual ignored her. Is that correct?
She, from my understanding, that when she went back there, she basically stated that this was a restricted area. Yeah, how can I help you? This is a restricted area.
She also identified the fact that she saw this individual with knife in hand, caught.
Yes.
Okay. You had an opportunity to watch the video many times, probably by now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at no point from the time that Miss Ellis grabs the knives out of the area that you described as the kitchen area, does she ever conceal the knives? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. In fact, she asked us, Ms. Behart, about the bathroom, if she could use the bathroom while she had the knife in hand. Is that correct? Relates to Julian and Margot. There's no prior relationship that you learned of with your investigation between Miss Ellis.
Still with us, criminal defense attorney Marie Pereira. All right, Marie, listening to the cross-examination, talking
Well, that's all our TiVo time. Like, I'm like thoroughly disgusted with this, y'all. I mean, I'm glad that we able to see something, but all this stop and go and they got the nerve, the all mitigated gall to be streaming 2 trials like this. Y'all see that? I was gonna look at covering this one right here. But it look like they streaming that one the same way they streaming this one. And like, I don't know if I want to do both of those like that. Yeah, so oh man. Yeah, it look like they streaming them both in the one thing. Like they got a lot of nerve. Oh, yeah, they're gonna be on a short leash with me. You say let you find out that yeah, he's only 60 years old. I used to watch First Take a lot when Skip Bayless was on there with Stephen A. I actually went to one of their live shows in Cleveland when they came for the NBA Finals. I think that was kind of like when Molly was there. I kind of got out of First Take when Max left. I do like watching First Things First because I love Chris Broussard and Nick. So yes, I am such a sports girl. Cynthia says she watch all the sports, right? Yes, we can be sports people. I love the Odd Couple podcast. So yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we the roundaway girls. Well, that's what I could be, a roundaway girl. I'll speak for myself. But yeah, I haven't watched any of the sports lately. I will admit, only because I've been so busy with all of this that I don't even have a chance to kind of like sit down. I said I don't know. Oh, the unmitigated golf. Yeah, that is what his saying. Yeah, well, when basketball season start, I don't know. Cause I will admit, I like watching me some basketball. And y'all know basketball come on every night. I don't know. So are we supposed to cover this case within this case, y'all? Y'all tell me what y'all want to do. Do y'all want me to rewind back and look at the opening statements? Because I mean, hey, shit, this is the only way we gonna get it. Because y'all tell me. Because I was looking at covering this case, but I didn't know if they was gonna have this case like this until we were fast forwarding through this. But I did see that they had opening statements in this one. I'm not sure what they doing in the other case in Ohio. I don't know if they had lunch, break. I have no clue because Court TV, the way they breaking it up is just, I can't really tell. So y'all tell me. Let's go back and I guess since we over here and we ain't doing nothing, let me go back and see if I can find the opening statements for this one. What I will do is, because I am the host with the most and taking it to trial is the best place for you to find all your court coverage. I am in the background as we're going along, cutting up these videos, taking these commercials out, condensing this stuff, just so you can go and you can find exactly what you want. So worst case scenario, I'll cut it all up for you guys so you can all see everything. And you don't have to go through a 20-hour feed of me rewinding and fast forwarding and rewinding and fast forwarding and going into one trial, cutting out one trial, talking about LeBron James. You know how we do it. Yeah, Court TV was doing the most. Let's see. Let me see if I can get back to the opening statements for this one. Let's see what this case is all about. I mean, they got the nerve to be in two different doggone things. Okay, so I guess we don't have to go in multiple courtrooms. They gonna take us in multiple courtrooms. Okay, we are going into the garbage day.
Rollins, along with you.
You're going to hear about the impact of those 14 gunshots. You're going to hear from Fond du Lac County Medical Examiner Adam Kovac that Tatiana Zek, 18 years old, was in, and you'll see a video of this as well, in the parking lot of the Maplewood Commons between two of the buildings with a group, and a bullet struck her in the head, and she died from a single gunshot wound. You're going to hear about another individual named Javier, who was across the way in an upper apartment, in his apartment, and a bullet hit him in the back. You're going to hear about him getting to the hospital and getting care and the injuries he suffered. You're going to hear that his son, Emmanuel, was on the first floor of that apartment, and that another apparent bullet came through and got so close that it was either the heat that burned his leg or grazed him, but he didn't need medical care. And you're going to hear about Keyshawn Johnson, who was in that group of people with Tatiana. You're going to see him in the video as well, moving closer to the building on the opposite side of where Javier and Emmanuel were. And you're going to see and hear from witnesses that he was shot as well in the upper back area, almost like where straps of a backpack on the backside. And that he needed medical care as well, but he was able to flee from the scene. You're going to also hear that Keyshawn fired once back at those that were shooting conviction.
She has suffered from mental illness.
And you're going to hear evidence about where the shooting came from. So I said Keyshawn shot once. You're going to hear testimony about a bullet casing, and then there's 13 other rounds. And you're going to hear testimony about those rounds as well. On the video, you'll actually see an individual named Antonio Johnston come out. So Maplewood Commons, the apartments, they have these common hallways in there. There's, I think, 2 of them in each of the buildings, and they can go out on either side of the building. And so there's just a door that swings open, glass door, and you're going to hear and see the testimony of Antonio coming out of that swinging door from that hallway area. You're going to hear testimony that another individual named Tristan Richmond was in that hallway. You'll also hear that the defendant, Parise Larry, was also in that hallway. And you'll actually see Antonio Johnston, and I believe you'll hear him testify in this trial, seeing him pulling that gun out down at his side, seeing him raising that gun, and then in the video, consistent with somebody shooting at the direction of Keyshawn Johnson, which some of the witnesses, I believe, are going to testify and talk to you about Keyshawn being the intended target of that shooting. And you're going to hear that 2 firearms were recovered in a garbage can at Tyson Middle School on the north side or back side of the school. You're going to see surveillance footage that will put the defendant as well as Antonio Johnston and Tristan Richmond in that area. You're going to hear from Wisconsin Crime Lab analysts that of the 2 firearms that were recovered, one of them was a Glock handgun. It had DNA consistent with Antonio Johnston's DNA on it. And you're going to hear from another crime lab analyst that there were 10 bullet casings that were found that matched that Glock firearm that had DNA consistent with Antonio Johnston. So that leaves 3 casings left. You're also going to hear in that same garbage can there was a Bersa handgun that was found, and that the DNA from the analysis by the crime lab found that to be consistent with the DNA of the defendant, Parise Larry. And you're going to hear that those other 3 casings, the crime lab found to be consistent with being fired from that Bersa handgun that had the DNA consistent with Parise Larry. You're going to hear testimony from some of the witnesses, and I believe, as I said, Antonio Johnston. You're going to see the video, and that Antonio Johnston was the one to fire first, and that Parise Larry fired almost instantly after Antonio Johnston began shooting. And what you'll hear is 2 of the casings from the Bersa handgun that was consistent with Parise Larry's DNA on it were in the hallway of that Maplewoods the apartment area where Antonio Johnston had walked out, where Tristan Richmond and Parise Larry were. You're going to see footage then of these individuals on the back side or north side of this building at Maplewood Commons running out the backside. And then you're going to continue to see some video footage. And we have 1 more bullet casing that is found in that area as they're running. And that was from the Bersa handgun that had the DNA consistent with Parise Larry that was fired as he was running from the scene. You're then going to continue to see footage from Jesus Little Lamb that has cameras pointing towards the Tyson Middle School, and you'll see these individuals around different parts of the middle school, around the backside where the garbage can is, where the firearms were ultimately found by now State Trooper Viss, and then ultimately collected by Detective Henning with the City of Fond du Lac Police Department. And so you're going to then hear these Antonio Johnston and Parise Larry essentially fled the scene. Antonio Johnston, he'll, I expect, talk to you about the length of time it took for him when he was ultimately taken into custody. And you're going to hear that the defendant, Parise Larry, at some point turned himself in to law enforcement. Now, what led up to this shooting? You're going to hear that as I've talked about, the building that would essentially be on the north side of the Maplewood Commons complex, that's where Antonio Johnston and Parise Larry were when the shooting happened. The building directly across from that is where a family was having a barbecue to celebrate a birthday. They had some other individuals were coming over, and some of them were taking trash out from that to a dumpster. So if the building would be up here, they were walking over to the dumpster, dropping the trash off, and then walking back towards the apartment where the barbecue was happening. And so you're going to hear some of the individuals that were present in that group of people, Keyshawn Johnson, Tatiana Zek. You're going to hear from Namarian Stewart. You're going to hear from Michaela Stewart and D. Ray Brown, who were all in this group at the time that shooting happened in the parking lot at Maplewood Commons. And one of the things you'll hear, I'll save that for later. Some of the things as far as the presentation of the trial that I expect you're going to see, you're going to see a bit of an initial response from Officer Royston. Prior to Officer Royston responding to Maplewood Commons, you're going to hear him testify about contact that he had with Tristan Richmond, Antonio Johnston, and the defendant near the Buttermilk Creek area, probably within about an hour of the shooting, where there was somebody had called in that they thought there might be somebody with a firearm in that area. And what you'll see in some of the videos, as Parise Larry, the defendant, is identified, he's wearing a kind of a pink top that's very, I think you'll see through the surveillance, distinctive from what a lot of the other individuals are wearing, that makes him a little perhaps more identifiable to people as they're watching some of the surveillance video. And
all right, we are going to take a break. We'll have more of the prosecutors.
Talk about they gonna take a break. They ain't been doing nothing but breaking. Shoot. Ain't that many breaks. All they doing is breaking. Oh gosh. This is crazy.
Were also injured, and the defendant here was 14 years old when.
Oh my gosh, 14 years old. Like, what are they doing?
To any of the two firearms that were recovered because of what would be considered the damage to the round or lack of markings on the round that was recovered. And he'll testify and talk with you a little bit about what that means and why, based on the condition of the bullet or lack of markings, it wasn't able to be matched. And so you won't hear any testimony during this trial from linking either of the two firearms that were found to the bullet that killed Tatiana Zek, that hit Javier, that hit Keyshawn. You won't hear any testimony because of all of the rounds. The condition of them was too damaged or lack of markings to be able to match. And so after you hear from some of the witnesses on the collection of the evidence and the crime lab, then you're going to start to hear from some of those people that were directly involved, that were witnesses to this, the individuals I mentioned that were in that group, what they saw in that hallway area, the individuals they saw that had firearms, the shooting, things of that nature. And then you're also going to hear from some other witnesses that are in that Maplewood Commons or nearby that saw some things. You'll hear from one of those witnesses who lived in that apartment right across from where the shooting happened. So the parking lot was between him and where the shooting happened. And you'll actually see in one of the videos, the blinds kind of move a little bit from his apartment where he's looking out. And you're gonna hear some testimony from him where he saw the individual in that pink shirt that's gonna be identified as Parise Larry by other witnesses, the defendant, and seeing essentially smoke coming from a gun in his hand. And he'll tell you what he thought that meant to him, which would be close in time to where that casing was found, that third casing was found. And I believe you'll see an impact in the grass in the video that would be consistent with a bullet from that round being fired. And so that's a little bit of a summary of the evidence that you're going to hear in this trial. And as I mentioned earlier, what I expect you're going to hear from some of these witnesses is that Keyshawn Johnson was the intended target of the shooting, and that Tatiana Zek ultimately was the one that had the bullet strike her in the head, killing her. You're going to hear from another doctor that performed was a physician at St. Agnes Hospital that had treatment for Keyshawn Johnson and Javier and is aware of some of the injuries that they suffered as well. And you'll hear from Javier, you'll hear from Emmanuel, and I expect you'll hear from Keyshawn during this trial as well. And so, like I said earlier, I'm not arguing to you about what this evidence means. I'm simply giving you an idea of some of the evidence you're going to hear, the general order of what we expect that might be. And then once the trial evidence portion is done, then you'll get to hear from the attorneys again, where I will be giving a closing argument. The defense will give a closing argument. And then because the state has the burden of proof, then I'll have that second opportunity to come before you in rebuttal. And what I'm going to be asking you to do at that phase of the trial is find the defendant, Parise Larry, guilty as a party to a crime to all of the charges that the judge read to you. Party to a crime to first-degree intentional homicide, party to a crime, attempted homicide, party to a crime on the reckless injury, party to a crime on the reckless endangering safety, party to a crime on the negligent operation, and the illegal possession of a firearm by the defendant being under 18 years old. Thank you.
Guilty. That's what he's saying. If I am guilty on everything, and I do mean everything, and they got somebody that already pleaded guilty. I believe took a plea deal, if I'm not mistaken, when I was looking at some of the information. Let's see. I think they got more coverage on this one, you know, in between Bianca's case. Like Court TV really got a lot of nerve. They back to court and all, they trying to be like, take it to trial. They want to be up in all the courtrooms. They want to, like Puffy say, you want to be in all the videos. I don't know. Like, yeah, this is so misleading. Okay. Well, we going back to court. We just not going into the courtroom that they got up there that says Ohio versus Bianca Ellis Day 2. We actually going into a court in Wisconsin. So just keep up with me.
Jacob Royston, Jacob Royst.
Well, you know, wait a minute. Let me go see if I can find a defense's opening statement. Like they told Boulay, they're not even. Yeah, I'm not happy with them today. See, this is one of these cases that we kind of have to do like they is something. I'm telling you, the way they doing this is they stuff today. Let me see if I can find. I guess they're not gonna show the defense opening statement. Okay, and it looked like they may be taking some more testimony in Bianca's case. Let me Hey, Allison. Okay, I think that. Well, let's listen. I guess let's listen to this, and then we'll go over there and maybe we can get at least a couple segments on our actual trial that we were doing. Yeah, Mac. I'm telling you, like, it's really not cool at all. And I even understand with them having a delay, but this is just
O-N.
All right, and our jurors, I'm just gonna do a sound check. Everyone able to hear okay? All right, then go ahead, Attorney Tony.
Thank you, Your Honor. How are you currently employed?
With the Fond du Lac County Sheriff's Office.
And what was your prior employment before the Fond du Lac County Sheriff's Office?
Prior to working here, I worked for the City of Fond du Lac Police Department.
And how long between all capacities have you been a police officer?
Approximately 4 years.
And how long have you been with the Fond du Lac County Sheriff's Office?
A year and a half.
And was the remaining time with the Fond du Lac Police Department?
Yes, sir.
And any type of specialized training you had to become a police officer?
Yeah, I went through the Law Enforcement Academy at Fox Valley Technical College.
And how long was that training?
That was a 16-week course to get your diploma to be certifiable to be a police officer.
And any other updated trainings you've had during the 4 years as a law enforcement officer?
I've attended various trainings since then, a RIDE certification, advanced roadside impairment and detection, as well as just other numerous undercover investigation trainings.
What, directing you to May 7th of 2023, where were you working at that time?
At the City of Fond du Lac Police Department.
And I want to direct you to the Buttermilk Creek Park area. Did you respond to that area on May 7th, 2023?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall at approximately what time you would have responded to the Buttermilk Creek Park area?
I believe the time of dispatch was 5:51 p.m.
And can you generally describe for the jury where Buttermilk Creek Park is located?
Yeah, the Buttermilk Creek Park is in the southeast portion of the city of Fond du Lac on South Park Avenue.
And what was the purpose of your response to that location?
So it was reported.
That calls for hearsay.
It's not offered for.
Okay, if it's not offered for the truth, then I would ask the court to give the limiting instruction to the jury.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You can answer.
What was the purpose of responding to the Buttermilk Creek Park area?
It was for the report of an individual with a gun.
And did you respond to that location?
Yes, I did.
And in that response, did you find a firearm?
I found a facsimile firearm, an airsoft gun.
And while you were with the Fond du Lac Police Department, were you equipped with a body camera?
Yes, I was.
And what can you generally just describe to the jury how the body camera operates?
Yeah, so it's a device we wear on our chest generally that records video as well as audio of any interaction that we have.
And how does it activate to record?
It can activate numerous ways. You can manually activate it. It'll activate whenever you activate your lights or withdraw your firearm, activate your taser. There's numerous ways you can activate that way.
And when it activates, is there always, does the sound kick in immediately?
Yes, it does.
And when does the video kick in?
I believe the way that the city has their body cameras activated, it records 30 seconds of video prior to activation. However, there's no audio prior to that.
And were you wearing a body cam on May 7th of 2023?
Yes, I was.
And was your body camera activated as you were in that Buttermilk Creek Park area?
Yes, it was.
Officer Royston, I'm going to come up in a moment and show you a portion of a body cam to see if you recognize it. It is going to be from Exhibit 1 in a folder labeled trial folder, and within that, the numeral 1, Royston, and it will begin with the identification of JR and the number 10. And I'm bringing that up to you now, and I have the video paused at the 11:11 mark, and are you able to see that?
Yes, I am.
And do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it as?
My body camera from May 7th, 2023.
And does this appear to be an accurate depiction of your body camera from that incident at Buttermilk Creek Park, May 7th of 2023?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I would offer the exhibit beginning at the 11:11 mark,
Objection, Attorney Jensen.
No.
and it will be played without audio.
Okay. And as a reminder to our jurors, we do have the two screens, one here, okay? And Attorney Tony, is this in regards to the stipulated fact?
Yes, if the court could read the stipulated fact once I have this up on the screen.
All right, let me know.
And if the court could now read the stipulated fact.
All right, so for our jurors, the parties to this case have stipulated and agreed to the following fact, that the individual you see in this video in the pink top is defendant Parise Larry, okay? Go ahead, Attorney Tony.
Thank you. And Deputy Royston, the individual in the pink top, could you describe where that defendant is in relation to the video?
As to his location?
Correct.
Yep, so right now we are on the east side of Buttermilk Creek Park, on a residential area.
And as we're looking, left to right on the video, where is the defendant visible?
On the right-hand side.
Thank you. And we will begin playing at the 11:11 mark as noted without audio. And I've paused it.
And that's at 12:14, Attorney Tony?
I think it maybe at 12:34. It's hard to see, it's cut off on the screen at the moment, but I'll correct the record in a moment. Deputy Royston, what time of day is it at this point?
Per the body camera, appears to be 6:13 p.m.
And you found the timing, the timestamp on the body cameras to be accurate during that time of contact with Department?
Yes, sir.
And that was paused at the 11:34 mark of the exhibit.
11:34, thank you.
And I think earlier you indicated that you found essentially a lookalike firearm.
That is correct. It was an airsoft gun.
And do you recall who that was located on?
Jason Wallace.
And did you make contact with anybody else from that general time frame of the video we just watched?
The only other individual I made contact was Jason Wallace's parents or legal guardians to return that airsoft gun to them.
Were there other individuals that you identified during your interactions with them?
Other than there was Parise Larry was one of them, the defendant. Tristan Richmond was with them, as well as Antonio Johnston.
And ultimately, at some point, you indicated you returned the lookalike firearm to some parent, I think you said?
That's correct, yes. Jason's parents came and retrieved that.
And when did you do that, if you can recall?
It would have been approximately 10 minutes after that, so roughly 6:30 p.m.
And then did you respond to Maplewood comments at any point on May 7th, 2023?
Yes, I did. At 6:50 p.m., I was notified that there was dispatchers receiving numerous 911 calls indicating that somebody was shot in the head near Maplewood Commons.
And how did you respond to the location?
So at that point, I was in the police department garage when the calls started coming out. We have a Bearcat armored vehicle located at the police department. So myself, as well as 2 other officers, put on our external body worn body armor, as well as I deployed my department issued rifle, hopped in that armored Bearcat, and began responding, lights and sirens.
What is the Bearcat?
It's an armored vehicle that the police department has. We use it on tactical situations, high risk situations, stuff like that.
I'm bringing you up a document marked Exhibit 2. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, that appears to be an overview of the Maplewood Commons area.
And are you familiar with that area?
Yes, I am.
And does that appear to be an accurate depiction as an overview?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I would offer Exhibit 2 with permission to publish.
Any objection?
No.
Go ahead. Madam Clerk could switch over to the Elmo.
Listening to the officer testify.
There they go on another break. They the most breakingest people I done seen. And doing all that breaking. When are y'all working?
All right, Officer Royston, I'm going to zoom this out a little bit. We have Exhibit 2 up on the Elmo screen. And are you able to see on Exhibit 2 the area that you responded to?
Yes, I am. It would have been the top parking lot.
And I'm going to have you come down and give you a microphone to describe this so you can point it out for the jury if you want to come down here, please. And so can you just, for the jury's benefit, identify any of the roads that are visible?
Yeah, so Pioneer Road is right here. Martin Avenue is the road going down here.
And so when you pointed to Pioneer, that was at the upper top of the screen?
Correct.
And then Martin was to the very right?
That's correct.
And if you can point out the entrance that you used to arrive to Maplewood Commons?
Yes, so the entrance I used would have been the northernmost one.
And you're pointing to kind of the upper right area?
That's correct.
And where did you go to the parking lot with the Bearcat?
Towards the very beginning here. I pulled in right on in the first driveway there.
And when you pulled in, was there anybody that you saw that needed medical attention?
There was, directly between where both of the parking stalls are. There's a female laying with a significant amount of blood around her head on the ground there.
And could you just point right to that general area on the screen here?
Yeah, it was in this area.
So you're pointing to that same parking lot area that you pointed to that you arrived in?
Correct.
Thank you. And was your body camera active as you responded to the scene?
Yes, it was.
And Your Honor, I'm going to be bringing up a video if I could have my laptop connected.
Madam Clerk, switch that over.
And this will be played without audio.
And what is the file for this video? Is this also on Exhibit 1?
Yes, per our earlier discussion.
Oh, this is the video that'll be placed onto a new flash drive, correct?
Yes.
All right. We'll have that marked eventually as Exhibit 3 then, please.
And Officer Royston, while I'm getting that prepared, can you describe what time did you arrive to
Just on the side,
Maplewood Commons on May 7th of 2023?
That I'm
It would have been just before 7 p.m.
And
I gotta see how they stream.
were there any other
They
officers
doing it like
on
this?
scene when you arrived?
There was, whenever I got there, I believe there was a sheriff deputy that was already there, as well as Officer Schneider was already there with the victim.
And how would you describe the general scene upon your arrival?
It was very chaotic. There was a lot of people yelling, people running around, and a lot of information getting thrown out. So it was difficult to decipher what was actually going on.
And we're going to be getting to the body cam in a moment here, but what was your initial role when you arrived on the scene?
Whenever I initially arrived on scene, I assisted I was security for the ambulance crew that was trying to work on the victim. And then after that, I became essentially a tactical field team. If we were to get any new reports as to where the suspect was, my role was to go with numerous other officers and attempt to apprehend them.
And what was the purpose of having that tactical team essentially set up?
Just in case there were any more reports of similar incidents or other violence going on nearby.
What I'm going to do is show you from Exhibit 1, the flash drive, the trial folder, then the number 1 Royston folder, the file that will be labeled JR10. I'm bringing a portion up to you that's paused at the 7-minute and 59-second mark into the video. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that looks like my body camera.
And does that appear to be an accurate depiction of your body camera from that moment?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I would offer the exhibit with permission to publish.
To be clear, you referenced JR10. Is that the same body cam footage that was the Buttermilk Creek Park file reference?
I apologize. The Buttermilk Creek is JR8. I was thinking of this when I did it, so I apologize. Thank you for the correction, Your Honor.
Okay, so the earlier video that was played was JR8. And this is, just to be clear, is JR10?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. Any objection, Attorney Jensen?
No.
Go ahead, Attorney Tony.
And Your Honor, just for the benefit of those present in the courtroom, this will contain some more difficult things for some to see, just for their being aware. And so I have that at the screen at the 7-minute and 59-second mark. And Your Honor, sometimes there can be a glare from certain angles on the TVs we might be able to have the lights dimmed in some areas. I think it might be more helpful if we have some.
Can you turn that one back on? Is there another one back there?
I think they're back.
What happens when I'm not in my normal courtroom? I'm not sure what lights I'm turning on here, so we're gonna
It's a switch on the water.
do some trial and error here. How's that for our jurors?
I see them nodding their heads.
This one always stays.
Does that one look okay for counsel?
But yes, of this as well. In the parking lot.
Move those three switches. We need to see the screens later. Thank you.
And this will begin playing at the 7-minute and 59-second mark from JR10. The manual was on. Parent bullet came. No felony conviction.
Why don't we go ahead and bring in our guest, criminal defense attorney Marie.
So that's all that they have so far on that case, I guess. And then they decided to go back to Ohio. So here we go, guys. We flipping back. I feel like I'm being cheated, misled, all types of things.
Expecting.
Congratulations.
Ellis is facing multiple charges.
I live in North Olmsted.
And sir, are you married?
Yes.
Do you have children?
Expecting.
Congratulations. Mr. Stroud, do you have an opportunity to shop at the Giant Eagle on Lorraine Road from time to time?
Yes.
And did you so shop there or attempt to shop there on June 3rd of 2024?
Yes.
And did you shop by yourself or were you shopping with your wife?
I was with my wife.
All right. And Mr. Stroud, can you tell us when you arrived at Giant Eagle in North Olmsted, what happened and what are
Was normal until we were leaving the grocery store.
Okay, so you had already done your grocery shopping?
Correct.
All right, and you had gone out in the parking lot?
Yes.
And when you were in the parking lot, did you load your groceries into your car?
Yes.
All right, and so what happened while you were doing that or on the completion of that task?
Yeah, we had just completed loading the vehicle and heard screaming.
All right, and sir, what did you do when you heard this screaming?
Well, initially we didn't really know exactly what was going on until we heard more screaming and another crash. And that's when I turned around and saw what I saw.
All right, and so you heard some screaming. And so when you turned around, sir, what did you see?
I saw a woman stabbing a mother and child. I saw the knife covered in blood. I saw violent motions towards a mother and her child.
And sir, upon observing that, what did you do?
Well, I was kind of in shock at, the first moment of it. And as the act was completed and this person started walking towards me, I got back into my vehicle with my wife and I instructed her to call 911 immediately.
All right, and were you both in the car when your wife called 911?
Yes.
And if I were to play the 911 call, would you recognize your wife's voice?
Yes.
All right. State's Exhibit 187, please. It is State's, I'm sorry. Oh, State's Exhibit 202.
Is it paused?
It is.
And just again, there was a little bit back and forth. You said 197, but it's 202.
It is State's Exhibit 202.
Very good. All right. Go ahead. One moment. At a sidebar, or do you want to talk to the prosecutor first?
All right, we have to slip in a break. When we come back, we'll have more of this case out of Ohio, this tragic one where a 3-year-old toddler was stabbed. We have a defendant.
So I can tell y'all for the record tomorrow, we gonna have to gain some TiVo time in between this because I mean it's very clear that Court TV is not doing shit, and I'm gonna say it just shit butt breaking. I mean, like we going through 2 trials and they doing all this breaking and we don't really have no time, no TiVo time. We spent 2 hours, almost 2 hours out of court today, thanks to Rachel. And yeah, and all these breaks in between the testimony is starting. It's really nerve-wracking to me. So yeah, they ain't doing nothing but breaking. Talk about she got to take a quick break. Shit, y'all ain't been doing nothing but breaking. Excuse my language, but shit, that's all they've been doing. All this breaking. I don't like, whenever I would see a trial like this and they be doing all this breaking and stuff. When I was just advocate, trial watching, I wouldn't even watch this until they got all this crap together. And then you got to go and you got to find all them snippets and all the bull crap out there. Yeah, all chopped up. It's almost like you got to watch this stuff a day behind or something, but it's sure getting on my nerves. And now looking at this prosecutor up here, all I can think about is, and I started singing the doggone Mississippi song up in my head. M.I. cricket letter. I don't know why she is it. When I look at her, it makes that song come up in my head. And I don't know if it's because I feel like she kind of hunching over. I have no clue. I humpback. I don't know. But that's what I'm doing right now. They are trying us. And like they can't even keep the other trial like going. Like we can't get nothing. We can't get nothing free flowing. I'm hoping that if possibly if law and crime is starting to put up snippets, maybe they'll run their own feed tomorrow. I don't know. But I'm having all types of issues over here. Over here back in the back. That's what I can tell you. Hey, Barbara. It's good to see you. I'm glad you caught us. Yeah, but this is like, I don't think they even understand how much of a turnoff this is. And don't nobody want to show their face. I don't know why nobody in Ohio don't want to show their face. Well, I guess, I don't know. It's so funny that every witness that came up here, they don't want to show their face. But, typically when you're in court, unless it's some type of abuse or something to that effect, like, or you a minor, that's typically not allowed. I don't know why these people why it's not ordered that they are recorded. But whatever. But I guess it's fun watching it with you guys versus to being all alone. At least I can give my commentary on how much these breaks are irking my soul. But whatever. Let me take us back. I don't even know. I think this is back to the thing.
This is going to be a black female walking towards the main road with a knife. All black. Is anybody injured?
Now, in there, we heard Ariel's voice and we heard another male's voice. Is that your voice, sir?
Yes.
And were you also providing information to your wife to give to the 911 operator?
No, I had the windows rolled down in the car and I was screaming to others in the parking lot to exit the area. I didn't want anyone else to be injured.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Continue.
Yeah, somebody's injured. Okay, hold on a minute. Okay, let me keep you on the line. Don't hang up, okay? Okay, we're not hang up. Yeah, just stay on the line for me. Hold on, I got it. The black female wearing all black, walking towards the window, black leggings, black top, she's got the knife with her. Have you sent in, what else does she look like? She's a black tall female wearing black leggings, black t-shirt, she got two legs from silver center on the meadow, with red colors that shine bright. I know she's walking over. Okay. She's blurred out my vision, but I see you. Okay. 10-4 for a minute, now she's walking towards you, right over there. Okay. Yeah, all the way, stop right there. Ma'am, don't hang up the phone, I'm just gonna keep you on hold, I got the ambulance heading there, okay? So I see you call and jump in when you're ready, 51.
Now, after your wife contacted 911, sir, at that point in time, once she hung up with 911, what did you do?
Well, we followed the female until she was detained by the police.
And how did you follow her?
I was in my car, and then as I felt I had a good amount of distance from her, I got out of my car and pointed the police to her, and then re-entered my car and went back to go help the boy.
Okay. And Mr. Stroud, so you indicated to us that you saw the actual stabbing.
Yes.
All right. And so were you able to see the knife?
Yes.
All right. And can you tell us how many times that you observed her stabbing or who she was stabbing?
It was 2 or 3 times. I don't recollect exactly where those locations were on these individuals. I just saw the motion and saw the blood and the knife as it was happening. Okay. My eyes were more drawn to the knife than anything else.
Okay. And when you followed her, did you have an opportunity to observe this person walking away?
Yes.
All right. Was she talking to anybody?
No.
How would you describe her walking away?
Like she was walking in the park.
And
swinging the knife like she was almost just knew exactly what was going to happen.
All right. And so
you talk about a Michael Myers episode, like just walking through swinging the knife. Like la da 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 da. Like you can't make this stuff up. Like if they didn't have this stuff on video or didn't show this stuff or people witnessed this, like really, like even this picture that they have with her right here in the corner with this knife just walking through aisle number 5 and Giant Eagle is so concerning to me. She didn't walk all the way past customer service. I'm pretty sure she didn't pass some registers. Like she has passed the produce. Like this is amazing to me. And nobody, I mean, like this is not a small knife. And even if you wasn't gonna do nothing, like don't nobody say nothing? Like did nobody see nothing? I guess not. I don't know. This is just swinging the knife, just swinging the knife still. Microgram just going down the street like lottie dottie dottie. I mean, and what I don't know if it's a better month than October to be having this this case in, because all I can think of is Michael Myers, like not running, but always catch up to you, whatever. Nobody tried to stop her. No, I mean, this is not the first place where she been swinging. It ain't like she got on tennis shoes. She got on, I think these is what, flip-flops maybe. So it wasn't like she was like ready to run or, you know, like she kicked her shoes off or anything. I just, all right. Okay, well, I'm gonna take y'all back in here. The floors, you too, right? I mean, that's a big knife, y'all. That is not a small knife. That knife looks very, very big. And she had been swinging this knife since she had left from getting it. She was even sharpening it on the wall when she left the thrift store. No one said anything. Maybe they thought that she was the butcher or something in the back of the doggone store. She worked in the deli department. I have no clue. But if I would have saw somebody with even if I wouldn't approach that person, no, I'm not gonna approach them. I'm not out here Captain Save-A-Ho. But what I will do is I will go up to customer service as I'm walking out. Like, this young lady, I don't know. She has a very big like I don't know why she's walking through here with this very big knife, but especially in this area, I'm really, 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 really surprised, guys, because like this is more like an upper scale area of outside of Cleveland, and they nosy, except for when they not nosy. Like, he's so nosy that he was able to see that they got, that he's seen the actual stabbing, right? So he had to see, it sounds like, from the first attack, from what he's saying and he's testifying. But as y'all were walking to the car and you were loading your groceries, like, people just don't keep their eye out. Yes, I did say Captain Save-A-Ho. Like, that is not what I'm portraying out here, but I will go tell somebody. I ain't trying to save nobody, but I will go tell somebody. I do not have any weapons on me. I don't have a pew pew. I can help you, and I am just as scary, but I will go try to get somebody that can help you. But I can't save you. That's what I will tell you. I can't save you. I'm not jumping in. That is not what I'm doing here. I'm not jumping in the fight. I'm not playing tag. This is not wrestling, and I don't play those games. But what I will tell you is my scary self would have been right there at the customer service. That's like, excuse me, I'm not sure what's going on here, but she just walked past me, and I mean, it could be totally innocent, but you might want to go check that out unless she work in your deli or your meat department. I just really don't understand why we walking through the grocery store with this knife. And it's not like she was trying to hide it. It was almost like she wanted somebody in the store to stop her, and nobody stopped her. So she said, somebody gonna stop me in some way, shape, form, or fashion. And unfortunately, it went to this degree. But okay.
When the police arrived, were you still standing behind her?
Yes.
And what did you observe her to do?
The police pulled up and, drew weapons on her, and she just dropped the knife, and she didn't fight or resist at all. The police just got her on her knees.
He said she just dropped the knife. Take me. Like, she didn't resist, just take me. Calgon, take me away. I'm about to have 3 meals in a cot type of day. Like, really? This is crazy. This is like, I just don't know how I feel about all of this. In some ways, I'm like, I blame everybody in the store. I'm blaming a whole bunch of people. I don't know how far she got in the parking lot. I don't know if the young lady, it doesn't look like they were like the first couple cars in the parking lot. I want to know how far they were down the aisle of the parking lot. Like, how many cars did she have to pass to get to them? Like, who was all walking through this parking lot? Because I see everybody that was somebody had a clipboard and was writing down all the notes that they seen. So I'm really concerned. Like, I'm trying to, and I guess the best way I can tell y'all is that, like, this is like me, Like if I would have seen her out there, and it just is, you know, we know that people, when you in certain areas, I mean, no matter what, your profile sometimes, right? In this area, it's just no way. They should have been looking at her with extra care because of the neighborhood that she was in. Like, it's like no way, no how. If y'all get what I'm saying without saying it, but it's like no way, no how. She should have been, you know, she like one of them people when you go into the store and you get somebody coming to ask you every 5 minutes, can I help you? Can I help you? Do you need me to show you something? Let me know if I can get you anything. And you like, well, dang, I'm just looking. Hold on, dog. Calm down. Let me look around. I just got in the store. She like one of those people, like, I can't believe nobody was like in this area coming around like, can I help you? But okay.
And then down to her stomach and put her in handcuffs and detained her. Actually, I don't remember even handcuffs being put on her at that point, but they had detained her. And at that point, once I realized that she was no longer a threat to anybody else, that's when I turned back to try and assist those who were injured.
Okay, so did you get back in your car?
Yes.
And where did you then go?
I parked just outside of the aisle that this occurred, and I got out to go help. And as I got out, I realized that I had actually blocked the entrance for the ambulance. So I sprinted back to my vehicle so that I could make way for the ambulance to come in. And I went back to the original scene.
Okay. And when you went back, sir, what did you find? What did you observe?
There was a small boy who had been badly injured. There was a female on top of him giving CPR. There was what appeared to be his mother, who was also injured, but not severely, and was just begging. She kept asking if he was breathing.
I want to point out that that witness
All black?
Yes.
All right. And did you notice the knife?
Yes.
Okay. And you followed her down, all the way down, just like you showed us.
Correct.
All right. But you were on the opposite side of her.
When it took place, yes.
Okay. And then when you followed her, were you behind her?
Yes.
Okay. And then you came to a point that you stopped, and you then went back to try to render aid, correct?
Yes.
And there were other folks already there before you.
Yes.
And Mr. Stroud, you made a statement to the police about what you had observed that day?
Yes.
All right. Do you recognize Bianca Ellis in this courtroom here today?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So we'll go ahead and stipulate that Ms. Ellis would be identified by this witness.
Thank you. One moment, Your Honor. Thank you. No further questions at this time, Mr. Stroud. I appreciate your time.
Cross-examination?
Mr. Stroud, you said you heard screams and you got out the back of your car to see what was going on, or you got out your car to see what was going on, correct?
I never got back into my vehicle. So when I parked the cart, I opened my driver door, and that's when I heard the scream. So I was never in my car. I was outside the entire time.
Okay. And you witnessed this incident, and you said the person kind of casually just walked off?
Yes.
No running, no, just a casual stroll?
Just walking away.
And you said she was swinging her arm with a knife, like she knew what was going to happen. What did you mean by that?
She wasn't trying to get away.
She wasn't trying to get away.
She was obviously intended to be detained momentarily. I think she knew exactly what was going to happen.
So you said she was walking at a slow pace, like not a care in the world, you said like a stroll in the park, correct?
Yes.
And you said when the police came, you directed them to her location.
Yes.
And she stopped at gunpoint and dropped the knife?
Yes.
One moment, Judge.
Yes. Thank you. Any redirect on that?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, that wraps up the cross-examination of this witness. Let's break it down with our attorney that's standing by. Michael Jafer is with us, and we have with us Madeline Somerville as well. Thank you both for
There come a time that you guys take your breaks together.
Yes, we do.
All right. Eagle back on June 3rd, 2024.
Yes, I was.
And what department do you work in, sir?
I work in the curbside department.
Okay. Explain to me what that is.
People order their groceries, we shop the orders, and we bring it out to them in their cars.
All right. And what shift were you working on June 3rd of 2024?
I believe it was an 8 to 4, somewhere around that time.
All right. And does somebody else you know work at Giant Eagle?
Yes, my girlfriend Jaslyn works with me.
And what's Jaslyn's last name?
Jaslyn James.
All right. And so were you both working that day?
Yes, we were.
All right. And since you're boyfriend and girlfriend, did there come a time that you guys take your breaks together?
Yes, we do.
All right. And when you take your breaks together, like, what do you do?
We usually go out to her car and eat lunch or drink coffee or something along those lines.
Okay. Chit chat.
Yeah.
Okay. Listen to music.
Yes.
All right. And so we're going to turn our attention, Mr. Schaub, to June 3rd of 2024. Were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
Was your girlfriend, Jaslyn, working that day?
Yes, she was.
All right. So tell us what happened during the course of your day.
After working for a few hours, we went on break.
About what time was that, sir?
Off the top of my head, I don't know. I don't recall.
Okay, go ahead.
Then we spent about 15, 20-ish minutes on break, eating, and
where were you on this break?
We were in her car.
Okay, so did you go outside?
Yes, we did.
All right, was it raining outside?
No, it wasn't.
All right, sunny day?
Yes.
All right, so you went into her car. What kind of car did she have?
She has an orange Jeep.
All right, and so were the windows up or were the windows down?
The windows were up.
All right, and so what were you guys doing then in the car?
We split a foot-long sandwich, and we were just talking before we went back in.
Thank you, Barbara. Yeah, I was saying I got excited about that $5 foot long. Like, shoot, $5 foot long. Oh man, they was out there splitting that sub and having a smoke. I don't know why Subway got rid of the little chicken breast that they used to have. Like they used to have like this whole little chicken breast. You know I'm fat because I know all the food stuff. Anywho, they used to have this chicken breast, and I used to like get that and make sure they put a whole bunch of vegetables on my stuff, right? I can't eat Subway no more because they didn't play me when they took away my chicken breast. I'm trying to explain my story. Ain't nothing wrong with, because they need to go back to the $5 foot long because since they ain't how to $5, you going Subway, and if you try to get 2 subs, you might as well go sit down and have a whole meal at Applebee's or what's that other place that I love to go? Applebee's or Olive Garden or something. Like by the time you get some Subway. You said there are so many better sandwich shops, right? Yeah. I mean now you got Jersey Mike's and stuff like that, and Pot Bellies, and I don't know. I'm pretty sure they got them all over the place, but yeah. Wasn't nothing hitting but a $5 foot long. Now, if they would bring back $5 foot longs, I will be back at Subway. If they get my little chicken sandwiches back, they used to put like 2 of them on there, man. And don't get it wrong, because Subway been trying to twist it up. Subway been trying to get it all types of ways. Yeah, Barbara, I know you'd rather go to In-N-Out, but In-N-Out, you are not In-N-Out. They need to rename that place to In, and you're gonna be in for a while because it ain't no telling when you're gonna be out. I can't stand going to In-N-Out. It's not even that great to me, but that's my preference. Like, I can't stand In-N-Out. I don't go there that often at all because it is not In-N-Out. It's false advertisement. That's what it is. If you want to get it right, because you are never in and out. I digress. It's in your mind to the gutter. Wow. Oh boy. Yeah, well, I'm telling you, I don't know why you can't hear me. I think everybody else can. Yeah, you love Firehouse subs, Jason? I think I've had their subs. I think that when I do subs now, I go to Jersey Mike's. Yeah, well, I can believe that it's not everywhere, Barbara, that the In-N-Out is not false advertising, but I can also believe that most places In-N-Out is basically false advertising because you're not never in and out of their line or of with getting your food. It's almost like going to Dollar Tree. Like, I mean, come on, let's call it what it is. It used to be $1, but now everything is $1.25. False advertisement. It's like they trying to bait you in there, and that's not the case. Now there you go. Homemade subs are the better. Yeah, they be right good and sloppy. That's my type of party. You love that chicken Philly? Yeah, that's I do like Jersey Mike's, and I do like Charlie's. I will go. We do go to Charlie's a lot because I like my sandwiches hot if I'm getting a cold cut sandwich. But yeah, all these places with all this doggone, yeah, True, dollar thing for $2.50. They false advertising us, suckering us in there. Like, that's not fair. If it's like Dollar Tree, I expect for everything to be $1. I mean, like our Dollar Tree down here, some stuff then is $5. Like, what? It's no way. This is so false. I'll never forget. One day I was in the mall, and it was like this jewelry store, right? I'm gonna tell you just how they try to get people. So it's this jewelry store, and they like all jewelry is like $2, right? It was just some unbelievable price, and like they got all this little rinky-dink jewelry, all these earrings and stuff. So, girl, I go in there and I'm cleaning up. I come through the door, boom. Let me get my basket, boom. Got my basket, walking through the thing, throwing all the stuff in my thing. You know, I'm like, you know, everything up under such and such amount. And so I get up in to the register, and the lady like, well, you know, half of the stuff in my stuff didn't go up under that qualification of the price that they had, because they got all these sneak disc prices, is what I call them, these sneaky prices. So I'm gonna have the ones that qualify for this deal right here next to these ones that don't qualify, so the customer can grab both of them, and then they can bring all the stuff to the register and be quite embarrassed, because I was like, oh, it ain't no way you can take all that stuff off. Yeah, that's me. I am one of those in the store. Take all that stuff off. I'm cool. I thought that stuff was $2. So if it's $5 when I get here, y'all can take it off and y'all can put it back, because I wasn't aware. Yes, I'm one of those. But yeah, I wish they would stop trying to get us in any way that they can. They be trying to get us. Oh, she hit mute. Allison must have hit mute. That's okay. I'm just glad that you was able to get it up. It's Claire's Boutique. I don't, this one wasn't Claire's, because Claire's is very expensive. So I know how Claire's is. Oh, you say who? This is, it just say witness. It's the employee right here. It's above the super chat, Carvel. Don't nobody want to be shown in this case, and I don't know why they get the option not to be shown, but nobody wants to be shown. All right, well, let me go ahead and let's listen to what I don't even know what they was talking about the sub sandwich, and they was on a smoke break. So they was on a smoke break, him and his girlfriend eating a sub. He had just opened up the door. Let's see what else he got to say.
One works with me.
And what's Jasline's last name?
Jaslyn James.
All right. And so were you both working that day?
Yes, we were.
All right. And since you're boyfriend and girlfriend, did there come a time that you guys take your breaks together?
Yes, we do.
All right. And when you take your breaks together, like, what do you do?
We usually go out to her car and eat lunch or drink coffee or something along those lines.
Okay. Chit chat?
Yeah.
Okay. Listen to music?
Yes.
All right. And so we're going to turn our attention, Mr. Shop, to June 3rd of 2024. Were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
Was your girlfriend, Jaslyn, working that day?
Yes, she was.
All right. So tell us what happened during the course of your day.
After working for a few hours, we went on break.
About what time was that, sir?
Off the top of my head, I don't know. I don't recall.
Okay, go ahead.
Then we spent about 15, 20-ish minutes on break, eating, and
where were you on this break?
We were in her car.
Okay, so did you go outside?
Yes, we did.
All right, was it raining outside?
No, it wasn't.
All right, sunny day?
Yes.
All right. So you went into her car. What kind of car did she have?
She has an orange Jeep.
All right. And so were the windows up or were the windows down?
The windows were up.
All right. And so what were you guys doing then in the car?
We split a foot-long sandwich, and we were just talking before we went back in.
All right. And so suffice it to say you had your lunch and you were going to go back into work?
Yes.
And so what happens when you prepare to go back into work?
I opened my door to get out of the passenger side, and I heard screaming.
All right. And when you heard screaming, Mr. Shop, do you know where it was coming from?
I didn't. I heard what direction it was coming from, but I couldn't see where it was coming from.
All right. And so upon hearing screams, what did you do, sir?
I don't know why, but the screams to me sounded like actual screams of distress, not like screams of like someone playing around. So I took off running towards them.
And when you were running towards them, what did you see and what did you observe?
I saw a woman on the ground holding a child, and they covered in blood, and someone standing over them.
All right. And who was standing over them?
It was, I'm not sure how to answer this. Should I say?
Well, was it a man or a woman?
It was a woman standing over them.
Okay. Was it a Caucasian woman or a black woman?
It was a black woman.
All right. And can you tell me what she had on?
I do not remember, no.
All right. Did she have anything in her hands?
Yes, there was a knife in her hands.
All right. And when you saw the knife, what did you do?
When I got to them, I instantly like asked the mom and the child. Well, I asked the mom if this woman just stabbed her child.
Okay.
Even with a tragedy like this one, it's encouraging to hear the reaction from
on Lorraine Road.
Yes.
All right. And how often do you shop there? Is that the typical place that you go grocery shopping, ma'am?
I shop there quite frequently, probably at least once a week, if not a couple times a week if I forget items.
All righty. And back on June 3rd of 2024, did you have the opportunity to be a Giant Eagle?
Yes.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what your circumstances were and what happened while you were there?
I was just going to pick up a few items. I pulled into the parking lot and parked my car. When I pulled in, I looked ahead as I got out of my car, and two parking rows in front of me, directly in front of me, I saw a commotion. I saw a shopping cart overturned, and I saw a woman on the ground and 4 or 5 people looking frantic and yelling. Should I go on?
Yes. And so as a result of what you observed, what then did you do, ma'am?
I wasn't sure what I was seeing, but I felt like somebody needed help. So I ran over there and I said, "What's going on?" And that is when the woman on the ground looked up at me and said, "A woman."
Yeah, so.
I'm sorry.
So just when you're telling about someone else's comments, it
Yes.
would not be allowed in as hearsay.
Okay.
So why don't we just have you stop for a moment? I'll let the prosecutor ask you another question.
Okay.
So you saw this woman on the ground. So don't tell me what she said, but what did you observe when you looked at this woman? What was she doing?
The woman was sitting on the ground. I saw something in her arms. She was rocking.
And as a result of that, when you saw that and you had a conversation with her,
Yes.
she gave you some information.
Yes.
What did you do?
I immediately took the child that I saw in her arms and laid him down on the ground, assessed him, yelled for help, for EMS, somebody to call, and I started CPR.
All right. And for us lay folks, what kind of CPR were you able to do on this child?
Well, I immediately assessed his airway, but he had a mouthful of blood, so I was not able to give any rescue breaths. I assessed if he was breathing. He was not breathing. I checked a pulse. There was no pulse. So you immediately start chest compressions, which is what I did.
Okay. And that's the protocol.
Yes.
And so how long did you do that, ma'am?
I honestly don't know. It was a while until EMS showed up. I really, time was just a blur. I don't really know how long it was, but it was a while.
All right. Did another nurse then come and relieve you?
Yes.
All right. So prior to the police or ambulances coming, is it fair to say that civilians were trying to help this child?
Yes.
Okay. And what I mean by civilians, obviously nurses.
One other nurse besides myself.
Correct. And so once this other nurse came, what did you then do next?
She asked if I needed relief. Was I tired? And I said yes. And she said, I can take over. I'm a nurse. You're doing great. I said, yes, take over. I went to assess the mother because I saw she was bleeding as well. And that's what I did.
Okay. And during this point, did there come a point that the police then arrived and ambulances arrived?
Yes.
All right. Other than these life-saving measures that you attempted on these folks, did you do anything else, ma'am?
No.
And did you have
We're
any?
hearing this recounting in this clip of a registered nurse who rushed to the aid of this mother who's dealing with every parent's nightmare, the stabbing of their child in broad daylight in a public place. Let's bring back in attorneys Michael Jafer and Madeline Somerville as we're watching these different clips from this trial out in Ohio.
In 2 weeks in Dedham, Massachusetts. Now,
episode Saturday night.
In one way.
This hour for the top.
Drive my car the 2 parking lanes forward to where I parked in several parking spaces. Next to me, there was a woman on the ground with a sliced tank top, a tipped over shopping cart, and then a child on the ground with a woman performing CPR already. I got out of my car.
Hang on a second. Take a deep breath. Next question.
Okay, so you come upon this scene, and do you say anything when you come upon these people?
Yes, I divulged to the other nurse that I was a pediatric ICU nurse and asked her if she wanted me to take over.
And how did you know she was a nurse?
I didn't.
Okay, so how did you come to learn that she was a nurse?
I think after the fact.
And you asked that person, do you need relief?
Yes.
Okay. And was it at that point that you did, in fact, start rendering life-saving measures to this child?
Yes.
Okay. And did you talk to anybody else?
No.
And tell us a little bit about life-saving measures you did render.
I did chest compressions. I could not tell you how long for. And then at some point, someone from the store came out with an AED, so an external defibrillator. We put pads on. It did not identify a shockable rhythm, and I continued CPR until the police came.
And in your training experience as a registered nurse, did you have concerns for the well-being of this child you were treating?
Yes.
Did there come a time, well, let me ask you this, when did you leave that area and cease your life-saving measures?
I believe it was the police department came up. There was a gentleman that screamed for everyone to back off. So I got up, I stepped away, he secured the scene, and I stayed at my car.
Due to the efforts that you made, did you ever have blood on your clothing after rendering these measures?
Yes.
What did you do directly thereafter?
There was one police officer who was putting tape around the scene. I had went up to him and I had let him know that at some point I had thrown my sunglasses, that those were mine. I did not need them back, but I wanted him to know that I performed CPR. He had advised me to wait by my car and another police officer came over.
Were you pregnant at the time?
I was 36 weeks.
Did there come a point when you talked to the police about what you did that day?
Yes.
And you may have just described the extent of it. Is that
Yes.
accurate? Did you
Correct.
ever go in for a formal statement or?
No.
Anything like that? Okay. So after these efforts that you described and your interaction with the police, was there anything else you did connected to this case?
No.
Yeah, one moment.
Sure.
Ms. Craven, I appreciate you answering my questions this afternoon. I have nothing else.
Any cross-examination of this witness?
No questions, Ms. Craven. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. You may step down. Just a sidebar for
Another snippet there from inside of the courtroom of a witness on the stand in the case against Bianca Ellis.
Okay. That's about all we have for right now because we don't have any TiVo time. Let me go check and see. This is like so weird. Yeah, let me see what else we got going on here. Like even with me talking throughout and stopping them, and stopping them throughout this testimony, I mean, like it's really not like helping us, like at least not me. Because I would think that we at least would have some time, but like I don't even know what they covering right now. Let me see. I'm just trying to see if because they have some stuff on their website, and I'm just trying to make sure that we okay, so here's the live stream. Wow. Okay. Update information. Yeah, definitely. I wish the local news station was covering it. They've been covering all the hearings too, guys. And we also have wait a minute. Give me 1 second.
Was coming in to Giant Eagle, and she's got the 12-inch butcher knife. And she has it right by her side. And she's walking. And she's walking. And you will see in the video, ladies and gentlemen, that Margot had paid for her groceries. She had her hanging basket on her cart. The child in the seat of the cart, walking out, going to load her groceries and go home. I want you to pay attention to the video. As Mrs. Wood is walking out with Julian, and they're actually having a conversation, Miss Ellis passes them going this way, for lack of a better word to describe, she would be going west, and they are coming east. And so therefore, she sees them walking, and she turns immediately around. And she follows them all the way out of the store. And you will see that she is walking in tandem with them. There'll come a point in the video where you will see that she is walking faster, so she passes them. She stops, waits for them to catch up, and follows them completely out of the store.
And it is true that whatever's going on in her mind, whatever's going on with her mental illness, the evidence will show that she got behind Ms. Wood and her child, Julian, and she followed her. And she doesn't run away. She walks away. Knife in hand. Still carrying the knife after this act is done. The evidence will show that there was no rational motive for her to have committed this offense. There's evidence will show that there's no relationship between she and the victims in this case. She still has a knife in hand at the time that the police confronts her.
Madeline, what's unique about insanity cases?
Okay, so I don't, okay, so, I think that, I do want to watch this case. I do want to see the outcome of this case. I want to do all those things, but I do think that, in the meantime, in between time,
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Judge Ashley Wilcott, of course, honored to be with you today. We are tracking several cases across the country this afternoon.
I don't know why they tracking all these several cases. I don't know what they doing. What's this one? Can we get in the courtroom for this one?
Defendant Demetrius O'Neill. He's one of the 4 suspects accused in the 2016 mass shooting at Club Blue in Fort Myers. In Michigan, the sentencing for defendant Ashley Monroe will now happen next week after her lawyers decided to stay on her case. In this, they argue a motion to withdraw from the case. Monroe was accused of a deadly DUI crash that killed 2 and injured 14 others. In Wisconsin, a jury is hearing day 1 of testimony in the caught in crossfire murder trial against Parise Larry Jr. The then 14-year-old is charged in a shooting that killed a 20-year-old woman while she was taking out the trash. And in Ohio, the murder trial against Bianca Ellis is underway. She is accused of stabbing little 3-year-old Julian Wood and injuring his mother in a grocery store parking lot. And that is where we will begin this hour. Another nurse is now on the stand facing direct examination by the state.
So on June 3rd, 2024, were you shopping at the Giant Eagle in North Olmsted?
Yes.
All right. And were you by yourself?
Yes.
Were you able to complete your shopping trip that day?
Yes.
All right. Can you describe for us what happened on June 3rd, 2024 that you observed?
So I had finished unloading my groceries into my car and I was getting in. I thought I heard maybe a scuffle, but nothing alarming really. And then I was in my car and I just heard somebody scream, "Someone's been stabbed." And right then what do I say? She came by with my car, because my car and the victim's cars the windshields were facing each other, even though they were like a couple of spots away. And she walked by.
I'll stop you there. Who
Okay.
is she? Who are you referring to?
Bianca Ellis.
Okay. So let's just back up a little bit. You hear commotion and you hear someone say someone's been stabbed.
Yes.
Right? And are you in your vehicle when you hear that?
I was just getting in, yes.
So is your door open or do you remember?
I don't really remember. I think it was like on the way of being shut, because then as soon as I heard that, then she came around the corner of their car and walked right by mine.
Okay. So did you walk towards the commotion or where?
No, it happened so fast. I was in my car and then I saw her and I saw the knife.
Okay.
And it was bloody with fresh red blood. And I called 911.
Okay. So let me just ask you a couple questions on that. You hear someone announced the stabbing, and your testimony is that immediately upon hearing that, you see the defendant.
Yes.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right. And when you see the defendant, are you able to see her face?
If I saw her face, it's hard to remember. I would have probably just glanced up very briefly, but what caught my eye then was the knife.
And it was a sunny day.
It was.
Okay. And you see her walk in front of your vehicle? Is that?
Yeah, along the side of it.
Okay.
So like,
To you?
yes. So she was like walking like my car, and then she was walking alongside of the vehicle and then like turned to walk out the parking lot behind my car.
All right. So I have in the photo pad the drone map at 187. I don't know.
Let's take this opportunity to bring in our guests. We have 2 this hour with us, attorneys Laura Yaretzian and Dwight Williams. Thank you both for joining. Let me start with you, Dwight, please. This testimony is really chilling because this eyewitness has
Yes, this testimony is very chilling, and we would like to hear the testimony. Right, guys? I want to look and see. What was that case that they was talking about in Florida? And the rap CNY. What's CNY? film. I'm sorry. I mean, like this is one, like it's almost like a blog to me, guys. And what I mean by that is that CNY Central. I've never heard of that. Let me see. CNY Central. Yeah, this is almost like a blog to me. So I think that what I'll do. Oh, that's a good one. Ooh, let's see if we can watch that one. Yeah, let's see if we can watch that one. Let's see. I see. Let me see if I can find the actual. Okay. Okay, so it looked like they did the jury selection. Live. It's saying it's live. Oh, here we go. I'm gonna turn on the opening statements for the guard. We just all over the place. I'm glad that y'all hanging with me. This is what I can tell you, and this is just full disclaimer, guys. And it's just me being honest. The way they covering the Bianca Ellis trial, I think it's almost better for me to go and put all the clips together. Like I can record it and stream it without everybody, with all of us being together, and kind of like just put it on our site, or because it's kind of like a blog. And then we can watch it at night for those that can come at night after court has ended. I mean, because clearly it's only like maybe an hour or two of clips of what I can see. Okay, so CBS 6, it has Albany only fan. You talking about the ex-guards case? Because we haven't seen the opening statement, so I'm gonna play the opening statements first. So they're saying they have a 12-person jury, and they also have 4 alternates have been selected for the trial in the unaliving of Marcy Correctional Facility inmate Robert Books. I'm not sure if you guys have seen it. Okay, well, we'll go over to CBS 6 Albany after we see the opening statements, maybe. Okay, let me see. And then we can rewind and just play right through it. Okay, so I'm gonna put the opening statements on for this case. 14 minutes. Pause. Let me get this up. And we will we'll do our best in regards to the other trials. I do have an interest in the Bianca Ellis trial, but I can't do court TV with this snippet here, snippet there, snippet there. Then they're gonna give us some snippets in the garbage day one, snippet here, snippet there. Like, I'm cool on all of that. Like, I would rather rewatch an old trial than go through this, guys. Like, to be honest with y'all, I just have to keep that like really real. Like, I'd rather go through and watch an old trial than to watch something like this. So what I will do, right? So what I will do for all of us is because I can, while we're doing this, I can record everything and I can actually clean it up, and like we can still watch it all together. We would just have to watch it after court ends. So say for instance, they'll be done in court probably in the next hour and a half. So that'll be like 2:00 Mountain Standard Time for the most part of it, right? So that'll be like 2:00 Mountain Standard Time. That would be 5:00 Eastern Standard Time and 4:00 Central Standard Time. So if we'll plan on doing that tomorrow, and maybe I'll have us somewhere else and then we can watch it, because then we can get through it. Because like they done took literally less than an hour worth of testimony that we done heard with those snippets. And they have drugged this out for 8 hours almost, it feel like. We've been on stream for 5 hours and 51 minutes. And I think I didn't talk more than any testimony that we have heard today. So let me go ahead and share this screen. And so we're listening to I'll update the banner just so it can say that we're listening to this statement, and we'll kind of go from there. All right, guys.
He only made it to the emergency room. You will witness on tape this depravity firsthand. It will be gut-wrenching. It will be almost beyond belief that these three men, sworn to protect Robert Brooks and do their duty, treated him with such depravity. So let's review what happened, what the evidence will show. On the morning of December the 9th, 2024, Robert Brooks was an inmate at the Mohawk Correctional Facility. He had been assaulted by other inmates on 2 occasions, December the 7th and December the 9th. Why? Not going to be able to prove that to you, and it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. We're going to put in evidence regarding those assaults simply to show you that they had nothing to do with his death. Rather than deal with whatever was percolating at Mohawk regarding Robert, the officials decided to transfer him to the Marcy Correctional Facility. You'll see a video of Robert that morning while he's at Mohawk. And I want you to pay careful attention to that video, because he's going to be being interviewed by a corrections officer, Sergeant David Sayu. I stand here not to tell you with a broad brush that corrections officers are bad people. On the contrary, the overwhelming majority of them are decent people that do a difficult job, and we owe them our gratitude and our thanks. David Sayo is such a man. Contrast to these three defendants, you will see a correction officer doing his duty, treating Robert like a human being, which shouldn't be that hard to grasp. Sayu generally wants to find out what has happened to Robert at Mohawk. It's obvious to him that Robert is having issues, but you'll see in with your own eyes, you'll see Robert being compliant, being decent, being respectful. In fact, it gets to a point where Sayus feels comfortable enough with him to remove his handcuffs. Again, our medical proof will show that the assaults that took place at Mohawk had nothing to do with Robert's death. Robert was 5'11". He was a massive behemoth of exactly 148 pounds. In his near decade in state prison, he had a whopping 1 write-up for misconduct. When he left Mohawk that night, everything he had in the world other than his 2 sons was in a couple of duffel bags that he was carrying when he got on that bus. Robert arrives at Marcy Correctional Facility at about 9:07 p.m. 9:07 p.m. And a half hour later, he's dead. He's laying helpless in the emergency room at Marcy Correctional Facility on a gurney. He's got injuries to his head, his neck, his testicles, his liver, his spleen. You'll see a tape of Robert from that evening, and he's looking into a camera that he doesn't know was on and none of these defendants knew was on, and he's pleading for his life. He's begging, someone tell me what I did wrong. Why is this happening to me? And he's also choking and drowning on his own blood. And these 3 defendants, each in their own way, the proof will show, were intimately involved with these acts. They no longer were corrections officers. They were a gang. They took turns, collectively and individually, of punching him, kneeing him, pepper spraying him, choking him, pinning him down, cuffing his legs. The last thing he had to defend himself, his legs. And Mr. Gallagher, you will see, decided to cuff his legs during the beating. Having done this line of work for some time, let me suggest that what's in your mind right now is, surely, Mr. Fitzpatrick, there's more to this. You're leaving something out. He must have spit at the officers. He must have degraded them in some way, insulted their manhood. The truth, the sickening, gut-wrenching truth that you're about to experience is that he didn't do a damn thing. Absolutely nothing. He was greeted by these 3 men and others. David Kingsley and Nicholas Kiefer were part of the welcoming committee, along with Glenn Trombley and Robert Kessler, the latter 2 who you will hear from during this trial, and they were soon to be joined by Matthew Gallagher. Trombley and Kessler will be witnesses. They made deals with the prosecution. Had they not made deals with the prosecution, you would never know about the 2 assaults that occurred to Robert before he was on camera. You can choose to disbelieve them or not, or believe them. That will be up to you. They are 2 men that will tell you under oath that they will regret for the rest of their lives the cowardly failure to act that they participated in during the beating of Robert. Someone long ago said, an event has happened upon which it is difficult to speak, but impossible to remain silent. Impossible to remain silent. The words of Edmund Burke from 200 years ago. Even today, they explain the decisions of Trombley and Kessler to testify, reluctant as they may be, ashamed as they may be, and credible as they may be, to speak about something which is impossible to ignore and impossible to remain silent. Defendant Nicholas Kiefer here, he shows up on the scene, part of the welcoming committee. He heroically pepper sprayed Robert for no reason at all. And you'll watch him throughout the rest of these proceedings. He doesn't participate in the beating in the ER. It doesn't matter. He was part of that gang that assaulted Robert. He disoriented him, made him helpless, and allowed the beating to continue to intensify and result in Robert's death. And ladies and gentlemen, he's no Uber driver in this play. Robert is passed off to other members of the gang. You'll see a lot of them that are not in this courtroom for reasons that do not concern you. And then you will see a sickening video of Robert being hogtied and transported into the infirmary like a dead animal. Not because the defendants wanted to get him help or aid, but because that's where they had to take him, the first step. With utter indifference and depravity, Robert is hogtied and dragged into that ER. Among the individuals doing that is this defendant, Mr. Kingsley. Now inside the infirmary, Robert is laid out on a gurney. You'll see video of that. He's already dazed, he's confused. He's clearly been beaten severely before the cameras ever capture his image in that ER. Mr. Kiefer has done his part with his blows, and now a fresh set of corrections officers take over. And remember, they killed him, that gang. You'll see pictures of Mr. Farina and this defendant, Mr. Kingsley. Mr. Kingsley with his arms and his hands around Robert's neck, treating him like a doll, while Mr. Farina tries to shove a rag down his throat. He's gagged, he's choked, he's punched, he's yanked by the neck, he's dragged off a gurney by Mr. Kingsley and one of his accomplices by the neck and taken over in the corner for God only knows what purpose. He has no means to defend himself because his hands are cuffed behind his back during this whole process. So what does Mr. Gallagher do? Does he return to the human race and say, enough, stop this now? No, he goes out to his car to get some leg irons. And now we're going to argue to you that he was just following orders to leg iron a man that is moments away from death. Shockingly, after Mr. Gallagher retrieves the leg irons, when you see his body-worn camera, he zips up his jacket. So for 9.5 minutes, we see the inside of Mr. Gallagher's jacket instead of seeing what he was doing. Now, why do you think that happened? You'll know by the time this proof is concluded. Contrary to human experience, apparently it got colder inside and he had to zip up his jacket. Mr. Gallagher had a free will. He had human intelligence. He had training. He saw a man being beaten. He had no obligation, no duty, and God help us all, no human decency to put leg irons on that man. He participated in that death. He aided everyone that was there, and that's what the evidence will show and proved. An ambulance wasn't called for Robert until 9:40 p.m. They rush him to Wynn Hospital. He has no chance. Despite Herculean efforts, he is pronounced dead. Now, many months later, we appear in this courtroom because an indictment has been returned against these three men and others. Mr. Kiefer is charged with offering a false instrument for filing in the first degree. I'm going to make reference to the indictment in reverse order of severity. That's a very fancy way of saying he was required by law to fill out a document, and the man that is going to sit there during this trial, Mr. Kiefer, and say, I didn't break any law. I'm not guilty. I'm presumed innocent. He bald-faced lied in his report. Here's what he said. Prior to entering the emergency room of the infirmary, all force ceased being used against Robert Brooks. That's his story then. You'll see him walking around, looking in, participating, chuckling, hanging with his fellow gang members, while this poor 43-year-old, 148-pound guy is being pummeled like a rag doll a few feet away from him. I will ask you to convict Mr. Kiefer of that count. The defendants, Mr. Gallagher and Mr. Kiefer, are charged with gang assault in the second degree. I must and I will prove to you that they had intent to cause physical injury to Robert Brooks. Good Lord, did they intend to cause physical injury? You won't have any doubt of that whatsoever. They were aided by multiple people. They caused serious physical injury to him. Good Lord, they caused his death. And I will ask you to return a verdict of guilty against Mr. Gallagher and Mr. Kiefer for gang assault. The second count charges these three defendants with manslaughter in the first degree, intending to cause injury to the defendant Robert Brooks, serious physical injury, and acting in concert with each other. Sounds complicated at first, but when you boil it down, it's pretty simple. You're going to see massive evidence that this gang, this whole group of these people that stopped being corrections officers the moment Robert got off that bus, that their motive, their operandi was to cause serious physical injury to this man, and they wound up causing his death. And the final count, the most serious count, depraved indifference to human life. Depraved indifference to human life. Nicholas Anzalone, David Kingsley, Anthony Farina, Christopher Walworth, Matthew Gallagher, Nicholas Kiefer, three of them on trial here today. You won't have any doubt whatsoever that their conduct evinced a depraved indifference to human life. When you watch this video, the first words that pop into your mind are going to be depravity, indifference, recklessness. Difficult to watch, but I'm counting on you to do that. Christopher Walworth, Nicholas Anzalone, Nicholas Kiefer, Mr. Gallagher, Mr. Kingsley. Mr. Brooks was at various times restrained. He was beaten. He was choked. He was strangled. He was gagged. He was forcibly moved and kicked, all with minimal or no resistance on his part, and with absolutely zero legitimate law enforcement purpose. These assaults were perpetrated while the defendants were acting in concert with each other. With depraved indifference, they did nothing to restrain each other, did nothing to stop the beatings, and failed to immediately order medical assistance. The indictment alleges, and the medical examiner will so testify, that Mr. Brooks suffered injuries to his head, to his neck, severe injuries to his neck, his hyoid bone, his thyroid cartilage, his torso, his liver, his spleen, his testicles, each and every blow contributing to his death as it put added strain on his heart, as his body gasped and choked for blood because he couldn't breathe because of the blood rushing into his airways. Blood as a result of the beatings these three defendants and their fellow gang members inflicted upon him. If I'm able to get it into evidence, and I trust that, I hope I will, you will see Department of Corrections and Community Supervision's rules and guidelines regarding an individual corrections officer's duty to intervene. Duty to intervene. It is not complicated. When you see what you will see with your own eyes, and you realize that these three men did nothing to intervene, I ask you just please follow your oaths. Follow your oaths and follow the facts in this case. I will show you all three of these defendants have signed acknowledgments within a year of this homicide, that they all acknowledged being trained in that area and understood what their duties were. And they don't get to change that because it's October of 2025. You'll see the signed form by David Kingsley. You'll see a signed form by Matthew Gallagher. You'll see a signed form by Nicholas Kiefer. You're not supposed to help and stand by while others beat an inmate to death. It really ain't that complicated. You'll see, as I already alluded to, Mr. Kiefer's use of force report, which is a total fabrication. It's complete nonsense. You'll see a use of force memo by Mr. Kingsley. Again, glaring by its omissions. If you read the use of force memo, you'd think that Robert tripped on a piece of ice on his way into the infirmary. Now, how can I tell you with such certainty that I will prove all of these things to you? Because my most important witness in this case, ladies and gentlemen, there's four of them. They're body-worn cameras, about the size, a little bigger than a pack of cigarettes. All three of these defendants are supposed to wear them and supposed to activate them every time there's an encounter. Not only did they not activate them, Mr. Gallagher went so far as to cover his up as he zipped up his jacket. You know how many of these defendants activated their cameras? Zero. Not one. 9:26, when Mr. Brooks is a danger to absolutely no one, Mr. Gallagher, at Sergeant Trombley's direction, goes out to retrieve leg irons. And then at exactly 9:26 and 33 seconds, he zips up his jacket. The evidence is going to show that the rest of these defendants were unaware that video was being made. Can you imagine what this trial would be like if I didn't have those videos? Can you imagine what their stories would be? We already know what Mr. Kiefer's story is. Nothing happened after he entered the emergency room. You'll see that that's completely fallacious. If I didn't have these tapes, I'd be listening to stories about, oh, it was icy out. He was resisting arrest. We bravely had to defend ourselves. And we were barely able to restrain him because he was in a psychotic rage from some drug. But they didn't know that each of these four body-worn cameras from four separate corrections officers were storing data that the New York State Police were able to recover. And you'll hear about that, and you'll see these tapes in all their depravity. I won't have to say much as I show those videos to you. I won't have to. Because if you're the people I think you are, you'll know exactly what happened. There's no audio, and you will have ample time during the course of this trial to familiarize yourself exactly who is who on that tape. You won't get it the first time, trust me. It's difficult sometimes. You'll be able to tell Robert Brooks because he's the one bleeding and dying. You'll see a composite of all of those tapes together. And then when I finish presenting that tape to you, remind yourself that these three defendants are sitting here telling you, we broke no laws. You know, I go to Disney World a lot. My favorite ride is Pirates of the Caribbean. I'm not ashamed to admit that, but as you walk in, if any of you have ever been there, there's this baritone voice that says, dead men tell no tales. That's not true. It's Robert Brooks in death is going to tell you what caused his death. We're going to present to you Dr. Katya Merkalova, and she is going to describe to you in excruciating detail the injuries that Robert suffered, the number of injuries that he suffered, the lethality of the force used, how each one of these blows, as I mentioned earlier, put strain on his failing heart. She'll tell you that Robert had a synthetic drug in his system, and she will very, very clearly tell you how that had absolutely nothing to do with his death or with his conduct. In fact, the only thing it had to do with it is probably ameliorated some of the pain that he was suffering. These defendants took Robert's life, these three and others, with such callousness and such brutality that it will probably take her close to an hour just to describe to you each and every wound that he suffered. Wounds to the right side of his head, his neck, his torso, his groin, all while these defendants were smiling, joking, checking the time, pepper spraying him, cuffing his legs, telling the nurses, don't come in the room, nothing to see here, until it was way too late to save Robert. For the depravity, the indifference, the gross recklessness, the utter lack of urgency. You can look at a room full of people that look like they have about as much care as they do as to whether or not it's going to rain a month from now. They're just going about what they do. And I'll ask you to convict Mr. Kingsley because of the gross abuse that he, and you will see it, inflicted on Robert's neck, the beatings that he participated in. I'll ask you to convict Mr. Gallagher, who made it easier for these people to inflict this pain, who tried to prevent you from seeing what he was doing, who restrained this guy's legs, and he's going to tell you that it was part of his training. Where do you see Robert lying on that gurney? And you tell me what world an individual lives in to say that's part of my training. And Nicholas Kiefer, the brave pepper sprayer who had no idea what was going on, just rushed into a scene and joined in the beating. They murdered Robert. They murdered him with a depraved indifference to human life. I wish each and every one of you Godspeed over the next couple of days. And I can't imagine a better place for justice to be than this courtroom with you good people. And I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. B. Bush, would you wish to make an opening statement on behalf of Mr. Kingsley?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Once again, I'm Luke Mebush, representing David Kingsley, a husband, father of three, correctional officer for over 9 years. This case comes down to David Kingsley's thoughts and intentions. David's intent, his mindset during the events of December 9th, 2024. The district attorney has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he acted in a manner that can be considered depraved, and that he did so with complete indifference and devoid or regard for human life. Murder in the second degree. In the alternative, the district attorney has to prove David intended and wanted to cause serious physical injury to Mr. Brooks and caused his death, constituting manslaughter in the first degree. Before we talk about this specific case, let's take a moment to understand the world we are talking about. Correctional officers work in one of the most dangerous environments in our society. Every day, they step into a prison which runs rampant with drugs. They deal with men who are under the influence, who are often violent, unpredictable, and often intent on harming staff, other incarcerated individuals, or even themselves. Fights break out with little warning. Weapons are made from almost anything. Tension runs high, and officers are expected to act immediately when something happens. These are daily occurrences, and they don't get to pause, review video, or reflect. They are trained to respond quickly to control situations before they spread. Maintaining control and order in the facility is critical to the safety of the Department of Corrections personnel and the incarcerated individuals. That is the backdrop here. The law requires you to evaluate what happened in the context of that environment. Similar to doctors and nurses in emergency rooms or firefighters and their commanders on scene, they have to act with urgency, trusting the people behind them. You will hear that Robert Brooks was involved in fights with other incarcerated individuals at Mohawk Correctional Facility on December 7th and again on December 9th, 2024. It was at this time that Mr. Brooks sustained significant injuries, which led to the decision to separate the parties and transfer Mr. Brooks to Marcy Correctional Facility. When Mr. Brooks left Mohawk and the van pulled into Marcy, from the very beginning, he resisted instructions. He told officers what he wouldn't and wouldn't do. He ignored them and was not following lawful orders. Orders that may seem menial to you, somebody living outside those walls, but important in maintaining safety and control. That passive resistance continued through the administration building and into the vestibule area. After his leg shackles were removed, you will hear that there was an issue, and the officers brought Mr. Brooks outside where he was pepper sprayed. One officer on scene then pulled their pin, a red dot. An emergency was called, a signal that requires immediate backup because an officer may be in distress. A call where all officers who are available must respond. The officers that day responded because they are trained and ordered to do so. When a red dot is called, the responding officers have no idea what lies ahead of them or what they are getting themselves into. Even when a red dot is called off, those responding officers will always continue to the scene to make sure no further assistance is needed. And what followed was a series of chaotic events. And you will see portions of this on video. You will see officers using physical force to move and restrain Mr. Brooks. You will see strikes, attempts to get him to comply, and decisions being made in the moment, not after careful reflection. Now, the district attorney will show you those clips and say, look, that's excessive, that's depraved, that's indifferent. But your job will be to evaluate whether what you see meets the legal standard of depraved indifference or intentional infliction of serious injury. Not whether it looked rough, not whether you would have done it differently, because the lives you live are much different than the lives living behind those prison walls. And the officers live there as well. There's one particular moment you will see Officer Kingsley, my client. He is holding Mr. Brooks as other officers are around him. At times, you'll see him trying to reposition Mr. Brooks on the gurney. And it appears that his hands are near and around Mr. Brooks' neck as he lifts him up. Let's be direct about that. Officers are not trained to lift people by the neck. It was not the proper technique. And yes, on video, it looks violent. But here's what the evidence will show. It lasted only seconds. It was done in an effort to get Mr. Brooks upright in that specific moment and nothing more. It was done in an effort to get Mr. Brooks up. It was done in a chaotic scene, under orders to get him up, either direct or implied, with multiple people involved, including 2 sergeants who were in charge of all the correctional officers in that room. It was not done with the intent to injure. It was not done out of indifference to life. It was rough, an imperfect decision in the middle of a confusing and stressful situation. The law requires the prosecution to prove Depraved indifference or intent to injure. A moment of rough handling, especially in the context of restraint, is not depraved indifference. Now let's turn to the charges themselves. The district attorney has charged 2 different crimes based on 2 different legal theories that are contradictory to one another. First, murder in the 2nd degree. This crime requires proof of a mental state of depraved indifference, that David Kingsley acted so recklessly and showed no regard for Mr. Brooks and was indifferent to his life, that he did not care whether he lived or died. Second, manslaughter in the 1st degree. This charge requires proof that David intended to cause serious physical injury, that he set out to seriously hurt Mr. Brooks, and in doing so caused his death. These are 2 very different theories. One says the actions were reckless, the other says they were intentional. Both cannot be true. You will see as this trial unfolds that the evidence does not support either theory. What happened was messy, it was physical, but it was not indifferent to life. And it was not an intentional attempt to cause serious physical injury. You will hear about the role of Sergeant Trombley. He was the ranking officer present. He at times gave orders and at others stood there and did absolutely nothing. That matters because correctional officers like David Kingsley operate within a system of trust and reliance. When a sergeant is present and giving directions, officers comply because the sergeant is expected to have knowledge and understanding of the overall situation. The evidence will show that David Kingsley did not have knowledge of the overall situation. He did not start this incident. He wasn't there. He did not order it. He was not following along in a scene he had just arrived at after a red dot was called. Officer in need of assistance. As he was holding Mr. Brooks at times, but he never initiated any strikes. None. What's significant after all this, after the struggle, after Mr. Brooks was placed back on the gurney, another officer started to recognize that Mr. Brooks was in distress, and then something else happens. You will see David Kingsley, the first officer, to begin chest compressions. You will hear testimony about CPR being performed, about efforts to revive Mr. Brooks until an ambulance arrives. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a depraved act by somebody who is indifferent to Mr. Brooks' life. It's an officer recognizing a medical emergency and doing everything he could as they are trained to save a life. This trial will not be about whether the video is easy to watch. It won't be. It will not be about whether the officers handled everything perfectly. They didn't. It will be about whether the prosecution proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Officer Kingsley acted with depraved indifference to human life or with intent to cause serious physical injury. And when you look closely at the evidence, when you see the timeline, the orders, the chaos, the decisions being made in real time, you will see that burden has not been met. And at the end of this trial, the only verdict supported by the law and the evidence should be not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nicholas. Mr. Bluebrand, did you wish to bring it over on behalf of Mr. Gallo? We change the order. Withdrawn. Loretta, do you wish to make an opening on behalf of Mr. Keefe?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you. May it please the court, counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. My name is David Longaretta, and I'm here with attorney Mark Curley, and together we represent Nicholas Kiefer in this matter. Before I start my opening remarks, we want to thank each and every one of you for your willingness to participate in this process. Quite frankly, without your willingness to participate, our entire system of justice would come to a complete standstill. So again, we thank each and every one of you. Now, Nicholas Kiefer. Nick Kiefer is a family man. He has a wife. He has 3 young children. Nick has been a corrections officer for 10 years. Nick has been falsely accused of horrible, horrible crimes. And he has refused to plead guilty to something he did not do. Nick has demanded his right to have you, this jury, decide this case for Nicholas. Now, ladies and gentlemen, right from the outset, we ask you, keep an open mind. Remember that the indictment and the charges that Mr. Fitzpatrick had gone through in detail for you, okay, are mere allegations. They are not proof of anything. You even heard the judge say that. It's just a document. The prosecution in this matter bears the burden of proving each and every element of each and every crime to each of you beyond a reasonable doubt. You've heard a lot about beyond a reasonable doubt yesterday and today. The highest burden we have in our system of justice. Ladies and gentlemen, that is in fact the cornerstone of our system of justice. And it is your duty as jurors to hold the prosecution to this burden of proof on each and every element of each and every crime. Now, as you heard from Mr. Fitzpatrick, in this case, you're going to have the benefit of videos. And the videos will show you, black and white, what happened at relevant times. We anticipate the prosecution will be putting in these videos into evidence for your consideration. Nicholas Kiefer plans on using these exact same videos to show you that Nicholas Kiefer is not guilty of these crimes. Now, as you see these videos, you're going to see numerous people in the videos. We ask you, when you watch these videos, and I'm presuming it may take you more than one view, when you see these videos, I ask you to pay very careful and close attention to see if you see Nicholas Kiefer in that video. Take note of Nick Kiefer's actions. Look and see if Mr. Kiefer is even there. Along with the videos, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear testimony and you're going to see a multitude of other exhibits. And as Mr. Fitzpatrick had alluded to, we anticipate that you're going to hear evidence of DOC's rules and regulations. We further anticipate, ladies and gentlemen, that you are going to hear about how these rules and regulations may have not been followed on December 9th, 2024. I ask you all, be very, very mindful. Nick is not on trial for violating any DOC's rules or regulations. Nick is on trial for very serious penal law violations. Now, as jurors, it is your prerogative. You can accept or you can reject any evidence that the court allows into evidence in your consideration. That includes testimony that may be offered to you or that is in fact offered to you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as the court has indicated, as Mr. Fitzpatrick has indicated, there are 3 gentlemen on trial here. When each and every piece of evidence is submitted to you, I ask you to ask yourselves, is this piece of evidence relevant to Nicholas Kiefer? Is it relevant to David Kingsley? Or is it relevant to Mr. Gallagher? Is it relevant to maybe 1 or 2 of them and not the 3rd? Or is it relevant to any of them at all? That will be your determination. As you heard the prosecution in this case, ladies and gentlemen, this night of December 9th, 2024 involves 3 separate incidences. One in the breezeway, which is in the administration building of the Marcy Correctional Facility. One is on the walkway from leaving the administration building en route to the infirmary. And the third in the treatment room of the infirmary of the Marcy Correctional Facility. 3 separate and distinct incidences. It is not one continuous incident. Now, ladies and gentlemen, on December 9th, Nick Kiefer went to work like any other day. He was mandated to work a double shift, 16 hours, as they often are in the Department of Corrections. Nick was due to return to his family later that night at 11 p.m. At approximately 9 p.m. on that day, Nick received a radio transmission saying, "We have an in-draft," which means we have an incoming incarcerated individual leaving one facility and now entering into the Marcy Correctional Facility. Nick went and responded to that call, which was Nick's obligation. That's his job. That's his duty. He followed it. Nick did not know who this in-drafting, incoming incarcerated individual was. He has never seen this individual prior. He has never supervised and or worked with this individual. As Nick was going up to the administration building to meet this incoming and drafting incarcerated individual, he was met by 2 of his coworkers. Mr. Fitzpatrick gave you some names. You heard Mr. Kessler, you heard Mr. Angelo. They also met the Mohawk correction officer who did the transportation of the incarcerated individual from Mohawk over to the Marcy facility. 4 COs are there at this time. The 4 COs then walk out to the van where the incarcerated individual was. The 4 COs were able to get this incarcerated individual out of the van. We now know that this individual's name is Mr. Robert Brooks. They brought him in to the Marcy administration building. Per policy, the receiving correctional facility must ID this particular in-drafting incarcerated individual. He was then brought into an area of the administration room which we call the breezeway. You're going to hear testimony, I believe you're going to see some diagrams of the administration building. And this is a small room, not a very big room, right before you would exit the administration building and go into the actual compound. You go through what's called a man trap. In this breezeway, Mr. Brooks was unshackled by the Mohawk correctional officer. He took his mechanical restraints from him. Mr. Brooks is now unrestrained. In this small room, there was a use of force incident that did in fact transpire. Started by another correctional officer, not Nicholas Kiefer. Nicholas Kiefer, not knowing what just transpired, going back to his training, he immediately went to the assistance of his fellow employee. This entire breezeway incident, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear from a gentleman, Mr. Kessler. He said this whole incident lasted maybe 7 seconds. After this incident, Mr. Brooks, under his own power, albeit being escorted by 2 other COs, walked out of the breezeway onto this walkway, headed towards the infirmary. Mr. Brooks became non-compliant on this walkway. As you've heard, simple orders that may mean nothing to us carry big significance in the prison setting. He became non-compliant. He was put down to the ground. Nicholas Kiefer then went and applied the minimum amount of pepper spray to gain compliance. Now, there's going to be a question, and we're certainly going to have questions for the medical examiner, whether or not this minimum application of pepper spray even had an effect on Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks was then handcuffed, not by Mr. Kiefer, he was then handcuffed, and then he was escorted to the infirmary. Nicholas Kiefer did not touch Mr. Brooks for the remainder of this night. Let me say that again. Mr. Kiefer did not touch Mr. Brooks for the remainder of this evening. Mr. Brooks was in fact escorted to the treatment room. Now, Nicholas Kiefer did enter the treatment room on a few brief occasions. You're going to see this in the video. But on the few occasions, for the mere seconds that Mr. Kiefer was in that treatment room, there was no excessive force being applied to Mr. Brooks. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear testimony from one of the prosecution witnesses about how Nick Kiefer was ordered out of the treatment room. Now, the prosecution is attempting to tie Nicholas Kiefer to the actions of others, suggesting to you that he is somehow responsible via association. Ladies and gentlemen, as you've heard, the law requires more than that. It requires intent, it requires knowledge, it requires direct participation. We will show that Nick Kiefer did not possess this requisite intent. He did not have the knowledge, and he did not aid or abet anybody. Nick did not act with malice. Nick is not guilty of depraved indifference murder. Nick did not intend to cause any serious injury that resulted in death, and he's not guilty of manslaughter in the first degree. Nick is not guilty of gang assault because he did not cause a serious injury. Nick is not guilty of these crimes. Ladies and gentlemen, we urge you to listen very, very carefully. Consider the evidence that you, pursuant to your oath, that you deem is pertinent when deciding this matter for Mr. Kiefer. Remember, every person is entitled to a fair trial, and we believe you, the jury, will be able to do that and provide Nicholas Kiefer his fair trial. At the end of this case, ladies and gentlemen, we are confident that you will find that the evidence that the people will produce does not meet beyond a reasonable doubt burden. It will not support the charges that Nicholas has been charged with, and that you will return a verdict of not guilty. I thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Longo.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You agree? Yes, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, folks. Mr. Fitzpatrick is very impassioned, but you haven't heard a witness yet. You haven't seen a video, haven't seen anything. But you were promised a lot. And when the time comes, let's see what that adds up to as relates to one of the three people in the three trials that are going on, Matthew Gallagher. Whenever Matthew Gallagher's name is used, it's always associated with they, because Matthew Gallagher didn't harm Robert Brooks. He didn't hit him, he didn't strike him, he didn't encourage others to strike him, he didn't deny him medical care, he didn't do anything that contributed to the death of Robert Brooks. Nothing. And I'm going to be specific, and I ask you your patience because I'm going to go through the facts as you're going to hear them unfold. As you would expect, Matthew Gallagher has lived in this community. He's a husband and father. We'll get right past that. And we also know that Robert Brooks, whoever he was, doesn't deserve to be assaulted in prison. We all agree with that. But on December 9th, 2024, Matthew Gallagher was assigned as a CO to work something called rounds. He had 3 direct supervisors, 3 sergeants, Sergeant Trombley, Sergeant Mashaw, and Sergeant Plas. He had 2 supervising lieutenants. These were his bosses. That's who gave the CO's orders that day. They gave out the orders. Now, none of them ordered anyone to beat Mr. Brooks. All right, I'm not going to say they ordered any of that, but they were in charge. They controlled everything that night. Chain of command. Any of you had served in the military, chain of command. A call came across the radio at Marcy that an inmate was being brought from the Mohawk Correctional Facility to Marcy. It's a nearby state prison. At the time, Matt Gallagher was in an area of Marcy called the Infirmary Building. That's where he was. He was in an open area with 3 other officers, with other officers coming in and out. It's a quiet night. And on the TV is a Tom Cruise movie being played. A couple of the officers are watching it. The Mohawk prison, their transport officers were bringing Robert Brooks over to Marcy. He'd been involved in fights, you've heard that, over several days. He'd been struck in the head by an inmate with a padlock, swung and hit him. He had blood on his face, blood on his nose, cut to his eye, bruises all over his head. You may see pictures of those bruises. He had suffered a head injury and he was talking gibberish at times. Gibberish. He thought he was going on an airplane flight that night. That's what he thought, where he thought he was going. But when the call came from Mohawk to Marcy that an inmate was coming over, Mr. Brooks, but that wasn't known, Matt Gallagher knew nothing. He didn't know Robert Brooks. He didn't know he had been injured. He didn't know why he was coming over, and he didn't know the crimes that he had committed that got it into Mohawk to begin with, that Mr. Fitzpatrick described to you, stabbing his girlfriend. All he knew was that there was an inmate coming from Mohawk to Marcy with some type of a problem. That's why they do transfers. Now, Matt was assigned to the transport van that night. He would get into a van, he would drive around the grounds, he would check the buildings. That was part of his responsibilities. When the call came, the first thing he did was he went to the nurse's office in the infirmary building. Got out of his van, or from where he was in the lobby area, he went into the nurse's office, spoke to the nurses. He then quickly went outside to the transport van assigned to him. He was assigned a transport van. He got in, he started the van. And by the way, every second of December 9th, you can see Matt Gallagher on somebody's camera. Every second. You'll never lose sight of him. You will know exactly what he did that night. He got in his van, he started up his van, and he drove the van a short distance towards where the new inmate was going to be coming in. It was an area of the prison where the inmate would be coming in. And that was Mr. Brooks, but Mr. Gallagher didn't know that. His body camera, Matt Gallagher's body camera, shows that a second van was already at the location to pick up Mr. Brooks. It was driven by a CO, a correctional officer named Farina, Officer Farina. It was parked there. So Matt parks his van behind Farina's van, and he gets out and he starts walking up to where he expects the inmate to be coming from. Farina's van blocks Matt's view. He can't see. It's right in front of him. And it's nighttime, by the way. It's dark, and there's a long sidewalk up to where the inmate's going to be coming from. The side door of Farina's van is partially open, which tells Matt Gallagher that the plan is that the inmate's going to go in Farina's van and be transported someplace. So Matt, usually there'd be one or two people collecting an inmate who comes in on a transfer. And there's usually a sergeant, a boss, who's assigned up at the time of inmate being received. And Matt stands at Farina's van because he sees the officers, two officers coming towards him with an inmate, which is Mr. Brooks. He sees it. He stands at Farina's van, the door's open, and he stands there because he expects the inmate's going to come and going to be placed in Officer Farina's van. So he stands there. He doesn't move. But the officers pass right by him. They go, you'll see his video, they go right by him. Nobody says a word to Matt Gallagher. They have Mr. Brooks in custody. They're bringing him along. Another officer follows, and then two more officers. So 5 officers had been up with Mr. Brooks in the intake area. And they all ignore Matt Gallagher. They all ignore him. He's just standing there. He then, when they go by him, there's nothing untoward at that point. Matt Gallagher goes to, leaves Farina's van, and he goes back to his van. And he gets into his van and he reparks his van. And then he gets out and begins following the other officers towards the infirmary. And you'll see his body cams. He can't see the officers. They're in the building already, but he follows their path. His body cam will show that all Matt knew at that time was there was an unknown inmate, had come through intake, had been transported, and was heading down towards the infirmary. That's all he knew. None of the officers seemed agitated, and none of them requested Matt Gallagher's assistance. None of them. But what we do know from accounts, or at least I expect we'll hear some testimony, is that not only had Mr. Brooks been assaulted at another correctional facility, but he had been involved in an interaction which will be described to you in the intake area. Now, Matt Gallagher didn't know that, didn't see it, didn't see any evidence that anything had happened. So Matt Gallagher goes down the hallway. The nurse's office is on the left. It's called an emergency room. It's called a lot of things, but it's the same as a medical office. You go in the office, there's a gurney, there's medicines in the cabinets, there's counters along the sides. And then there's an area, because this is where inmates' pictures are taken. When they come in, the pictures are taken there. There's a mat where they stand. There's a white backdrop that they stand against, and photographs are taken of them at the time that they come. It's used for that as well. Matt doesn't go in the room. He doesn't need to go in the room. There's 4 or 5 officers in the room. There's 2 sergeants, 2 bosses in the room, 2. And they're all in. He doesn't know what they're doing. He's down the hallway, and he's really doing nothing. He's just standing there doing nothing. He's chit-chatting with a couple officers, because there's officers in the hallway as well. And he stands there for a period of time. He wasn't needed. There was no need to have Matt Gallagher at that point in time. There were normal reasons that Mr. Brooks would have been brought into that room. Typical reasons, not because he'd been assaulted, but there's a lot of reasons that an inmate's brought there to document prior injuries from a prior facility so the new facility doesn't get blamed, to conduct a medical exam, because a medical exam is required when an inmate arrives. There's a lot of reasons he would be there. Nothing that would get Matt Gallagher thinking this is a problem. But while he's there, something's said in the room, in the nurse's room, the ER room, that drew his attention. So he walks down and he looks around the corner, and what does he see? He sees and what one of the officers says they hear is, "Stop resisting, stop resisting." When Matt Gallagher turns the corner to look into that room, this is his vision. This is what he sees. In the corner is his boss, Sergeant Trombley. He's standing at a counter. He's got a piece of paper that he's writing on. To his right is his other boss, Sergeant Mashaw, who's standing there with his jacket on, his baseball cap on, and his hands in his pocket. And over at the gurney is Mr. Brooks on the edge of the gurney with officers Anzalone, Farina, and one or two other officers present. And Matt Gallagher is looking around the corner and he's watching. He has no involvement. And you'll see Officer Farina starts wiping Mr. Brooks' face. That's how it appears from the vantage point of Mr. Gallagher. He's got a white rag of some kind or white Kleenex, and he's wiping his face. Could be any reason he's doing that. Could be blood, could be mucus, could be leftover OC spray if he was sprayed. It could be anything, or it could be he's trying to clear his mouth to look into his mouth for something being smuggled in. What happens at that moment is it appears Mr. Brooks bites down on Officer Farina's finger. That's what it appears. And Officer Farina reacts ridiculously. He loses it. He pulls his hand away and he punches in the face Mr. Brooks 3 times. And Officer Anzalone starts punching Mr. Brooks in the leg. It lasts 4 seconds, 3 to 4 seconds. That's how long it lasts. Mr. Gallagher's still back. The sergeants who are in charge are standing there, and none of them move. But then it stops. It stops. And you'll see then the officers then, and they're acting roughly. No question they're acting roughly. They start trying to pull Mr. Brooks from the edge of the gurney onto the gurney. This is a medical gurney. This is where he's supposed to be, on a medical gurney. And they try to pull him up. They try 4 times, and they're getting rougher each time. Matt Gallagher's sergeant is in front of them, another sergeant's there, and they don't move. They don't do a thing. Matt takes a step forward, like, what am I gonna do? Should I do something? Takes a step back, and then he goes past his sergeant. He goes up to Mr. Brooks. He doesn't grab him by the neck. He doesn't grab him by the skin. He takes his shirt and he moves him up on the gurney. That's what he does. He moves him up on the gurney. And just as he finishes doing that, Officer Farina kicks Mr. Brooks between the legs. It appears he's either trying to hurt him or he's trying to push his body up further on the gurney. But whatever he does, it's wrong. Mr. Gallagher now just has the shirt. He's not touching any other part of Mr. Brooks. He lets go, and then an officer comes around in front of him and blocks him out. His sergeant's behind him, and Mr. Brooks' legs are kicking. They're kicking. He can't kick people. And someone says shackles or irons. What that means is when inmates are transferred, when inmates are kicking, when they're acting inappropriately in some way from the waist down, you get shackles. They're handcuffs for the ankles. They're not excessive force. They're not wrong. They're part of somebody's job. The only one that has shackles is Matt Gallagher. Matt Gallagher has shackles out in his van. So Matt Gallagher leaves. He leaves the room. Sergeants are in charge. He leaves the room, goes right down the hallway, goes out the front door, goes in his van, gets the leg irons, comes back down the hallway, comes back into the room. And you can see from other people's cameras that remain in the room that they're holding Mr. Brooks' legs tight as if he is trying to kick. But while Mr. Gallagher's gone, you also see this from the other people's cameras. Farina loses it again, starts punching him again, as does Anzalone. They both start punching him again, but Matt Gallagher doesn't even know this. He has no idea that this is going on because he's down a hallway, out the front door, coming back. He walks in. They're not doing it anymore, so he has no idea they even did it. He walks up, puts the shackles around one foot that's kicking, and struggles with the other foot, and either he or another officer puts shackles on the other foot. And that's what he does. That act of shackling his legs, and you heard it, is being alleged as a basis for a murder charge against Matthew Gallagher, a manslaughter charge against Matthew Gallagher, putting shackles on the ankles of an inmate kicking. Job number 1 of a correction officer. is to restrain an inmate who's kicking, not to have him hooked up so he can be beaten, because Matt Gallagher doesn't know he's going to be beaten, to do his job. And Matt Gallagher backs up. The inmate, Mr. Brooks, out of respect, Mr. Brooks, then is brought over from the, Mr. Brooks is there for a period of time. He's leaned forward. Mr. Gallagher goes back to over by the door, stands by the door again, because it's not his situation. There's nothing for him to do. There's nothing for him to intervene in. He's doing his job. He's standing by the door. And Officer Farina, who was bit, remember I said he was supposedly bit, is, you see on camera, he starts shaking his hand and he says something. And Officer Anzalone, he must hear him say something like, God, he bit me or something. He decides to punch one more time. He punches Mr. Brooks. Nobody could stop that. Nobody could know it was coming. It happened. The sergeant, the camera that records that act is the sergeant's. The sergeant is standing from me to you away from the gurney, and he didn't have an opportunity to do anything. Or if he did, if he heard it coming, he didn't do anything. But either way, there was no opportunity to stop it. It was Farina losing it, Anzalone losing it. So what is then, Mr. Brooks is taken over to the wall where the pictures are typically taken. Somebody says the word camera, goes over to the wall. Mr. Gallagher stays in the room. They take him over by the wall. They put him in front of the white. The two officers that take him over are blocking the view of Mr. Brooks. It's unclear what they're trying to do, whether they're trying to raise him up, take pictures, search him. It's unclear what they're trying to do. He's over there for a better part of a minute and a half. And then an officer comes over and unhooks the shackles. Mr. Brooks is brought back to the gurney. He's put back on the gurney. He's brought back roughly. No question, he's brought back roughly. He's placed on the gurney, and his pants are now being taken off because they're looking at what he had on him, presumably. His pants are pulled off at that point in time. And then the officer, it's realized that he's hurt, that he's injured. And the officers start looking. After a period of time, the nurses come into the room, 2 male nurses. And you'll see the nurses, it's being alleged that Mr. Gallagher is depraved because he didn't intervene at some point in time. Intervention really that is fictional as a concept. But the nurses come into the room, you'll see video of them for over 9 minutes, walking around doing nothing. They just walk around. They go up to him. He's got a pulse, he's got a heartbeat. They don't do anything for about 9 minutes before they do anything. Matt Gallagher's not in charge of the medical at that point in time. He's in the room, but he's not in charge of the medical. Matt Gallagher is charged with murder and manslaughter for not providing medical care. The nurses didn't provide the medical care. They were in the room. They didn't provide any medical care for a period of time. There's 3 things that are alleged to be the actions of Mr. Gallagher that results in a murder charge, a manslaughter charge, and a gang assault charge. The first is putting shackles on, murder. That's what they say. The second is moving Mr. Brooks up onto the gurney, murder. They say that's a murder, an accomplice to murder. And the third is not getting medical care when the nurses, when medical care came, when medical care was there, didn't do anything. They didn't think the situation required them to do anything. Yet they're charging Matthew Gallagher with murder and manslaughter. The government, I gave you a lot. I give you a lot of facts, and I'm trying to be fact specific because, as you recall, there's 3 trials. The fact trial, I'm trying to address the fact trial. I'm not trying to talk pie in the sky kind of things and get all emotional and try to convince you of anything other than say, these are the facts that are going to come. These are what you're going to see. And I give you a lot. I don't expect you to remember it. And I think the other lawyers said they don't expect you to remember. It's too much information coming at once. But I do expect that I've given you a sense of how to look at the proof through the lens of what Matthew Gallagher knew and how Matthew Gallagher acted based upon what he knew. You will be judging his actions specifically, where he was when the assaults of officers by the officers occurred, and how he did the best he thought he could do under moving situations, a situation he didn't create, a situation he came upon that others were involved in. And at the end, I'll ask you to find Matthew Gallagher not guilty on all the charges, despite how mistreated Mr. Brooks was, despite that. Because Mr. Gallagher is not responsible for Mr. Brooks' death. And I don't say that in the sense of, close my eyes, close my ears. He did the best that he could under the circumstances in front of him. And I'm going to ask you to find him not guilty, but I'm going to ask you to find him not guilty and feel good about it and feel good that you did the right thing because you listened to the evidence. You paid attention to the evidence, not the histrionics, but the evidence that you're going to see through Matt Gallagher's eyes as every second that he was in that facility is on a tape recording. And I'll ask you to return a not guilty verdict at the end of the trial. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bluegrand. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been listening attentively for about over an hour now. It's a good time for me to give you a break. It'll take about 5 minutes. I will retire back to the jury room, and then we'll begin with this.
Okay, so there we have the opening statements from the prosecution team and also all 3 defendants. Now, I am going to show the clip video of what happened. It's only like it's only 23 seconds long, at least the video that I have, but it is very, 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 very disturbing. Everybody knows that. So even if I play it, it's probably gonna make you mad, upset. Yes, yes, yes. Hey, Pretty Brown, happy birthday. Go, Shorty. It's your birthday. Shorty, it's your birthday. Okay, now, in the meantime, in between time, you want to put it, we have some other important business to take care of here at the trial. I am going to send out a poll survey, but let me kind of explain this poll that I'm sending out because it's kind of confusing. So I really want y'all to know what I'm trying to get out of this. Okay. So considering that we are I don't know why. Is that better? All right. Thank you, Marilda. She says, happy birthday. Okay, great, great, great. That's because I am doing a lot behind these closed doors because I am the host with the most, and I want to make sure that we have a very smooth court process day, a very efficient court process day. The whole point of us watching these trials is so we can get this great testimony and understand. So we be the judge in our own minds, even though our judgment doesn't matter. I mean, I can sit up here and talk to you all doggone day, but that's not what y'all here for. I mean, y'all don't mind me talking to y'all sometimes, but shoot, now don't nobody want me talking all day. So I am going to be sending out a poll because I need to know how we handle this. Today, all of today, just in one day, we've been in 3 different courthouses, and I mean, I want to be up in all 3 of them quite as well, but apparently they don't want us up in their courthouse. Or they want to give us bits and pieces, you know, in order for us to get in the court. We gotta beg. We gotta beg to be all up in that thing. I ain't into all this begging and stuff throughout the day, trying to get all this information. So my survey is going to, you know, considering that we are doing bits and pieces of information, I want to see how y'all want to proceed with this. The first choice that you'll have is we can do what we did today and we just go wherever they take us. It is what it is. We can do that. Or I'm even down to going back and looking at another trial just so we can hang out, an old trial, just so we can hang out. If we decided to go and look at an old trial, what I would do is I would still kind of like create like a no. I guess it would be something like a no break edition, where like right now I have the Ellis trial kind of streaming in my background. That way, it's recording. I'm re-recording it, and I'll go and edit it and post it up tonight where everybody can see day 2, right? Without all the breaks between Court TV and their commercials. I mean, I might do a commercial for myself. Y'all can go check out Sweet Pea merch, but other than that, no, I wouldn't do that to y'all. But it sounded good. I guess I could do a commercial, but I'm not doing a commercial. I will cut it off and see. Is that better? That's because I'm in the background streaming the Bianca stuff. So sorry. I'm in the background streaming that so I can post it up for you guys without all that stuff. As I stated earlier, they'll be out of court within about 2:30. As soon as they're out of court, then I'll go in there and try to edit everything and get that posted up. I am willing. We can even watch these together. We don't have to really watch this one together that they did today, only because we probably watch most of it. But say, for instance, like tomorrow, I'm assuming that they're probably going to be doing the same thing to the Bianca case, right? So do we, like tomorrow, instead of us getting online and streaming the Bianca case like we did today, do you guys want me to do what I'm kind of doing today, and then we kind of live stream it and go through it without like a no breaks edition when they get finished in court at 2:30, 3 o'clock tomorrow? So that's one option that we can do. Civil defamation. What's that? Another trial that they're doing right now, just Shamrock? So we can do that. Or we can kind of do like what we doing today. Wherever they let us in, we'll go in and get what we can get. And if we can't get it, then move on to the next one. Or Yeah, because like even with the one that we went to with the 14-year-old boy that was arrested, like I have no clue. I know we left off at the testimony where the officer was on the stand, but I have no clue. Is that a case that they streaming gavel to gavel? Just Shamrock that you think? Yeah, because I like to see the testimony. Like, I mean, I don't mind doing all this talking. You say, I don't want to have all these hours with nothing to stream. Well, I mean, we will have something to stream. It's not that. It's just that it's going to be cut up. So, like, by us watching the opening statements right here, I'm pretty sure if I go back to Court TV, I mean, see, if I go back to Court TV, so like right now, we have we gained about an hour and a half of whatever time they may have in the Bianca Ellis. So I can go back over there to the Bianca Ellis. It's just that is so flip-floppy within our stream that yeah, I don't think they're giving all the testimony to me to either. I just really think that they yeah, I think they playing games with us. Like you know, and I think that that's so unfair. It's so you know, I tell you, like this really like burns me up because guys, like every hearing that she had up until this time was streamed by the local news, Channel 3. All her pre-hearings, all her just everything. And then they had the nerve to do this to this case. Like even with a 30-minute delay, I don't even understand why this is happening like this. So I'm gonna take us back into the courtroom today. I will tell y'all that I don't know, I'll figure something out. Let me see. Okay, guys. So just for the record, we are going back into the Bianca Ellis case out of Ohio. I have no clue. Okay, so this is Rachel on the stand. Oh, okay. We got Rachel Craven. She's a nurse. She's an eyewitness to the thing. I have no clue what part of her testimony we are in. They took a very terrible break when they decided to take a break. So I don't know. I don't know what part of her testimony this is, or even if I don't know. Did she even finish? She might have finished testifying. Shoot, wait a minute. Yeah, they come and giving us all these little snippets. Like, whose case is this? See, and then now they back. Whose case is this? I don't even know whose case that is, but whatever. Okay. So we'll go right here with the beat. I know we didn't see him. So we got Sergeant Lukey. You got Sergeant Luke on the thing. So we'll put Sergeant Luke on the stand.
Right, 2024. Did you?
And we'll see. Is it Shabbat? You know, I wasn't even about to try to do that last name. I don't know what the heck that is. Business. Business. Like, what kind of last name is that? Oh, you're talking about something else. What am I talking about? Where did I see that at? Okay, I don't know what I'm talking about, but whatever. So we will listen to his testimony, and I guess we'll see what Court TV allows us to hear, and we'll go from there.
Still have a radio on your person?
I was fully equipped with just the same gear I am equipped with today: radio, my duty service weapon, handcuffs, flashlight, taser.
Now, in court today, of course, your radio is turned off. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
While you were helping the crossing guard duties on the 3rd of June, 2024, did you have your radio on?
Yes, I have my radio on and working.
Okay. And were calls coming through as you were helping at the school?
Yes.
And was there a time where a call came through that directed your attention?
We had a call for service at Giant Eagle in North Olmsted, across from the police department, that there had been at least one stabbing, and the suspect was still at large and last walking eastbound.
And how do you respond when you get such a call?
With a call like that and the possibility of someone being seriously harmed or lost a life, I use my emergency lights and siren so I can respond there safely, but as quickly as possible.
So fair to say you ended your crossing guard duties at that moment you got that call?
Correct.
Okay. And you were working alone that day, right?
Correct. I ride one man, just me, myself, and my vehicle.
And how long approximately did it take for you to get from the school to the supermarket?
I would say approximately 30 seconds or less.
So it's right around the corner?
It is. I was pretty much almost at the complete west side of North Olmsted. Okay. But I got there, like I said, as safely as possible.
Were you?
All right, let's bring back in criminal defense attorney Laura Yaretzian and criminal defense attorney Dwight Williams. Dwight, let's start with you. This officer responded. He's just now getting into the details of, I'm sure, what he observed, what he saw. And I want you to tell me, what are you thinking about as a defense attorney, especially knowing there's an insanity defense in this case, of what types of questions you might want to ask him?
Well, I definitely want him to portray my client as someone who was unstable. So I've been asking him questions about, well, when you arrived on the scene, what did you witness as it relates to the defendant? What did you see her do? How was she acting? What did she talk to you? How was she talking to you?
Madness. Like, we just hit damn play. We may not be able to make through this like this. Like, we just hit play. Are we for real? Like, this should not even be allowed. Did we see him? Did we see this guy? Because I don't even know. Do y'all know? Did we see him? I'm telling you, this is like a blog. Not that I seen Cynthia. I have no clue. Like, I looked on, I don't know. We seen him already. Like, I'm telling y'all now, like, I don't know what testimony they plant from anybody. Okay, so this is back to the sergeant that we was just listening to. Yeah, I guess we have to keep up. Oh my. Like she walking past the ATM machine. We got two ladies over here talking. Then we got the goddess in these pants right here, y'all. Him, like he coming heading towards her. She got the knife like all the way. Y'all see how far out this knife is? Like it's all the way over here. Like really, nobody said nothing. Like all of these people need to be in handcuffs. I can't go back to that trial, Baca. They don't have any more footage. I don't have no more footage. They up there playing with y'all. Y'all ain't hear a therapist talking about she getting blue balls. Like, they just playing with y'all. Yeah, I can't get us in no trial. We don't have anything steady today. We don't have anything steady. That's why I was asking y'all how y'all wanted me to kind of do it. We just all over the place. I don't even know what the heck we listening to and who we listening to and how we listening to them, because all our testimony is like all over the place. And yeah, I would love to, if we could get some, at least one of these trials where we can get some gavel to gavel coverage, that would be awesome. You say why they acting so stupid on your B-Day. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, let's see what he got to say. What more he got to talk about.
While they're at a sidebar, let's get some more thoughts from attorneys Laura Uretzian and Dwight Williams. Laura.
All right, let's move on to some of the photos that you took of the scene. All right. State's Exhibit 8. Did you take this photograph?
Yes.
Actually, you've already told me you took all these photographs, right? 1 through 63. So,
And just for a moment, and if you don't mind, Sergeant, why don't you flip them with you in front? In the event she may ask you, and it's better identified in front of you, that we don't have to take the time of moving them. So if you can just flip while she's going as well.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, thanks so much. Go ahead.
and obviously we have a big stack of photos, right?
Correct.
Why do you take different angles, different vantage points of a crime scene?
To make sure I paint the scene in its entirety. In one angle, it does not do enough.
Okay, so State's Exhibit 8, what's depicted here?
The main location of the incident and the groceries, along with first aid equipment that has been used.
Okay, State's Exhibit 9, just a different viewpoint?
Correct.
All right. What's State's Exhibit 10?
An up-close photo of the trauma equipment that was used to render first aid.
How much later in the day are you taking these photographs?
Less than 20 minutes. This is pretty much immediately after Julian was transported.
Okay, and did you learn which vehicle between these two vehicles belonged to the Wood family?
Correct.
Which one?
The gray one.
The gray one?
Correct.
State's Exhibit 11. What's depicted there?
Just a zoomed in shot of the groceries that were purchased.
All right, so we'll move on through these. Okay, 15 is a little closer up. Would you agree?
Correct.
Okay. And what are we looking at in this picture?
Just the complete area where things have been tossed about that she purchased to then North Olmsted officers rendering first aid.
And clearly, this area is taped off. There's other citizens' vehicles within this taped area. Is that accurate?
Correct.
So they just have to wait for their car till after you're done.
We made a point to try to find them, to advise them it was a crime scene. There was no ETA or estimated time. But
Roughly, how long did it take you to photograph everything?
easily over an hour.
Okay. All right, we'll move on through them. I'm just kind of scrolling through 16, 17, 18, 19. Again, these are different vantage points, and you are taking all of these photographs not to be repetitive, but to make sure you capture the entirety of the scene. Is that
Correct.
accurate?
From different angles, correct.
So State Exhibit 21, 22, 23. What's different about this picture?
That you can see her vehicle in it,
Okay.
and that you're getting closer to Giant Eagle,
And what's this?
the North Olmsted Water Tower.
Okay. Kind of an iconic landmark, right? That's
Correct.
And it's the namesake of this shopping center is Water Tower Shopping Center, correct?
Correct.
All right, so Exhibit 24, 25, we're looking at a different angle again. 26 is a little closer up. And if you know, what came of these items after everything was photographed?
I believe we picked them up and made sure if the family were able to get them, but I cannot recall.
All right, still with us, Laura and Dwight. Dwight, let me ask you, as we're looking at that scene, I mean, it's so haunting, again, is the best word I can come up with, because
cart. As you can see, she kind of dodges out of the way. And when Ellis turns around,
Do y'all see the way she turned around? Like she turns around like y'all see, do y'all catch this turnaround move? Wait a minute.
Easily over an hour.
Okay. All right, we'll move on through them. I'm just kind of scrolling through 16, 17, 18, 19. Again, these are different vantage points, and you are taking all of these photographs not to be repetitive, but to make sure you capture the entirety of the scene. Is that
Correct.
accurate?
From different angles, correct.
So State Exhibit 21, 22, 23. What's different about this picture?
That you can see her vehicle in it,
Okay.
and that you're getting closer to Giant Eagle,
And what's this?
the North Olmsted Water Tower.
Okay. Kind of an iconic landmark, right? That's
Correct.
And it's the namesake of this shopping center is Water Tower Shopping Center, correct?
Correct.
All right, State Exhibit 24, 25, we're looking at a different angle again. 26 is a little closer up.
I don't even know how to get back to the
And
turnaround move.
if you know, what came
I think I rewinded it too far back, but they doing so much I can't even figure it out.
Picked them up and made sure if the family were able to get them, but I cannot recall.
all right, still with us, Laura and Dwight. Dwight, let me
Yeah.
ask you, as we're looking at that scene, I mean,
I'm
it's so
tired of hearing them talk today. That's what I can.
Court TV Live.
You go.
to get to the scene as soon as possible.
And if you remember on that day, how far away were you when you received the radio broadcast?
Probably a minute away.
Okay, so
2
close by.
minutes, yes.
And within the radio broadcast, was there a description given of the suspect?
As I approached the scene, yes, they advised it was a black female wearing all black and carrying a knife.
All right. And did you hear anything about victims or where victims might be located?
I don't recall the exact.
All right. So when you respond to the Giant Eagle, what is your priority? What's the first thing you're going to do?
To locate the subject.
Okay. So you're focused on the subject versus
Yes.
victims.
Yes.
Okay. And this is due to the information you have, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So when you arrive on scene, what do you see first?
People started screaming to me and pointing me over to an area of the parking lot, an exit of the parking lot.
Okay. And when you are on duty, do you have a dash cam in your zone car?
Yes.
All right. And is your dash cam always running when you are on duty?
It is not always running.
Okay.
It runs when the overhead lights are activated.
Gotcha. All right. So if we were to look at some of your dash cam footage from that day, could you talk about it in court this afternoon?
Yes.
All right. I'm playing for this witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit 184. And it's 39 minutes long. We're not going to watch all of it, right? But before I move on, 2 seconds in, what are we looking at the screen here?
I was in a nearby neighborhood, and this is me beginning to respond to the call.
All right. And because we're seeing dash cam, does that mean that your overhead lights are
Yes.
activated? And why are you turning around in that driveway?
Because I was facing the wrong direction when the call came out.
Okay. And do you speed up and exceed the speed limit when you hear a call that
Yes.
you get too quickly? All right. Do you have your sirens on?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Obviously, you see some other cruisers there. Do you know what when the radio call came in, was it for all of the North Olmsted cruisers to respond?
I don't recall what the exact traffic was.
All right, so you are there pretty quickly and you go into the parking lot. Now at this point, what information do you have and where are you headed?
This is where they began giving me the physical description of the black female wearing all black, so I'm slowing down listening to that.
Okay.
And they also advise that she's exiting towards Dover Center Road. So hearing that information, I then sped up to get to that area, and people started flagging me down, pointing her out.
Okay. And here we are at 1 minute, 30 seconds. Who is this individual on the scene?
That's me.
Okay, so you get out of your vehicle immediately. And why do you have your gun out?
Because she was holding a knife as I exited my vehicle.
All right, so I'm going to direct your attention to the bottom right-hand corner of your dash cam footage. Is there an individual at the bottom right-hand corner?
Yes, there is.
And who is that?
That would be Bianca Ellis.
And what are your directives now that you've exited your cruiser with your gun out?
I'm telling her to lay on her stomach.
And as you pulled up, do you recall what she was doing before you got out of your car?
She was walking away from me, and as I parked my car and got out of it, she tossed the knife off to her side.
Did you personally see her holding the knife?
Yes.
Resuming at 1 minute, 42 seconds. Do you recall what you're saying at this point?
No, I do not.
Okay. Obviously, a lot of other officers are coming on scene to assist you. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And what is the protocol in this kind of situation where you have a suspect and lots of officers on scene, how do you determine the next steps?
Well, we began by testing her compliance, giving her orders, commands, what to do, what not to do, testing her compliance before we approached her.
Okay, so let's talk about that. What kinds of things do you do to test for compliance?
Say, do not move, do not reach, do not grab, stay on your stomach, stay where you are, things of that nature.
And is that typical, is that protocol anytime that you have a suspect in custody and you are communicating with them?
Yes, verbally check compliance before making physical contact, yes.
And in this case, was this individual compliant with your commands?
Yes.
At any point, did she converse with you or say anything?
No.
Okay. At any point, did you hear her talk to herself?
No.
Did she ask any questions?
No, she didn't.
Now let's resume in 2 minutes, 26 seconds.
All right, let's welcome in trial attorney Tamika Robowski. And Tamika, this is one of those cases where you got this harrowing video. It's tough to watch. This particular information that the jury is hearing from this witness, I think, is important in terms of what they're being asked to decide. Whether this woman was in her right mind and was just out there doing something crazy and wanted to hurt someone, or was she in fact in some sort of psychotic state?
Officer Wolcott, can you identify what I've placed up on the screen?
Yes, this is my body cam footage of us providing medical aid to Julian.
Okay. And how would you describe the scene?
Chaotic, a lot going on, a lot of people around.
And when you find yourself involved in as you described it, a chaotic scene, how do you determine who is doing what? So there's not too many cooks in the kitchen, so to speak.
Typically, the more experienced people take over and the less experienced acquiesce to the more experienced people.
So when you arrive here, are you told what to do or where to go?
No.
Okay, so what do you do?
I began assessing the injuries to Julian and figuring out what kind of life-saving interventions I could potentially do for him.
Okay, so let's continue playing your body cam.
One moment.
Sorry.
Well, I'm going to allow it, with the objection, I'll overrule for this witness, allow him to continue to testify to his body cam. Go ahead. But is there a question?
Yeah, so officer, even though you might not be one of the, obviously you're wearing the camera, correct?
Yes.
So, but is there a purpose that, that your camera is capturing the entirety of the scene? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you obviously know the gravity of the situation and
Yes.
that your body camera might be helpful to the case.
Yes.
Fair to say?
Yes.
Well, let me ask that. Do you ever administer life-saving on your video camera? Or are you just observing most of the time or all the time?
Yes, I do. I apply chest steel to Julian's back.
Go ahead.
So that's already happened by the time of what we see here.
I'm sorry?
The medical aid I render has already happened by the time before what we're watching here.
Oh, it happened from the very beginning?
Yes.
Okay, when we can't see the redaction?
Yeah, either redacted or it's possible my camera was not activated at that point.
Thank you.
And do you have training to provide medical assistance even though you are a police officer?
Yes.
Okay. And is that true for your colleagues in your department?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to move on to some other things that you did following your life-saving efforts. Okay. At any point, did you come into contact with drone footage captured by a neighboring agency?
I did receive drone footage from Westlake Police Department.
Okay. And
Ms. Patel?
Yes.
I just want to ask, the video of, is it continuation? I think it was a second video. So I had exhibit 184 was the very first one.
Yes.
So going to the parking lot for 8, is that a different exhibit number?
The one that I just had on the screen
Yes.
was 183.
183.
Yes.
And I apologize for interrupting.
Oh,
So
no
go ahead with your drone question.
Thank you. Okay, so Westlake is a neighboring community, correct?
Yes.
And is there a reason why Westlake drones were utilized in this investigation?
We provide mutual aid to each other during any critical incidents. And it's likely that we didn't have the equipment available to us at that time, and Westlake did, so we used them.
Okay. And why is drone footage potentially important when you are assessing a crime scene?
Because it gives a better overall view of the scene.
Okay. And you personally obtained these images that were produced by the Westlake Police drone. Is
Yes.
that fair to say? So can we look at a few of them this afternoon?
Yes.
All right. So first, let's talk about State Exhibit 188.
Well, let's get a little deeper if you want to ask.
So again, the judge has put some restrictions in place. We cannot show testimony in its entirety. We're bringing the best moments of testimony, and we know that court has now gone home for the day. Let's bring back in trial attorney.
At Club Blue in Fort Myers, Court TV legal correspondent Kelly Craft has a look at the case against O'Neill.
2 teenagers were shot and killed at a club in Fort Myers, Florida in the summer of 2016. Stefan Strouder was 18 years old and Sean Archilles was 14. 2 years earlier, Archilles appeared on the local news while at a rally against violence.
Yeah, I don't want no violence in the neighborhood.
Archilles and Strouder were at a teen night at Club Blue when they were caught in the crossfire of 2 rival gangs. More than 100 shots were fired.
Expressing concern. Brad initially told
Wait a minute now. Do y'all see this mess? Do y'all see this? I know. Well, like I told y'all, court probably ended in about, it's 3 hours. So do y'all see this? Like, we ain't get no goodbye.
Behind her losing her sister and the husband.
What is going on here? It's like they didn't already went into a whole new trial. Let me see something here. Oh, they irritated my whole soul today. Mm. Mm-hmm. Let me see. I'm trying to see if I can see anything about anything that we were doing today. So I went back to the garbage day unalive trial. There's nothing really on that one. I don't know. What's this one that they got it? Shoot. Y'all talk about blue balls. Like, I don't know what. Shit, this is beyond that. Let me see. Now, Florida is typically pretty transparent in regards to all their cases. I'm gonna rewind just a little bit just so I can get this case name in Florida, because we may be able to catch that one in a different courtroom. We may not need court TV for that one. Florida like to make sure that they on the map at all times. This one right here. This is what I'm saying. They saying coming up, caught in crossfire, unalive trial. So what they about to go? They about to cover that one? Five suspects. What is they doing down there in Florida? Okay, let me see. What? You supposed to be positive. You so funny. Come on, Sim. Today is October. Let me see which one of their news stations would be a good one to try. This is a mass shooting too, y'all. I don't know. I was trying to see if I could find any coverage on this one. I am not about to add another blue balls case to our list of things. That's what they will be called, blue balls cases. Thank you, therapist. Because that's exactly what it's giving us. These will be our blue ball cases. I know, like I may have to, I think I gotta go back to the drawing board. So let's do this, guys. I don't know what the hell we do. I don't know what we're doing. This is viewer discretion is advised. Watch at your own discretion. Here's the body cam footage. I forgot to play it earlier. Not to say that. I mean, oh, now really, really. Oh my goodness. Now they want to talk commercials. Wait a minute. Where was it at? Back at the case is not done. All the cases is giving us, all the courtrooms is giving us blue balls. So they just giving us a little bit, and they ain't gonna let you bust. You ain't gonna get it off. There is no busting activity going on today at all. So if you was looking for one, you ain't getting it off. We're not getting it off today. You're gonna have to wait till next time. We have to give it our best shot tomorrow. I don't this chat is not a Christian chat today because we are very upset on in regards to the way these courtrooms have done us today, Zach. Yeah, therapists, let them know we are upset with all these courtrooms. Nobody letting us in. I mean, I'm telling y'all, like, people are just like, I mean, what is this? Look at this, y'all. Like, you cannot make this stuff up. Like, people are cuckoo. Look at this. Says 7-year-old boy passes away after his head was trapped in a car window. What did she? What is going on? And she looking just as out here. She 32 years old. Say warning, this story contains graphic content. Look at this. Is this the little boy? Oh my gosh. What, she thought he was a dog? What is going on? Now, Atlanta Police Department said on Wednesday, Candace Grace was charged with second-degree unaliving and second-degree cruelty to her children for the involvement of a passing away of a young boy. Oh, she was passed out from a drug overdose. All right. Okay. I can't. Okay. This happened back on April 6th. The two younger siblings were in the car with him. The mammy, she was passed out in the driver's seat. When the child's head got caught in the back seat window, they said they tried to talk to that fool and she just kept passing out. I can't. You can't make this stuff up. Oh, he's so cute. Oh my goodness. Oh, look, let me see what this is. Oh, there's some notifications for me. Y'all know I don't know how to work this stuff. Don't be paying me no attention because I don't know what I'm doing. Let me see. And look at her. I mean, these people are like, you cannot watch the no, like I cannot watch this stuff. Like this is, I never like, the only time that I deal is like when we like, getting ready for trial or something, or somebody tell me. But look at this. Now she done threw her 9-month-old across the room. Like you scroll down here, you've been found anything about anybody that's just doing stuff like, oh man. Let me see. Okay, so I think that I do want to show that video just real quick, just so y'all can see it. And I think that I'm gonna have to come up with us a plan. I think I got kind of what I think we should do. I think I got an idea. I think I got a plan for our day tomorrow to make this a lot easier for us. I think I got a plan. I gotta work some things out of my head. Oh, let me see. I want to go to this video. Oh, here we go. Okay, so anybody that can't that are not okay, definitely exit trial. point in time. This video is very disturbing. It'll but these are the officers, this is what they're accused of doing here in court at this probation thing. For it to pull up. Oh, I was just saying, viewer discretion advised. Is not an easy video to watch. I am just currently waiting for the commercials to go through. I guess I'm gonna be able to show the video. Maybe I should go look at it on YouTube. Wait a minute. I got so many tabs on my computer open that this is almost unbelievable. Like I don't even know where I'm going on here. And Court TV got a nerve to have on their thing talk about some notify you. Hit the notification bell if you want to be notified about the tomorrow's trial day for Bianca. I want to send them a message and let them know. Like I don't think we've seen any, and I do mean any of the testimony today in that trial. I think we saw you guys more than we saw any testimony. Kick rocks. I mean, these. Wait a minute. These man. Oh boy. I mean, like, if we're gonna be dependent on them to be showing us a trial, then I at least want them to be showing a trial at least halfway decent, decent. How dare them talk about some day two? Viewer discretion advised. Now, I'm telling y'all once again, so if it make you mad, I know it's gonna make you mad. If you gonna get too mad, then don't watch, please. But this is what it was 10 of them, but this is why three of them are on trial, because they decided that they didn't want to take the plea deal.
Footage shows Robert Brooks repeatedly kicked, punched, and choked after arriving at the Marcy Correctional Facility on December 9th. Brooks had been serving a 12-year sentence for an assault in 2017. It is unclear why he was transferred to the Central New York prison. At one point, one officer yanks him by the neck and drops his semi-conscious body on an examination table. The beating lasted roughly 20 minutes. Brooks died the following morning. In a statement, an attorney for the Brooks family said, Mr. Brooks was fatally, violently beaten by a group of officers whose job was to keep him safe. He deserved to live. New York Governor Kathy Hochul has requested the termination of 13 guards and one nurse implicated in the assault. After visiting the facility where Brooks was beaten, Governor Hochul released a statement yesterday in a similar manner. As of today, none of the 14 employees implicated have been charged with wrongdoing. But New York State Attorney General Letitia James promised a full investigation.
Because I have a responsibility. And
Lopez.
I didn't did all of that. That ain't even doggone video. I don't think. I had one video of it. I don't know where it's at though. Cause I seen it. Oh, this is 8 of them.
Matthew Gallagher. We're back on the record in the matter of the people against Matthew Gallagher under Amendment 25035. This matter is on for a final pretrial conference today. I know that
Tonight, jury selection is underway. He was transferred to the Oneida County facility that
Did he just do the? It don't have no sound on it. It don't have no sound on it. It don't have no sound on it, but I think did he just DDT him, or was that the Rock move? That was somebody's move that he was doing wrestling moves to this guy. Yeah, I don't think there is no sound to it. Wait a minute. What? Oh, that's insane. Is the one you sent me one with audio or something? Okay, let me see. Copy. No, I'm about to pull it up now. I'm assuming it must have some sound to it. This is crazy. I want to know what kind of deal did they get him. Baka sent me one. I'm about to see it when I pull it up if we get some sound. Okay, wait a minute. Oh my goodness. I don't know. Am I messing it up? Can y'all hear it? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Yeah, look like I got it up here. Wait a minute. Let me make sure. I'm still not hearing no sound though. Hey. Okay, now please explain to me now why he got his leg up there like that. What was he trying to do? Like, what is he doing? What is he doing right here? Like, what is this all about? Like, how do you even explain this? Yeah, like what is this all about? Like, how do you explain this, y'all? Like, this don't even make sense. Like, how do you even justify this? Did they take off his shirt? I want to know where he at. This one right here, with his big ass. Where is he at? Yeah, I said it. Oh my gosh, you can see his rib cage. Look at this, y'all. Oh my goodness. Look at him. He all out of breath and stuff because he doing karate splits on somebody. And all these other goofies just sitting looking. What? Okay, so then picked him up. Y'all see, he all messed up right here. No, he was in handcuffs. Oh, that ain't enough for him. He gonna punch him again. All right, where he at? Where this one at? We got to figure out if this one took a plea deal or not. No, they better be all in jail. No, I think some of them took plea deals, Pretty Brown. Okay, so why they got him over here? I am so confused. Move out the way so I can see what's going on. What they got him on? Y'all see that? What is he? Is these his arms or his legs? Oh, now they got him undressed. Oh, they must be just playing the video back again. This right here. This right here. That. You know, and I guess they all thought that when they were going in there today, body cams and stuff were not on. Yeah, that's enough for me. I don't know how they let this even get down. I don't even know why anybody got to take a plea deal. Like, we got this all on camera. Like, there is no explanation. And if you were sitting there watching it, you are just as guilty as anybody else. I don't know what you do with that. Personally, but yeah, I don't know what you do with that. So I guess some of them may have some sound and some of them don't. Yeah, I don't think there are any words for this. Like, I don't think nobody should get plea deals when we have evidence that's this strong. I don't understand why we're doing plea deals unless they talk about life. Because I really don't need you to testify against anybody. I can see you right there, homie. Like, so I'm real curious to know the 3 that are left. Or, you know, the 3 that are left that decided to take it to trial. I'm assuming that these are the people that were just sitting there as bystanders saying, if I didn't touch them, I didn't do anything. I can see that's the only way that they kind of like fighting for anything, because other than that, what would you be fighting for? I can see them thinking that because they didn't say anything, oh, those are my fellow officers, those are my fellow friends, you know, whatever the case may be. Yeah, so I just don't. Okay, you say you read 22 years for some of them? Yeah, it's no, Tyler. Yeah, I feel you there in micrograms. Yeah. Yeah, this is like the weirdest stuff. Okay. Well, what I am gonna do is, because I gotta mentally try to figure out how to work this for our best interest. For our case tomorrow, and I need to kind of do some research. and understand exactly what we got going on. If anybody finds any information out here that's helpful for us to have a very, I mean, not to say that we didn't have a productive stream, but I know we are all into listening to the testimony. Like, I don't know where we would be if Rachel didn't show up and help us out today, because this is really like, you know, we here for the testimony for the most part. And yeah. So I know I do the Sarah Hartsfield update. I don't know if y'all didn't see my alerts last night or what y'all was doing. I don't know if y'all be out here playing in these YouTube streets or what, but I sent the alert out yesterday for the Sarah Hartsfield update, and I don't know if y'all was asleep in the bed out here. When the street lights come on, I need y'all to come on back home. When the alert come out and the notification bell, I need y'all to come on home. Well, I was like, okay, so I get on at night and they not here. All right, cool. I got y'all. She is kind of scary. If you thought she was scary, you better be scared. She sent somebody after you. That lady got reach beyond reach. So I'm gonna think about it. I don't know. I know Sarah stuff don't come out until like about 5. Maybe I don't get any recaps until like about 5 or 6. So I want to think about how I want to accomplish that one for you guys. I don't know if I say that for in the morning or what we do as far as that part. Carrie says that Cuyahoga County Court of Common Pleas Judge John Russo is not permitting witness testimony in the Bianca Ellis trial to be seen in its entirety until after the closing arguments. And that may be something that in regards to, I know that the defense attorney was complaining because he did want the jury sequestered in this, but I don't understand the point of that, because like that is pointless. Like, it amazes me, and I know I gotta forget. I keep forgetting. Okay. I was about to say something that I shouldn't say, because I keep forgetting, like, these are people's lives. This is something that happened. And just because I want to be nosy and be all in the courtroom, that doesn't mean that they're not doing what they need to do in order to make sure that justice is served and justice is served appropriately. So I'll let that one sit there. Okay. Because I was about to say some things that I probably shouldn't be saying. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know who the state and Sarah's case should be resting their case either today or tomorrow. Interesting to know. I know. What Carrie, it wouldn't bother me as much if they were not showing everything prior to today. I would be okay with that. Right? Like, cool, fine. But I kid you not, Channel 3, which is the local news, they were in there for like gavel to gavel coverage. So why do we get this far into the case and now it's at trial and you want to piecemeal this stuff? And then, and I know Court TV, they can be all over the place, and I don't know. I mean, it really is really rough all over, and just, yeah. So I'm gonna see what's out here, because sometimes they'll do trials like this, and what they'll do is they will like wait, and then Court TV they'll premiere it, or they'll do something like that. So I say worst case scenario, if y'all see alert that come out and it's just talk about some old trial stuff, then that's probably just me getting so we can get together. Because I do, for some reason, I want to watch the Nathan Holden case. I don't know if any of y'all seen that case, but I don't know. I like the Nathan Holden. I want to rewatch the Nathan Holden case. So that's like one of my so I was kind of okay. Like, I was like, okay, well, if they don't show her trial today, after we were kind of going back and forth yesterday about it, like, if they don't show it, then we'll watch Nathan Holden. I was like, I'll get that off. I'll get that off my bucket list. Like, I'm like itching for it or something. So for some reason, I don't know. I'm all into trials that show me a lot of photos, where I get a lot of detail, gavel to gavel. I can sit in their face and I can see everything that's going on with every person. And I already know what I'm going to get, because I've seen it. So I know what I'm going to get out of this trial. Ain't that the nice thing about rewatching trials? You know exactly what you're going to get. It ain't no guessing to it. It ain't no coulda, woulda, shoulda. I know exactly what I'm going to get. Like, I know I'm going to get it all. I'm going to be able to bust. Yeah, maybe they will. I don't think that they'll probably, I think, I don't know. I don't know how they'll do it, Carrie. But right now, like, the way they're showing it, it's almost like a blog. It's just a blog with video, as far as I'm concerned. And so it makes it kind of hard. It's kind of like when we're doing the updates for the Diddy trial, or, you know, when we were doing it for Fed Court and we don't have cameras, like for Sarah's trial, they don't have anybody in there. So what they do is they're like creating a blog. So it's like a blogger, you know, that they kind of do every day and recap it. And I just kind of go in there and read it, see if they have some video. And I just kind of put my own spin on it and bring it to you guys in one nice little thing. Yeah, but this blog, as therapist has in there, that the way they're doing it is misleading, because Court TV, y'all told us gavel to gavel coverage. This is not gavel to gavel coverage. I'm calling everybody out in regards to their false advertisement today. Dollar store, make everything $1, or get that sign. You have to rename it. You have to reestablish your business, whatever you need to do. But right now, you are out here false advertising. Who else out here false advertising they stuff? I'm gonna get them all together. Don't be out here doing all that false advertising. In my opinion. Let me say that, because they'll be like, no, we're not doing that. It says $1 and etc. Like other related duties up under your job description. No. I just want what you said you was going to give to me. You said it's too choppy to watch. I know, Carrie. I said that the only thing that I can suggest for us to do is that I can go in there, and I wouldn't mind doing it. I don't have a problem to do it. We just have to find something else that we're gonna do during the day. And that's why I said we can watch we can rewatch another trial or anything like that. And then my other thought process is that we can start later. I can go in and, like, because they should start about 8:30 in the morning, East Coast time, which is 5:30 my time. I can go in early and I can start pre-recording and clip it and restream it, and we watch it all together with none of that commercial stuff. so we won't be confused. So I can do that, and I can build up at least an hour or so of it, or 2 hours. I don't even know, because, like, to be honest, guys, like, the testimony we heard today, we were in the courtroom for what? If we put all the snippets of all the testimony that we can even collectively say, we were in her case for about an hour. Maybe. And we've been online for over 8.5 hours. So, like, Baca, like, say, like, now the court is done, because they're not in the same time zone as you. I think you are an hour after. So, like, court is over with there. So we could do something like, depending on, I'm thinking, instead of us starting at 5:30, it's kind of like us building TiVo time, but instead of us having to me actually having to TiVo through it, I'll be able to see. And in the meantime, because we all love each other so much, and, like, we together every day, like, they not about to be messing with us. We be together every day. I figure we can watch a trial that we know, like an older trial that we know, and do that stuff like after fact, like almost like breaking news for us. So I'm just trying to think of the best way to kind of like do it. Do we watch a trial, an older trial? It's probably gonna be Holden, because I think I really like that case, and I really want to see it. Have y'all seen that case? Put a 1 in the chat if you've seen the Nathan Holden case. It's where he unalived the mom and the dad, and attempted to unalive the wife, but she survived. Has anybody seen that? Put a 1 in the chat if you've seen that one. What I would say is, if it's not one that you've seen, is a really good one. And like I said, she survived, and she actually testifies. And okay, it's called the Nathan Holden case, where he unalived her parents and attempted to unalive her, but she survived. Yeah, so I was thinking that maybe we could do something like that to kind of get us through like some of this rough testimony, while some of our, even if we started at 5:30 in the morning and we did a rewatch of one of the old trials, and say trial for Ellis ends at 2:30. By that time, I can go back and clip everything, and if you want, we can even watch that. It's still kind of early. It's still kind of early, at least for me. That's 2:30 in the afternoon, so that's still pretty early for me. And then we may, take it to where it shouldn't be that much testimony, considering we were in court for 8 hours a day. 8 hours today. We've been online for almost 9 hours today, and we only heard about an hour of her testimony, our testimony coming out of that courtroom. So with that being said, if we watching something else like a rerun, yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll try that tomorrow. I answered the question for myself. See, all I got to do is talk it out with y'all. Question answered. unless somebody has a trial, and I mean that trial, if y'all haven't seen that one, that's a pretty good watch. I mean, I've seen it, but if you haven't seen it, it's a good watch for, I think, for the chat. So that's what we'll plan to do. We'll get online about 5:30. We'll do our Nathan Holden case. I'll set up everything and condense Bianca Ellis's testimony coming out of her court case tomorrow. And then we'll watch Bianca Ellis after court ends. Then that way we don't have to worry about going through court TV and court TV taking us over here and giving us a little piece of this, and court TV going over here and giving us a little piece of that. Queen, it's a very good case. It's a very good case. So we'll rewatch that. It's about 32 hours long because I counted it up. I was prepared just in case we didn't have a courtroom to go into this week. when I think when Carrie got it on here the other day, and she was like, no, it was Sunday. And I was hearing that we may not have a case, and I was like, okay, we got to find something else to do. And then we thought we were going to be able to go into the other case with Darian. Then he decided to plead guilty yesterday. I'm like, okay, well, all right. And then Carrie got on there and she was like, well, they're not streaming Bianca Ellis. And I'm like, oh, okay. Oh, well, we better find something to do. And basically, that's what we are doing. Like, they still not really streaming it. Court TV just got me on their thing on Extreme looking at commercials, because every 5 seconds, like soon as I click play, they go into a break. We can't survive that way. So I'll put out the thing for the Nathan Holden case. We'll watch that. And like I said, I will have that playing in the background, restreaming that, and then that way I can clip it up. I keep want to say, when I say clip it up, I want to say slap it up, flip it, and rub it down, but don't pay me no attention, because I can make anything out of song. Because I keep talking about I want to clip it up, but don't think nothing weird with me if I say I want to slap it up and flip it and rub it down, because I'm really not trying to slap nothing up and flip it or rub it down. But for some reason, BBD comes to my head and I want to start singing Do Me Baby. But all right, maybe it's because I've been up so. Because that could be very possible. I'm like a little kid. Like a little kid, when I stay up too low, I get to acting real silly. Like, go to bed. Okay. So that's our plan. I will send out the alerts for those things. I will send out an alert for Sarah. I'll continue to do the little recaps. I think we'll see. I'll see how the turnout come out tonight. If not, then I'll just do the long video at the end of the week, and we'll kind of take it from there with that one. So I'll try that again tonight. And other than that, we'll be in the courtroom watching a rewatch of. Yes. So we'll do a rewatch for me, new to you, of Nathan Holden case tomorrow. We'll start that tomorrow, and everything else will kind of work that around our schedule of our rewatch. Sound like a plan? Yeah, it sounds like a plan. Sounds like a great plan to me. All right, guys. Well, you were in some type of place today where there were no filters, right? We didn't have any filters at all. No flip. Just facts. So you can be the judge. Don't buy everything off of Amazon Prime. I promise you, Amazon Prime Day will be coming back again. I think it's every 6 months. I am going to go on here and go ahead and get my chair together. I'm so excited. They talking about 2 weeks for a chair. I'm like, dang. I guess the chair, because if it is not Amazon Prime, I'm not buying it. So the chair that I'm going to get is going to be on Prime. So I should have a new chair in a couple of weeks. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm going to have a little chair with the music and the lights. I have to turn off the lights and be dancing and everything. I'm going to have to turn off my lights so I can be able to dance so y'all can see my lights and stuff. Or I'm going to have to be in the dark or something. I'm going to have to figure it out. Anywho. All right, guys. I will see you guys tomorrow bright and early. Peace.